managed your finances efficiently while also scaling globally. And that's how we have on today's episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkolie. See you again next time. As Pope Francis dies at age 88. Jos residents stage protest over Plateau State killings. And President Bola Ahmed Tinubu returns to Nigeria from Paris trip. It's glad to have you joined us on the news on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Tamilore Akinkolie. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has joined global leaders in mourning the death of Pope Francis, who passed away at the age of 88 on Monday morning, just a day after making a surprise Easter appearance at St. Peter's Square. In a heartfelt tribute, President Tinubu described the late pontiff as a humble servant of God, a tireless champion of the poor, and a guiding light for millions. The president urged Nigerians and the global community to honor the Pope's memory, not just with word, but through acts of justice, unity, and mercy. The death of the Argentine-born Pope, who led the Catholic Church since 2013, has drawn condolences from world leaders across faiths. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, Russian President Vladimir Putin, Israeli President, Iranian officers, and Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky also paid tribute to his legacy of peace building, interfaith dialogues, and advocacy for the vulnerable. Pope Francis had been hospitalized for over a month with double pneumonia, but made a public appearance on Easter Sunday before his passing the following morning. And in Nigeria, amid renewed violence and growing casualties, Christians in Plateau State staged a peaceful protest on Monday to decry the unrelenting attacks that has ravaged communities in the region. Organized by the Church Denominational Leaders Forum and the Christian Association of Nigeria in Plateau State, the march served both as a call for peace and a solemn tribute to the many lives lost. Men, women, youth, and the elderly took to the streets holding placards and banners visibly grieving and demanding justice. Organizers said the peace walk was prompted by the persistent and bloody attacks blamed largely on bandits, with over 100 people killed, and the latest wave of violence in April alone. The recent violence has reignited memories of the 2023 Christmas Eve massacre in Bokos, which claimed around 150 lives, deepening fears that security crisis in Plateau and neighboring Benue State continues to spiral. And it's been 18 days since armed men, yet to be identified, launched a deadly attack on several communities in Bokos, Plateau State, leaving many residents dead and property destroyed. Now, the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development visited the area to commiserate with victims and assess the situation. He stopped at the Church of Christ in Nation and Thomas Catholic Church in Bokos, assuring residents that the Nigerian government is providing temporary relief, including over 400 bags of rice, roofing sheets and building materials. He added that additional support will be provided in collaboration with the state and local governments, stressing the need for a coordinated response.
Number one is food, which I provided temporary food. I brought 400 bags, 450 bags of rice, and some other. I brought roofing materials. I brought building materials for them too. We need to add more from what they're asking me to do. We need to add more, which I'll reinforce and ensure that we add more. But I think we'll talk also with the state government and local government also, because when it comes to humanitarian activities, it goes beyond federal government. The immediate government is the local government and the state government. Work together with them to ensure that we give dignity. Like I rightly mentioned to them that any Plateau son now that is playing politics with the life of these people is unjust to these people. These are innocent people. They're just living in peaceful communities, serene community. As you can see, very, very serene, and a quiet community who are just local farmers in the community, and being murdered, being killed, their property being destroyed, their livelihood being destroyed is just not just unjust, but inhuman. And I think, as far as I'm concerned, we work with every son of Plateau.
Villages that have been vacated because most of them have been burned down and the people killed. And most of the people here in this village are either in Bokos or inside Hurti.
Now, joining me to discuss the recent resurgence of insecurity in the northern part of Nigeria, security expert Jaye Gaskia. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, what do you make of the resurgence of violence in the northern part of the country after a period of relative calm? And what could you say is fueling this fresh wave of attacks?
Thank you very much for having me. I think that there are a combination of reasons and factors why we witness a resurgence. And I know that people sometimes don't like to also, mention some of the facts that are obvious. But if we look at the history of violence in our communities and in our country, we see this cycle of resurgence, and it may, just like the minister alluded to in his when in that interview, we cannot also completely rule out the fact that politics may also be playing quite a big role in the current dispensation, because usually when we are mid-term and beginning the second half of a regime, and people are beginning to prepare and mobilize again for elections in less than a year or a year and a half, we begin to see some of these mobilization of grievances, and when that is done, then people, conflict entrepreneurs, people who are simply just would derive some benefits from violence and conflict are also watching the situation, and they also seem to want to take advantage of the situation. So sometimes people like these who organize this kind of criminal attacks and activities also look to see a period when they think that there is quite a number of fault lines in the context, in terms of the relationship between politicians and so on and so forth, and so therefore also relative vulnerability of communities, and then they strike. They seize that opportunity to strike. So we cannot completely rule out the fact that that may be a factor. That said, I think that the biggest challenge really with and why insecurity seems to we seem to be having this resurgence of insecurity in more or less like in a cyclical manner. More or less even predictive cyclical manner is really because of also what I would call the complete emasculation of the third tier of government and the complete absence of governance at the local government level. The minister again mentioned the fact of talking to local governments and the rest of that, but I mean simply, there are really no local governments, and so who are you really talking to? So until you do have a government at that level that can respond to issues, not just the issues of development, but also the issues of security, then it will be very difficult to actually contain this.
All right. I'm sorry to cut you short, but now let's talk about the people. We see that the people in just staged a protest. Now, from a security standpoint, how effective do you think peaceful protests like this would draw the attention of the government, and they would actually make actions to protect these people?
Yeah, I mean, basically, people are protesting because really now you have to really take your own, you have to take your destiny into your own hands, because it seems as if people have been abandoned. They seem to be not to be protected. So the best way, the best way for people actually to act now, other than to take the laws into their hands, is this kind of peaceful protest to call the attention, to draw the attention of government and relevant government authorities to this institution. But this people have taken their own initiative. I would also expect what is lacking really now is actually the initiative on the part of leadership and on the part of the elite. And so it's difficult. I would expect that given the context of Plateau State, given the context of Benue State, in the North Central generally where conflicts that are arising from this kind of unscrupulous attacks on innocent people can easily take on ethnic and religious divisions. One would expect that this is the time that the leadership and the elite across religious lines, across ethnic lines, would actually be mobilizing. I would have loved to see a situation where, rather than just seeing for example, Christian leaders mobilizing, I would have loved to see a situation where it's an interfaith thing, and you are seeing both Christian and Muslim leaders out there leading, jointly leading, so that they are sending a message to citizens that this is not one faith against the other faith, but these are just criminal elements against the whole of society.
All right, security expert Jai Gaskia, thank you so much for lending in your thoughts, as always. Now, moving on, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is set to return to Nigeria on Monday, which is today, after nearly 2 weeks abroad, according to Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga. Bayo Ononuga, who is the Special Advisor on Information, announced Tinubu's imminent return in an ex-post on Monday. The president had traveled to Paris on April the 2nd for what was described as a 2-week working visit, later moving to London during the Easter weekend. While away, the presidency assured Nigerians that President Bola Tinubu remained actively engaged in national governance. And the residents of Kip and Tushira communities in the Federal Capital Territory were all smiles as ongoing road construction projects in their areas neared completion. According to the site engineer, about 50% of the binder work has been completed, with full asphalt layering expected to be done by next week. The target date for completion is May the 14th, 2025. Now, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, who also visited the site, emphasized the economic potential the roads would unlock, noting that better road access could reduce rural-urban migration and lower housing costs as more people settle in satellite towns. On concerns about neglected roads and federal housing estates, the minister clarified that such estates are private developments and not the federal government's responsibility.
Like you know, we've been to Katy. Now, this leads to Takoshara. Like the emphasis Mr. President has always made, we should not only concentrate in the cities. We should take development to the satellite town. You can see how happy the residents were in Ketchup in particular, and the heavily populated area. And you also understand, if you go to Takushara, how happy they will be. I want to commend the chairman of AMAC, who drew our attention to these two very important roads. But for him, probably we would not have, taken our attention to this place. I'm happy with what the contractors are doing. Hopefully, by the end of May, these two roads will be inaugurated as part of the second year anniversary of Mr. President. So we're very happy with what we're seeing.
In a colorful celebration blending tradition and compassion, the China-Africa Mazu Culture Association hosted the 1065th anniversary of the Mazu, the Reverend Chinese Sea Goddess, alongside the launch of the Together Fight Against Hunger charity program at TDH Resorts in Lekki, Lagos. The event, attended by over 200 Chinese devotees and local dignitaries, showcased rich cultural displays with incense rituals and drum beats. Chinese Consul General in Lagos, Yan Yinchin, emphasized the importance of cultural exchange and unity, calling Mazu a symbol of virtue and great love. As part of the newly launched charity initiative, 25 children from low-income households received 100,000 naira scholarships and food supplies, reinforcing the celebration's social impact.
Culture knows no boundaries. So today I'm so glad to participate the celebration of 1065th anniversary of Mazu's birthday, also Ologun's birthday. Yeah, so Mazu symbolizes the godness of sea, and also the symbol of kindness, love for the people. All Chinese people love Mazu, and now Mazu culture is most important part of Chinese traditional culture. And also I'm so glad that today in Nigeria, especially in my district, and we have China Nigeria Friendship Mazu Cultural Association. So I think that here they can spread our Chinese culture, and also enhance our mutual understanding and friendship between China and the Nigeria people.
Mazu Boyo Cultural Association is more like, is similar. It has similarity with our own Olokun festival. You can see the sighting of the temple is in front of the ocean, and most of the time, like in my own community in Egmi, our forefathers cited this same, cultural heritage that we call Olokun in front of our own lagoon, because Mazu Boyo is a goddess of water. Olokun also is a goddess of water, and Olokun is worshipped all over Nigeria, all over Yoruba land, and by extension to some other African countries, and you can see it now that it's being worshipped all over the world.
News Now will now go on a short break, but still to come, world finance leaders meet in Washington amid global trade war and negotiations. We'll bring you details of the story right after this break. Welcome back. Now let's give you a quick recap of our top stories. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu joined global leaders in mourning the death of Pope Francis, who died at age 88 after a long illness. Pope Francis, who led the Catholic Church since 2013, passed away a day after making an Easter appearance. Condolences poured in from leaders including J.D. Vance, Russia's Putin, and others across religious divides. The Pope was widely respected for promoting peace, interfaith dialogue, and advocating for the vulnerable. Judeo Christians in Plateau State staged a peaceful protest to condemn ongoing deadly attacks on their communities. Organized by CAN and church leaders, the protest mourned over 100 people killed in April and demanded justice and security. The violence recalls the 2023 Christmas Eve massacre, fueling fears of worsening crisis in Plateau and Benue states. Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletin or for more updates, you can catch us on Limas World TV and AVO TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. Welcome back. It's time for business news, and Okwayemi Owosheni is on standby. Over to you, Okwayemi.
Thank you, Tamilore, and welcome to Business News. The Director General of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Segun Ajayi-Kadiri, has expressed concern over the global tariff war initiated by U.S. President Donald Trump, warning it could have negative implications for Nigeria's manufacturing sector and the broader economy. Ajayi-Kadiri noted that while tariffs are traditionally used to boost domestic industries, Trump's aggressive push to prioritize American manufacturing risk disrupting international trade, including Nigeria's growing non-oil export to the United States. Now, with bilateral trade between Nigeria and the U.S. reaching 9.59 trillion naira in 2024, accounting for nearly 7% of Nigeria's total trade, the DG emphasized that the tariff hike comes at a particularly vulnerable time. Now, also speaking on the trade war, speaking to TV360 Nigeria about the implications of the tariffs on the African Growth and Opportunity Act, the CEO for the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, Muda Yusuf, noted that Nigeria has not fully capitalized on the trade benefits provided under the Act, especially when compared to other African nations.
When you compare our exports to that of Mauritius, to that of Lesotho, to that of South Africa, what we have been able to export under the Act is very negligible. So with respect to in any case, the Act is meant to lapse this year, September this year. The African Growth and Opportunities Act is meant to lapse. But given the disposition of President Trump, this we can regard the AGOA as, being terminated or being discontinued essentially. Because Trump is very, bullish, is very firm, is very serious about issues of trade balance. And I'm not sure he's ready to listen to any particular advantage that has been given to any part of the world. So for all practical purposes, we can regard the AGOA as dead. So I think what needs to happen now for many countries, including Nigeria, is to begin to seek diversification of their export portfolio geographically. And the good thing for us is that most of our non-oil exports, even oil exports, are to Europe. Europe is actually a major trading partner, although we import a lot more from China. Then we also have some measure of trade within the continent and all of that. But no matter how we look at it, this development is a wake-up call.
Well, that's it on business news. There will be no stock market update today as the stock market is closed because of the Easter holidays. Back to you, Tammy, for the rest of the news.
Thank you, Okwayemi. Well, on the global scene, Paris will be paying a solemn tribute to the late Pope Francis on Monday night as the iconic Eiffel Tower will be going dark in his honor following news of his passing at the age of 88. Mayor Anne Hidalgo announced the symbolic gesture, praising the Pope for placing ecology at the heart of spiritual concerns and championing the cause of refugees during his papacy. Also, in a deeply moving tribute, the bell of the historic Notre Dame Cathedral rang 88 times, one for each year of the Pope's life, echoing across the city. The city of Paris is also set to dedicate a permanent location in memory of Pope Francis, celebrating a legacy that resonated far beyond the Vatican. And finance leaders from across the globe have converged in Washington this week for the spring meeting of the International Monetary Fund and World Bank Group, with the spotlight firmly on the escalating trade tensions sparked by U.S. tariffs. The meeting, traditionally a platform for discussion on debt relief, foreign investment and development financing, have been overtaken by concerns over President Donald Trump's sweeping new tariffs. The dramatic trade shift has already begun to ripple through the global economy, promoting urgent negotiation on the sidelines of the meeting. IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva has also warned of notable markdowns in economic forecasts due to the growing uncertainty and market volatility. And on entertainment, the famous Lagos Fanti Carnival, one of the city's most iconic traditions, has made a return after a hiatus. Supported by the Lagos State Ministry of Tourism, Art and Culture, in collaboration with Robert Taylor's Media and Brazilian Descendant Association, the highly anticipated cultural celebration took place on Easter Sunday at the Remembrance Arcade at Tafawa Balewa Square. First held in the late 19th century by Afro-Brazilian returnees of Yoruba descent, the Lagos Fanti Carnival celebration aims to honor the legacy of the Afro-Brazilian community in Lagos State. Now, TV360 Simisola Adigun has more details in this next report.
The streets of Lagos Island came alive on Easter Sunday as the historic Lagos Fanti Carnival, which captures the identity, resilience and creative spirit of the city, returned to its landscape. Blending Afro-Brazilian heritage with modern Lagos culture, the celebration featured colorful parades and choreography by carnival groups, as well as a rich display of fashion, food and music, showcasing the energy and diversity of Lagos.
With the involvement of technology and the likes, I think I like this stage. I like the fact that the carnival attires and outfits, they are doing better in it. It's beneficial to everyone because now I learned that there are some dressing in Lagos that I don't know. I learned about it today. There are some ways that they do culture. Lagos too has culture. It's not like Lagos does not, people say Lagos does not have culture. Lagos too has culture. So I can just say we should bring back the culture to life. Let everyone be aware of it, that Lagos has culture.
Okay, Fancy Festival Carnival is a very fantabulous carnival. It is different from the other carnivals of festival. So this one is 100.
It's okay.
Beautiful.
Well, we're enjoying it, but we can, they can do more better.
With roots stretching back to 1890, this dynamic celebration remains a symbol of history and community spirit.
We are very thankful that the Lagos State government, through the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, have decided to harness all this strength together, bringing all of them together and affording now generation and future generation to see what the whole concept it entails, and not to forget that it also helped to improve the economy of Lagos.
For quite some time, it's been a while I've been at the Fanti Carnival, and for the first time in a long time, I can say this is quite something different from the usual stuff. You know, I grew up around the island, and I've been attending the Fanti Carnival since I was a kid. So for the first time, like I said, in a long time, this is something new, and the setup is quite different and it's quite magnificent.
As the Lagos Fanti Carnival returns to the city with renewed energy, the Lagos State government highlights the importance of deepening cultural awareness and safeguarding ancestral legacies. Simisola Adikun, TV360 News.
Hello and welcome to another electrifying episode. E360 is back with more exciting contents than ever before, and I am your host Queen, bringing you the latest in the world of entertainment, music, fashion, food, culture, anything you can think of entertainment. I got you covered. So now before we go into what we have today, let's take the latest in the world of entertainment. First on the list we have the iHeartRadio Musical Award, which took place yesterday. That was on the 17th of March, and it's really amazing seeing our Nigerian superstars like Burna Boy, Tems, Davido being nominated in the 2025 Musical Awards. So Davido, who is a Grammy nominated, who has been nominated in the Grammys, and Tems, Burna Boy literally all had like a category they were nominated for, and it's really amazing. I'm really happy seeing like our stars coming up. Like Nigeria is known now because of these people, and it's really amazing. So last on the list, second on the list rather, we have Love in Every Word. Trust me, I'm not going to skip this entertainment news if I don't talk about this movie. This movie has gone everywhere. Like everyone is talking about Odogu Panarapa, blah blah. Like, and this movie was directed by Omoni Oboli, newly released movie Love in Every Word, and likes of Bam Bam, which is Teddy's wife, our BB Nigerian star. We have our own Odoguda's Uzo, and every other character in the movie actually nailed this movie. This movie was good. It trended on TikTok, Instagram, and every other platforms. Like, it was really amazing, and they are hitting waves. So last on the list, we have Timine's Real Love movie, and it's coming to I think it's already out. So it has dominated Nollywood box office, and it has generated 303 million naira so far, and it's really trendy right now, and the movie is leading. So everyone should grab their popcorns and go to the cinema to see this movie. Let's all relax and wind down this month, or maybe during this season. So today we're diving into world of modeling. So sit back, we'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back to the studio. So here with me is a model and the Guinness World Record holder for the longest distance walked on a catwalk by a model. Here is Ololade Ayela Bola. Hello and welcome.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Same, you look amazing.
Thank you.
Oh, how does it feel? I'm really feeling like, oh, you're all upright and well placed and everything.
Thank
you. Look amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. So how has the journey been, and how have you been able to, how do you feel being like a Guinness World Record holder? Just tell me about
I'm honored.
it. Okay.
Yes, I'm honored and grateful to all my supporters and fans for pushing me, supporting me to attempt the record and to break the record.
Okay. So when was this? When did it happen?
It happened on 1st of October to the 6th of October 2024 in the University of Lagos Sports Center.
Okay, good. So why this particular record? Tell me about it, because it seems like it's new, like it's not everywhere.
Okay, so this record was set 41 years ago by two women.
See, a long time ago. That's why you made this number.
Yes, and I attempted this record because of what happened last year.
Okay.
So I auditioned for 2 fashion weeks, and the panelists were like, oh, you worked so well, but you are short. Like, you don't fit. I'm like, I'm 5'8". How can you say I'm short?
True.
So I started thinking to myself that if in the modeling and fashion industry we cannot embrace inclusivity and diversity, then we are not ready to evolve.
Okay.
So I said, okay, I'll just create a runway for myself where we're going to have models from different backgrounds, different shapes, skin conditions, tribal marks, and then we're going to work together on the runway to tell everybody that irrespective of where they are coming from or what they are facing or what they are going through or the challenges they are facing in their area of life or whatever aspect of life that they are in, they can dare to dream and achieve their dreams.
I like that. I like that. So now you have like a voice in the society. What do you stand to change or like make a difference?
Okay, so I stand to ensure that we have a more inclusive society where the voice of everybody matters, where people understand that no voice is too big and no voice is too small, and that everybody understands that their dreams are powerful and that their dreams are valid, and to know that the world can only truly evolve when we dare to dream and when we act on our dreams.
Okay, good. So let's talk about like the creative process, physical and mentally, like how were you when you so tell me about it. Let's take it one at a time.
Okay, so intensive training started for me for about 6 months prior to the event, because I had to engage in both medical checkup, physical checkup. I had to change my diet entirely, and then I'm treating ulcer, like I treat ulcer. So it was chaotic, and then putting the funds together. The event was, the estimated cost for the event was about 240 million. Oh. I wrote 120 brands, nobody responded. Oh my God. Nobody was willing to be a part of it. So, I mean, it was very chaotic because I had to be sure that I was ready. My body was ready for the event because it was very intense. Imagine working for 5 days non-stop. I had to change my outfit within 50 seconds. I had to walk a 63.547 meters long runway within 50 seconds to 1 minute. It was very intense.
Oh my God. So let's just say that's like a long, like imagine it. And
that's like walking from Lagos to Ibadan and a little further.
Can you imagine? Like that's crazy actually. But I'm so happy like you're able to achieve it. And now let's talk about family and supporters. How were you able to like push on, like being motivated throughout the process? Did you get tired and say, oh, I'm not going to do this again or something?
Well, to be truthful, at some point during preparation, I was like, okay, so I'm this kind of a person that when I say I want to do something, I get it done. Okay. Like, I get it done by God's grace. I get it done. So, the funny thing is, I can tell my friend 1,000 times that, you know what, I'm not doing it again. But 1 million times, I'm telling the whole team, you guys get ready, we are getting this done, we are going after this. Okay. So, I had supportive people, my family members, my friends, they were around. They didn't sleep. Nobody slept for 7 days.
Oh my God.
Yes, because 2 days prior to the event, they had to be there to set up. All through the event, 5 days, nobody slept. Oh. Seeing my aunts, my uncles, my dad, everybody cheering me up, my team members, the models, everybody was there. They took leave from their place of work and they were there clapping and celebrating me. So yeah, I wasn't ready to give up.
Oh my God, that was really amazing. And I saw videos like everyone cheering up, blowing whistles, like yeah, go girl. And it's really amazing. You have good people on your side and people that actually push you forward to like do what you actually want to do. So now let's talk about like few challenges that you must have faced during the process. Is there like any major challenge? Tell me about it. Let's talk about it.
Okay, so I'll start with the cost.
Oh yeah,
I mentioned 240 million naira. We had to borrow. Oh, okay. We had to borrow to get the event running, and then after the amounts we like paid down payments we made to the vendors got exhausted. Some started dragging the stage. They wanted to take out the stage on day 3, and I was headed to day 5. So that was a major problem. Sure. Yes, all my toenails got lost. Like the 10. Like there's a video of you would literally see my bone on the last toenail. It was opened and it was a lot of pain, and I had to just push through and ensure that I break the record. So yeah, it was chaotic.
Oh, okay, but that's sad. I'm so sorry about that. Because so now let's just say when you heard about it, how did you celebrate? Like, did you know you were going to actually break it?
Look at you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I don't start something I can't finish.
Oh, good.
And I trust God. I believe God so much. When I start something, I believe it's going to get done. Nothing dies in my hands. Nothing fails in my hands. So
I love that.
I was not going to start to either. In fact, my leg was bandaged either in one piece or in. I knew I was going to break that record.
Okay.
At some point, they had to soak me inside ice. I had ice beads. I screamed. It was so painful. But I had to keep working because I was here for a reason. I was there for a reason. Yeah. And then I had to ensure that that very reason is being fulfilled.
Okay. So how did you celebrate? Like, when you got the news, what was it like? How did you feel? How did it set in that, okay, I've broken a record. I am this.
Do you know that it does? I believe it will never truly set in. Like, finally set in. Every time I just have a flashback or I see the certificate, I'm like, wow, this really happened. I mean, when I got the email, I was shooting for my convocation. Oh. And when I got the email from Guinness World Record, I crowed. I didn't say I cried. I crowed. Like, I crowed. Of course, cried.
Yeah.
And then my makeup artist was like, I'm not going to shout because, of course, it's a thing of joy. I was in shock, in good shock. And after, I will still carry the flag and be like, we did
Am I the
one? Yeah, so it's been, I don't think it's something I'm going to recover from. And I'm excited that I'm not going to recover from that experience.
Oh, I'm really, really happy about that. So let's go on a short break. We'll be right back. Guys, stay with us. We'll go on a short break. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
I wanted a runway where everybody could showcase their talents and where we could inspire others. Majority of the clothes were Nigerian paste clothes.
This was the opening dress. The flag of Nigerian color is green, white. Green symbolizing productivity, white representing peace and unity.
For every step I took on the catwalk and on the runway, I was taking a walk against stereotypes and challenges that were faced in the modeling and fashion industry. Dare to dream and make your dream a reality.
Welcome back to the studio, guys. So Ololade, let's talk about like any advice or like words of encouragement you have for like young girls looking up to you and people out there that have faced the challenges you have. Like, just tell us about any advice or any encouragement you'd like to like say to everybody.
So my advice to everybody, young, old, male or female, we dare to dream. And what does that mean? No matter what your dream is, either it is big, either it is small, as long as you can dream, you should dare to dream and take the first step to achieving your dreams. The world truly only evolves when we dream and when we take the first step to act on it. We see technology today, it's a product of dreams and someone taking the first step to achieve that particular dream. So to everybody watching me, wherever you are watching me from, do dare to dream. Thank you.
Thank you. That was lovely. Dora, I'm going to watch. I'm like, okay. I need to pick like a record I want to break now because I feel motivated and everything. Yay. So now let's talk about the mental process. Trust me. I don't know. I can't even imagine what you went through, but I want you to share. It's like, let's talk about the mental process. How did you say to yourself that this is what I want and this is what I was going to do?
So the truth is, I actually even applied 5 times. I got 5 rejections.
Wow, that's a lot.
The record, yes, the record I was applying for had never existed before. And when I get to like the final stage, they just send me an email saying, "Oh, your record hasn't made the standard." But then this is the 6th application, and then finally, I'm a record holder.
So like you were not even like not motivated at the point, like you kept on pushing and pushing and pushing.
See, that's the power of dreams. When you have a dream, there should be a passion that keeps you going until you get that thing done. I don't want to see people, oh, there's a little bit of challenge and then you're like backing out. No, we should pursue, fight, keep going at it till you get it done. I think that's the spirit everybody should have.
Yes, yeah. So now, were there like any discouragements you had from friends, families?
Yes.
So that how did they look at you like, okay, I'm now the record holder? So
someone even said it to my face. I would not be surprised if your attempt flops. To my face, yes. A lot. Like, I had a lot of things. Some people were like, oh, she doesn't have money, she's attempting a record. They said a lot of negative things, but I mean, that doesn't matter. We have the record, we have the plague now, all thanks to God and to everybody who made it a success.
Okay. So can you give us, like, maybe a few details of, like, the hours made by the former record holder, like, and why yours is different?
Okay, so the former record holders, because there were 2.
Okay.
Yes, there were 2. Was 48 hours and they did 114 kilometers. Yes. Okay. So I think they merged the kilometers each person covered together, and that's why theirs was faster, 48 hours. But mine, a single person had to break their record that was set by 2 people. Yeah, so that was why mine took 103 hours.
That's a lot.
Yes, it is.
Oh my God, I don't know. I'm really motivated by like your confidence and passion towards getting what you want. Like, don't worry, I'm going to bring my own record. So now let's talk about you. I noticed you're going for contesting for Miss Nigeria and I voted, so I have. So like, just tell me about it. Miss World rather.
Yes.
So tell me about it.
I'm contesting for Miss World Nigeria
2025.
It's actually for many known as the most beautiful girl in Nigeria. Yeah, so they just changed the rebranded and now it's now called Miss World Nigeria. Why am I attempting Miss World Nigeria? We dare to dream. You all know that. And I'm attempting Miss World Nigeria to even give the world a bigger avenue to be a part of my community with Dare to Dream community, such that everyone who has a dream and everyone who is willing to dare to dream can be a part of an active, a positive, and a progressive community whereby you are constantly inspired to dare to dream and whereby you are empowered by leaders in different sectors and support you and give you what you need to be able to achieve and pursue your dreams. So basically, it's just a progression of what I have started, and just having a bigger audience to push the advocacy.
That's a good platform. Okay, so like, is there any projects you may be looking at working on, any thing you want to change in the society, or like something you want to bring up or like start new in the society? Is there any new projects you have so far?
Many thanks for joining us on News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I am Joy Uchejim. Now, the presidency has revealed that President Bola Tinubu is planning to meet with service chiefs to discuss the rising killings in Plateau, Benue, and other parts of the country on his return to Abuja from his 2-week working visits to Paris, the French capital. Tinubu returned to Abuja on Monday night after spending 18 days on a working visit and retreat in Paris and London. The Air Force 001F aircraft conveying the president landed at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja at 9:50 p.m. on Monday, the State House Media Office announced. Since April 2nd, when he traveled, more than 120 locals have been killed by armed assailants. And now, amid rising insecurity in parts of Nigeria, Governor Umar Namadi of Jigawa State has cautioned against the calls for self-defense, warning that such a move could plunge the country into anarchy. Speaking during a televised interview, Governor Namadi responded to recent comments by retired General Theophilus Danjuma, who urged bandits and armed attackers, particularly in Benue and Plateau states. General Danjuma, a former Minister of Defense, had argued that reliance on the government for protection was no longer tenable given the spate of violence and killings in the country. And still on insecurity, it's been nearly 3 weeks since armed men, yet to be identified, attacked communities in Bokos in Plateau State, leaving many residents dead and properties destroyed. The Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development visited the area to commiserate with and assess the situation. He stopped at the Church of Christ in Nations Church in Bokos, assuring residents that the federal government is providing temporary relief, including over 400 bags of rice, roofing sheets, and building materials. He added that additional support will be provided in collaboration with the state and local government, stressing the need for a coordinated response.
Number one is food, which I provided temporary food. I brought 450 bags of rice, and some other, I brought roofing materials, I brought building materials for them too. We need to add more from what they're asking me to do. We need to add more government and local government also, because when it comes to humanitarian activities, it goes beyond federal government. The immediate government is the local government and the state government. Work together with them to ensure that we give dignity. Like I rightly mentioned to them that any Plateau son now that is playing politics with the life of these people is unjust to these people. These are innocent people. They're just living in peaceful communities, serene community. As you can see, very, very serene. and a quiet community who are just local farmers in the community and being murdered, being killed, their property being destroyed, their livelihood being destroyed is just not just unjust, but inhuman. And I think as far as I'm concerned, we work with every son of Plateau.
Villages that have been vacated because most of them have been burned down and the people killed. And most of the people here in this village are either in Bokos or inside Hurti.
And reactions have continued to trail the recent resurgence of insecurity in the northern part of Nigeria, as security experts have identified politics as a major reason for the violence, especially in preparation for the next general elections. Now speaking to TV360 Nigeria, security expert Jaye Gaskia justified protest in Jos over the killings. He also blamed the lack of strong government presence at the local levels for the high rates of attacks.
Thank you very much for having me. I think that there are a combination of reasons and factors why we witness a resurgence. And I know that people sometimes don't like to also, mention some of the facts that are obvious. But if we look at the history of violence in our communities and in our country, we see this cycle of resurgence, and it may, just like the minister alluded to in that in his when in that interview, we cannot also completely rule out the fact that politics may also be playing quite a big role in the current dispensation, because usually when we are mid-term and beginning the second half of a regime, and people are beginning to prepare and mobilize again for elections in less than a year or a year and a half. We begin to see some of these mobilization of grievances, and when that is done, then people, conflict entrepreneurs, people who are simply just would derive some benefits from violence and conflict, are also watching the situation, and they also seem to want to take advantage of the situation. So sometimes people like these who organize this kind of criminal attacks and activities also look to see a period when they think that there is quite a number of fault lines in the context, in terms of the relationship between politicians and so on and so forth, and so therefore also relative vulnerability of communities, and then they strike. They seize that opportunity to strike. So we cannot completely rule out the fact that that may be a factor. That said, I think that the biggest challenge really with and why insecurity seems to we seem to be having this resurgence of insecurity in more or less like in a cyclical manner. More or less even predictive cyclical manner is really because of also what I would call the complete emasculation of the third tier of government and the complete absence of governance at the local government level. The minister again mentioned the fact of talking to local governments and the rest of that, but I mean simply, there are really no local governments, and so who are you really talking to? So until you do have a government at that level that can respond to issues. Yeah, I mean, basically people are protesting because really now you have to really take your own, you have to take your destiny into your own hands, because it seems as if people have been abandoned. They seem to be not to be protected. So the best way, the best way for people actually to act now, other than to take the laws into their hands, is this kind of peaceful protest to call the attention, to draw the attention of government and relevant government authorities to this institution. But this people have taken their own initiative. I would also expect what is lacking really now is actually the initiative on the part of leadership and on the part of the elite. And so it's difficult. I would expect that given the context of Plateau State, given the context of Benue State, in the North Central generally where conflicts that are arising from this kind of unscrupulous attacks on innocent people can easily take on ethnic and religious divisions. One would expect that this is the time that the leadership and the elite across religious lines, across ethnic lines, would actually be mobilizing. I would have loved to see a situation where rather than just seeing for example, Christian leaders mobilizing. I would have loved to see a situation where it's an interfaith thing, and you are seeing both Christian and Muslim leaders out there jointly leading, so that they are sending a message to citizens that this is not one faith against the other faith, but these are just criminal elements against the whole of society.
And the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, has asserted that investment in security and peace is crucial to unveiling and preserving the rich cultural heritage of the ancient Nok civilization. Shettima made this observation while addressing attendees at the 2025 Tokam Cultural Festival held in Koi, Jaba local government area of Kaduna State. He was represented by Stephen Shikari, the senior legislative aide to the Deputy Senate President, and a member of the Presidential Committee on the Nigeria Youth Investment Fund. The Vice President urged the people of the Nok area to shun bitterness, embrace dialogue, and collaborate with all tiers of government to restore the peace and build upon existing security efforts. And 4 suspected fraudsters who go about major markets in Niger State were arrested after they visited the Izom cattle market to swindle unsuspecting traders. Upon their arrest, they were found to be in possession of a handcuff, 1.2 million naira, cut-to-size papers, liquid chemicals for counterfeiting notes, and 2 mobile phones. Following their arrest at the market, some of the traders who visited the scene to identify the suspects as the same set of people who swindled them of cash and even cattle. And residents of Cape and Tushara communities in the Federal Capital Territory were all smiles as ongoing road construction projects in their areas near its completion. According to the site engineer, about 50% of the binder work has been completed, with full asphalt layering expected to be done by next week. The target date for completion is May 14, 2025. FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, who visited the site, emphasized the economic potential the road would unlock, noting that better road access would reduce rural-urban migration and lower housing costs as more people settle in satellite towns. On concerns about neglected roads in federal housing estates, the minister clarified that such estates are private developments and not the federal government's responsibility.
Like you know, we've been to Keti. Now, this leads to Takoshara. Like the president has always been, we should not only concentrate in the cities. We should take development to the satellite town. You can see how happy the residents were in Ketchup in particular, and the heavily populated area. And you also understand, if you go to Takoshara, how happy they will be. I want to commend the chairman of AMAC, who drew our attention to these 2 very important roads. But for him, probably we will not have, taken our attention to this place. But I'm happy with what the contractors are doing. Hopefully, by the end of May, these 2 roads will be inaugurated as part of the 2nd year anniversary of this president. So we're very happy with what we've seen.
And in Lagos, truck drivers and owners under the Ikorodu K2 Truck Owners and Drivers Association have staged a protest against the recent hike in the price of sharp sand by the Dredgers Association. The protest held at the association's operational base in Ikorodu was triggered by a sharp price increase from 126,000 to 178,500 naira for 30 tons of sharp sand, which the protesters described as unsustainable for their business. Chairman of the Truck Drivers Association, Sikiru Adiroju, said the price of sharp sand had been raised twice in the past 2 months, leaving drivers unable to operate profitably. And the Nigerian government, through the Ministry of Health, has flagged off the cervical cancer vaccine campaign in Bauchi State. While kickstarting the campaign, the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Ali Pate, explained that every year in Nigeria, more than 12,000 women suffer from cervical cancer despite being preventable. Pate noted that awareness among stakeholders in Bauchi State is also in progress. On his part, the Executive Chairman, Bauchi State Primary Healthcare Board, Rilwanu Mohammed, stated that the state has remained committed to the success of the campaign. And in a colorful celebration blending traditional and compassion, the China-Africa Mazu Cultural Association hosted 1,060th anniversary of Mazu, the revered Chinese sea goddess, alongside the launch of the Together Fight Against Hunger charity program at TDH Resort in Lekki, Lagos. The event, attended by over 200 Chinese devotees and local dignitaries, showcased rich cultural displays, emphasis of cultural exchange and unity, calling Mazu a symbol of virtue and great love. As part of the newly launched charity initiative, 25 children from low-income households received 100,000 naira scholarships and food supplies, reinforcing the celebration's social impact.
Culture knows no boundaries. So today I'm so glad to participate the celebration of 1065th anniversary of Mazu's birthday, also Olukun's birthday. Yeah, so Mazu symbolizes the godness of sea and also the symbol of kindness, love for the people. All Chinese people love Mazu. And now, Mazu culture is most important part of Chinese traditional culture. And also, I'm so glad that today in Nigeria, especially in my district, and we have China-Nigeria Friendship Mazu Cultural Association. So I think that here they can spread our Chinese culture and also enhance our mutual understanding and friendship between China and the Nigeria people.
Mazu Boyo Cultural Association is more like, is similar. It has similarity with our own Olokun festival. You can see the sighting of the temple is in front of the ocean. And most of the time, like in my own community in Egmi, our forefathers cited this same, cultural heritage that we call Olokun in front of our own lagoon, because Mazu Boyo is the goddess of water. Olokun also is the goddess of water. And Olokun is worshipped all over Nigeria, all over Yoruba land, and by extension to some other African countries. And you can see it now that it's being worshipped all over the world.
And in case you missed any of our news bulletins, or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and ABO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download the mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. on Facebook or at TV360 online.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Business, the Director General of the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria, Segun Ajayi Kadir, has expressed concern over the global tariff war initiated by United States President Donald Trump, warning it could have negative implications for Nigeria's manufacturing sector and broader economy. Ajayi Kadir used to boost domestic industries. Trump's aggressive push to prioritize American manufacturing risks disrupting international trade, including Nigeria's growing non-oil exports to the U.S. Also speaking on the trade war, speaking exclusively to TV360 Nigeria about the implications of the tariffs on the African Growth and Opportunity Act (AGOA), the CEO for the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, Muda Yusuf, noted that Nigeria has not fully capitalized on the trade benefits provided under the Act, especially when compared to other African nations.
When you compare our exports to that of Mauritius, to that of Lesotho, to that of South Africa, what we have been able to export under the Act is very negligible, So with respect to the Act, in any case, the Act is meant to lapse this year, September this year. The African Growth and Opportunities Act is meant to lapse. But given the disposition of President Trump, this we can regard the AGOA as, being terminated or being discontinued essentially. Because Trump is very, bullish, is very firm, is very serious about issues of trade balance. And I'm not sure he's ready to listen to any particular advantage that has been given to any part of the world. So for all practical purposes, we can regard the AGOA as dead. So I think what needs to happen now for many countries, including Nigeria, is to begin to seek diversification of their export portfolio geographically. And the good thing for us is that most of our non-oil exports, even oil exports, are to Europe. Europe is actually a major trading partner, although we import a lot more from China. Then we also have some measure of trade within the continent and all of that. But no matter how we look at it, this development is a wake-up call.
And oil prices climbed on Tuesday as investors took advantage of the previous day's losses to cover short positions, although concerns persisted over economic headwinds from tariffs and U.S. monetary policy that could dampen fuel demand. Brent crude futures rose 42 cents to $66.68 per barrel. The U.S. West Intermediate crude contract for May, which expires on Tuesday, was at $65.53 a barrel, up 47 cents or 0.7%. The more actively traded WTI June contract was up 0.7% or 45 cents at $62.86 a barrel. And on the foreign scene, Harvard University has filed a lawsuit against President Donald Trump's administration over what it describes as politically motivated attempts to control its internal policies in exchange for continued access to federal funding. The lawsuit filed on Monday was in response to the administration's demand for access to all internal reports on anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim bias at Harvard since October 2023, along with new oversight requirements. The university's president, Alan Garber, in a message to the Harvard community, called the government's action a direct threat to academic freedom and the independence of American institutions of higher learning. And still on the foreign scene, the U.S. Commerce Department has announced plans to impose tariffs of up to 3,521% on imports of solar panels from 4 Southeast Asian countries. It comes after an investigation that began a year ago when several major solar equipment producers asked then-President Joe Biden administration to protect their U.S. operations. The proposed levies targeting companies in Cambodia, Thailand, Malaysia, and Vietnam are in response to allegations of subsidies from China and the dumping of unfairly cheap products in the U.S. market. A separate U.S. government agency, the International Trade Commission, is due to reach a final decision on the new tariffs in June. And the famous Lagos Fanti Carnival, one of the city's most iconic traditions, has made a return after a hiatus. Supported by the Lagos State Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, in collaboration with Robert Taylor Media and Brazilian Descendants Association, the highly anticipated cultural celebration took place on Easter Sunday at the Remembrance Arcade, Tafawa Balewa Square. First held in the late 19th century by Afro-Brazilian returnees of Yoruba descent, the Lagos Fanti Carnival, the celebration, aims to honor the legacy of the Afro-Brazilian community in Lagos. TV360 Simisola Adigun has more in this report.
The streets of Lagos Island came alive on Easter Sunday as the historic Lagos Fanti Carnival, which captures the identity, resilience, and creative spirit of the city, returned to its landscape. Blending Afro-Brazilian heritage with modern Lagos culture, the celebration featured colorful parades and choreography by carnival groups, as well as a rich display of fashion, food, and music, showcasing the energy and diversity of Lagos.
With the involvement of technology and the likes, I think I like this stage. I like the fact that the carnival attires and outfits, they are doing better in it. It's beneficial to everyone because now I learned that there are some dressing in Lagos that I don't know. I learned about it today. There are some ways that they do culture. Lagos too has culture. It's not like Lagos does not, people say Lagos does not have culture. Lagos too has culture. So I can just say we should bring back the culture to life. Let everyone be aware of it, that Lagos has culture.
Okay, Fancy Festival Carnival is a very fantabulous carnival. It is different from the other carnivals of festival. So this one is 100.
It's okay.
Beautiful.
Well, we're enjoying it, but we can, they can do more better.
With roots stretching back to 1890, this dynamic celebration remains a symbol of history and community spirit.
We are very thankful that the Lagos State government, through the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, have decided to harness all this strength together, bringing all of them together and affording now generation and future generation to see what the whole concept it entails. And not to forget that it also helped to improve the economy of Lagos.
For quite some time, it's been a while I've been at the Fanti Carnival. And for the first time in a long time, I can say this is quite something different from the usual stuff. I grew up around the island, and I've been attending the Fanti Carnival since I was a kid. So for the first time, like I said, in a long time, this is something new, and the setup is quite different and it's quite magnificent.
This year's edition of the Carnival has drawn guests from across Nigeria and beyond, demonstrating the economic potential of tourism to empower micro-businesses.
I think they need to put in more word out there and more advertisements so that people are aware of the Carnival. And I feel like it's a very good thing to bring people out on a holiday and make people have fun, listen to good music, and it's extremely colorful, and color is beauty.
It's nice, it's the main culture, Lagos culture, and everything, it showcases everything. A lot of people come in, I saw some white people, I think people are coming from abroad and all that, it's quite nice. And it's quite traditional because you have the obas and stuff like that.
This kind of event, it really helps the SME business that is just growing, because sometimes it brings different people in this kind of carnival surrounding. It brings different people from different countries, and then you giving them their contact, patronizing you, it goes a long way. You don't know when it comes around, and then you just get the call, contract or whatever on your business. It goes a long way. It really helps the SME business a lot.
Apparently, this is my first carnival in Lagos, and I'm so impressed the way it's being organized. It's not yet rowdy, but I like how everything is in place in terms of security, then arrangements of vendors and people in here. So it's quite impressive.
As the Lagos Fanti Carnival returns to the city with renewed energy, the Lagos State government highlights the importance of deepening cultural awareness and safeguarding ancestral legacies. Simisolagicum, TV360 News.
Champions would allow Alonso to join one of the clubs he represented during his playing career. This revelation made strong links connecting the former Spain midfielder with Real Madrid. Alonso has emerged as a leading contender to succeed the under-pressure Carlo Ancelotti at the Bernabeu. And that's our bulletin on News Now. Many thanks for watching. I am Joy Uchejim. See you next time.
da kamar ina da tare da waya ta ma za ku ga amana saboda ni na dauka waya saboda ni kamar yanzu kamar ana kai yana cikin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona amana gurin kiwon ma babu gonakan kan babu ma maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce gurin kiwo sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai kai ne kana tafiya wani gangare in ka shiga ko ka dan ka sai ya tafi da kana tona ma ba za ka kama shi karuwa yake ma karuwa ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan ma
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed. Rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadejia Nguru wetlands.
ina magana a kan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, duk da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na takwarawa hamada mu dai faru na gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zaune har zuwa Gumsi ita ce su faru da kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwan da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa za ku za kan dai hamada ta riga ta cika cikin lokacin gama ta yi nisa ta ci sosai ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba amma irin gwamnati
the challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. Desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
Sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan?
Akwai.
Na biya kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka gaba kayyana?
Kai kamar 100.
Ake wanda suka bar nan wajen.
Take kaɗan ɗin.
A sanadiyan wannan. To ya kuke fama da baki?
Around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. Like and there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. If they move southwards for water and for grazing the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent. More often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to use, they may not be there. They will have to move. They don't have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching, they must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While during the rainy season approach, they go north, since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
ruwan baɗi irin na ba saboda ruwan kowa ya ji fadama bai sha ruwa ba gashi kuma ga gurare gonaki ko ina fili ya ƙare ba gurin kiwo to shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirin mu anan mun yi da mu da su a kan mu kore su muka yi mu kore su abun ya gagare mu muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarin sa abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma duk kowa ya san da baki kuma bakin nan ba daga wani guri suke ba daga shiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravate existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka su yaran suna gabar ni ina tafiya gun su gabar su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin shinkafa kai kana so ka iso wajen su
su kuma wannan
can makiyaya kuma sai suka zargu
a cikin gona
sai suka zargu suka fara harbi
sai suka kama harbi suna harbi na suna jifa ni ban sani ba ma ni da na gani haka dai ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba ban gani ba ma ashe wai su harbi suke sai na fasa tafiya gun yaran sai na tafi gun yaran fulani din to ina tafiya ɗayan yana yin harbin sa ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba sai ya jefa masa adda kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya tafi da gudu sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu
adda?
da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa ya yanke itacen kuma ya yanke hannu hannun yanzu haka babu yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi ba zai zama hannu ba
shi ne wannan kibiya ɗan kibiyan kenan?
shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi
kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 ɗin abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa
kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba to dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su suka shiga ka zauna kuma abin da saura shinkawan masu ma rashin kiyawa da me da suka shiga shinkawa mutane suna ci an hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfi mu gaskiya mu na maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yusufari, is a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. They are also facing more problems from herders, whose cattle graze on the farms closer to town before harvest is done.
To gaskiya wannan dai inda dai da ruwan dai hakan duk ba za ta faru da yawa ba. Da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin dai Fulani ne duk dai ba wanda za a ce ba.
Kowa ya yi taka rawa ciki.
Gaskiya ne.
Yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun? Ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abin. Hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru zaman lafiya tsakanin tunda daɗin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin su. Da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune muna zaune da ruwa daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12. Da akwai ruwa baya amma zuwa yanzu
sosai ba sa ɗaukan sa kamar wani muhimmanci.
Gona biyu haka aka ce kowanne a baya ina samun 30. Gona biyu ina samun 60 babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama.
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
That all affected the land. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm.
90%.
Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I'm farming more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Okay, kana ka dauka
babu sun ce shanu sun cinye ne yayi kuma ruwa bai shiga ba.
Some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya daukan hoton
da can waje a cikin su.
To a tsarin mu na uku kare na ba sai ya ga wani gaba da wannan.
The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani come because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
burtali burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali amma su wayansu manoma duk sun je sun kakkare sun je sun yi shuke da sauransu shi yasa su fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa an kare an kashe burtali da sauransu mun hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiya namu na nan bane daga wani guri ne suke zuwa in suka zo kuma ba za tsoron ɓannatar da kayan mutane kuma ba za tsoron faɗa.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing routes, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they knew nothing about apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again?
Seed.
Most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga daren mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu da mu ci mu ce muka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da rigar da samu a cikin kwarin
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these. We'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially, what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements. And they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and it will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and saved from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about... we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Good day, beautiful people. Welcome once again to your favorite program, our favorite program, The Conversation, coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name is Nelson Ekujumi, and I have here with me in the studio today Comrade Alhaji Razak Kolade Olukoba, popularly called Ake. Comrade Olukoba, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for joining us on the program today.
It's a pleasure being with you.
Well, yeah, beautiful people, our viewers, it's a great day again today in Lagos, Nigeria. And the conversation, like we all know, is a topical issues program that introspects or, discusses about happenings in Nigeria and in the diaspora. Top of the bill today, we want to look at the political alignment and realignment that we have started seeing pre-2027. Just some weeks back, the former governor of Kaduna State, as well as a member of the APC, Malam Nasir El-Rufai, they resigned his membership of the APC and jumped ship to the PDP, to the SDP. And since then, he has called on his fellow people in his shoes who might want to, to come on board the SDP with him. And we also saw former Vice President Atiku Abubakar also addressed a press conference. And out there, what is on the public space now is that they are talking of a mega party. Some are calling it major, And for me, the cloud looks easy in view of the fact that this is the garden of strange bedfellows, if you ask me. And looking at this coalition, I can tell you for free, as a keen or a political observer or watcher in Nigeria, that the only reason why Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is calling for this merger is to be able to actualize his ambition.
Political ambition.
And so, anybody coming into a merger that has Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, don't forget, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, as we speak, is still a bona fide member of the PDP. So if Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is calling for a merger, a coalition of forces, and all they are saying, that is one thing that baffles me, is that all they are saying is that they want to wrestle power from the APC. And we are asking, is it about wrestling power from the APC, or you want to come into office and do better than the APC? So it tells you clearly their mindset. And I still recollect pre-2023 election when Alhaji Atiku Abubakar in one of his public engagements said if he gets into power, the first people he will take care of are his friends. Meaning that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar political ambition is to feather the nest or oil the interests of his friends first and foremost. Then maybe the interests of Nigerians may come in second or last. Or I don't know.
Well, you see, the alignment and realignment that is taking place not only limited to people living in APC. There are also people that are also joining APC.
APC, yeah, the other way, yeah, yes.
The
PDP gubernatorial aspirant has joined the APC. Returned to APC.
And in other states also, there are other people who are either leaving or joining one party or the other.
Yes.
And there's a rumor that Raul may also become a member of another political party. We don't know.
But he has resigned his membership of the
APC.
He's no longer there.
So that is for sure. We have to warn the incumbents to be careful. APC is not my party. But the way you run your political party will determine the quality of your democracy. The quality of your democracy will determine the quality of your governance.
Absolutely, I agree.
So that's why we must pay attention to political parties.
I agree.
That we have to run it properly.
You know, because we run a party-based democracy.
The democracy.
So a healthy party democracy will bring about a healthy democracy for us.
So it's an umbilical cord.
Yes, I agree.
So the topic you are bringing up today has a lot of things to do with our life.
Absolutely.
It's not, you are not that for point for bringing this for discussion. Why I said AP should be very careful is because the rickety nature of alliance APC had when Jonathan was there looked like this too, and they did wonder. But
no, I don't think so. You know,
wait, let me lie. But Tinubu is not a careless person.
Okay,
he's not a careless politician. That is why I know that APC might not have many issues. The way presidents run the affair of a country at times determine a lot of things about his victory in election. Jonathan was fidgety at a point as a president. The person who made the INEC chairman, the IG of police, all these contribute to your victory in election. I didn't handle it very well. That was why he lost. So coming to Buhari, Buhari is a thorough politician. No, let me lie. Buhari is a thorough politician. And that's why APC, that we felt we become weak in the second tenure of Buhari, it became stronger. When Buhari was leaving, we thought that was going to shatter APC into pieces. He did it too. So, but that does not say that we don't have to call a note of warning to them that we have to be very careful.
Not take chances.
Not take chances. The way they run the sentiment of Nigerians and manipulate it is a concern. But politics of those days, people look beyond sentiment these days. People look at performance. And as we talk...
But even in looking at performance, you must also take the sentiment into...
Yes,
you don't jettison it to...
Yes,
it's very, very critical.
Yes, very important. As we talk, the student loan is not a facade.
Yes, it's real.
The base of a beneficiary is expanding by the day.
Expanding by the day, yes.
Price of life is fluctuating now.
Yeah.
Security situation is also getting better.
Better, yes.
And the government is looking in the direction of state police. The power sector, a lot of states are reluctant, but many states are picking up that courageous move to begin to generate power.
Because it has
power has been... So the picture is getting better.
Yes, clearer, yes.
So if you want to wrap up sentiment, intelligent and patriotic Nigerians will say that no. It's not as if we didn't see anything, though. It might not be as fast as we thought.
But things are getting better. Yes.
That is going to be a plus for Tinubu in the coming election.
Yes.
And between now and the next 1 or 2 years, there are things we will see have been able to do so that he'll be able to showcase in his campaign that look at my track record. And I said it's not a careless person. I know very, 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 very well that he has his own political strategy. It's in place and is implementing it. But PDP is in disarray. They are no longer in strong opposition.
Are they even an opposition now?
That rickety state,
PDP is divided, though. They are factionalized.
That rickety state they are is not a good condition for them to go into any election for now. They are in trouble. But SDP might be the natural platform for people. That's why I said, Rufai coming in, other people might want to.
But what is the political weight of a Rufai in the SDP? This was a man.
No, it's the president that I say we should. Maybe might have the courage of not wanting to come to. That's why I say you have to be very careful. You don't just assume and conclude that.
No, absolutely, yes.
So if Rufai comes, he's going to embolden others who might say, if I want to leave a PDP, I better go to APC. But because he's in SDP now, if I want to join, and that is why the door of membership for APC should be wide open. And I think that is the reason why GD is able to come in easily, and other people are also be going into APC in other states. So they should look at their own mechanism of getting more people inside and be more committed to their programs. Economic, on power sector, security,
infrastructure. For example,
yes.
When you talked about the achievements of the President Bola Ahmed, you look at the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. Look at the level of rate of work.
The Sokoto Lagos is also
the Ogbomoso Ilorin Highway has been awarded now because the former contractor failed to live up to expectation. So, but before going into
and
that,
all the states in the country that are ABCs are not doing bad at all. If you look
absolutely, yes.
For over 2 weeks now, Sanwo-Olu has been commissioning projects
everywhere in Lagos. You look at an Ekiti state, the same thing is happening. Yes.
Another region too, in the north,
even in the east, you talk about the Peter Mbai in so Comrade Local, but where I want to disagree with you is that you talked about why President Goodluck Jonathan lost in 2015. President Goodluck Jonathan lost in 2015 because of misgovernance. President Goodluck Jonathan lost in 2015 because he mismanaged the goodwill with which he came into office. This was a president under whose watch Boko Haram were controlling about almost 20 local governments.
And that's why I say it's fidgety.
No, it's not about fidgety.
The decision he needs to take
to
curb insecurity, yes. He didn't take that decision.
You talked about the...
Even on policies at times.
You talked about the...
Look at, if he's not fidgety, what is subsidy doing at his own time?
No,
if he's not fidgety.
People have tried to always remind us that in 2012, we took to the streets. You and I were actively involved.
Of course.
Because he removed subsidy. And I've tried to educate them. I said, look, what we had with Jonathan was that we wanted to have an intellectual discussion about this subsidy. And while Jonathan was pretending to listen to us, he went and did something else. And because we told him in 2010, when Goodluck Jonathan took over from late Yaradua, if I remember vividly, because I wrote an article on it, the amount of money being used to service the fuel subsidy regime was less than 300 billion naira in a year. When Jonathan became president in 2010, when Yaradua died, it rose to about 700 billion.
Yes.
Then by 2011, Jonathan said it was now about 1.3, and we said no, Mr. President, there's fraud in this thing, in this scheme. And Jonathan was pretending as if we were talking to the Marines, only for us to wake up on October 1, 2012, and realize that President Goodluck Jonathan had removed the subsidy and increased the petrol pump price because The major reason why we fought President Goodluck Jonathan, I think our viewers, I want them to understand, was that President Goodluck Jonathan did not show good faith with the resources of the Nigerian people as president. President Goodluck Jonathan, I remember a conversation former Senate President Bukola Saraki said he had with him, that he told him that this fuel subsidy is a scam. And President Goodluck Jonathan told him that, Senator, then he was not saying, he said the oil business is very oily. So President Goodluck Jonathan was a leader that when you identify a problem to him, the man doesn't know what to do.
I told you,
he will just say, leave it like that.
No, you understand. The man is fidgety. He's fidgety because he look at the complication of the consequence of what he might want to do.
Yes.
So the way out.
He was not decisive.
The way out is very rocky. He doesn't want to.
He doesn't want to rock any boat. So he wants things to go as usual.
Even the kind of person who make an INEC president, the profile, everything, you should examine it very well. So those were the things I like. All this you have also mentioned. It's majorly part of it. So eventually, when the coalition came, it was easy for the coalition. It was a walkover.
Yes, it was a walkover. Yes, he himself knew it.
But
that's why the election was.
When Buhari came on board, he surrounded himself with people who were authorities on political matters. So any coalition is dead on arrival. So, and part of the kitchen cabinet, politically of Buhari that time, that didn't make coalition work against his own government. He's not a president. So, in my mind, I know that the coalition will have a rough time to succeed. But they have to be very careful. They have to warn them. They have to be. So, all this concern that we are raising is not because we are member of any of their party, but because it's our responsibility to make sure that
issues.
All the political parties are healthy.
Yes,
so that democracy can fledge and can have good governance.
Absolutely,
and that's the essence.
I agree with you. I agree. You know, the other day when before the Supreme Court gave a ruling on the secretaryship of the PDP between Ude Okoye and Samuel Anyanwu, you know, we were concerned, and even the case of Rivers State, that the president that was a state controlled by the PDP. If the PDP had been a healthy party, they would have been able to resolve.
Work out how to resolve it.
Look at the crisis that happened in the Lagos State House of Assembly. The APC, as the ruling party, was able to call all the gladiators, and everything, you know, was resolved amicably.
As sensitive as it is.
Yes. So I agree with you absolutely that a viral democracy requires the critical ingredient of viral political parties. When political parties become one-man business or about one man's interest, or only about when they are, because when the APC unseated the PDP in power, the APC was the opposition. They were not at the center. But since the APC has destroyed the PDP from the center, it's like because of the lack of accessibility to resources, PDP is sinking.
They are now in tatters.
They are now in tatters.
Just because they don't have access to our national covers.
Yes, so I think that is a wake-up call to...
And that's a very bad motivation.
It's a very, very bad one. You can say that again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we want to go on a short break. You are still watching the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You are still watching the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name remains Nesina Kujimi, and I still have with me in the studio Comrade Razak Kolade Olokoba. Comrade Olokoba, thank you for staying with us.
Thank you very much.
Yes, in this, we want to quickly look at, we want to go into sports. And it is the 2026 World Cup qualifiers, the African qualifiers that we are going into. Nigeria, your Nigeria, our Nigeria, some hours ago, faltered in the 2026 World Cup qualification bid. The 2026 World Cup will be hosted by 3 countries, USA, Canada, and Mexico. And the Super Eagles, who showed class some maybe it's about 96 to 120 hours ago in defeating Rwanda 2 goals, to 0 in Kigali. Just some hours ago, faltered in their bid to qualify for 2026 World Cup by playing a 1-1 score draw with Zimbabwe right here in Nigeria. And ever since this match took place, a lot of people have written off the Eagles' chances of qualifying. And for me, it brings to fore the question again that I've always asked. What is really the problem with the Nigeria's senior national team? Is it about players or about the technical crew? We had a Genetra, we had a Passero, we had an Augustine Eguavoin, we had a Finidi George, then we had an Eric Chelle.
Well, the way I feel about watching Nigerian football, if that's actually you feel when you're watching other matches, I feel for football lovers. Because I don't watch football. Well, when it comes to Nigerian football, I don't joke with it though. You have to go to World Cup. If I don't go to World Cup, it's going to really depress me. So,
how do we go to the world? How do we qualify now? You see, with the present situation we are in?
You see, let's just get crash and go. But the deficiency in all the institutions in Nigeria, you can't leave football out of it. Look at the recruitment process. It's just coincidence that we always get good players. So the recruitment process is always faulty. You bring the coaching orderly, and you expect him to perform wonders. I know football. You guys are so impatient. If you win, you are like Nigerian politician. If you win, the coach is a good guy. No, if we lose like this, the coach is in trouble.
No, Kolomelo, you see,
I go to Manchester, and at times I go to the stadium to watch football. Not to go and watch football for my own. And I will see football lovers outside. They don't watch football. They just want to hear their match are flawed. Then they start causing chaos, hooliganism. So that attitude is still number one. Then the Nigerian attitude is also part of the contribution to why we don't do well.
What is the Nigerian attitude?
The board itself,
NFF
board are not doing a good job at all.
In what way?
They have to give the coach a breathing space to perform.
Do you think they are muzzling the coach?
Yes, because the coach must germinate his players. He must try to, not with one match. Friendly can be friendly. The spirit in playing friendly is different from when it's a real match.
Of course.
So you won't understand the rating of a player with a friendly until it gets to the real competition. And real competition, I'm a sport person. I'm a black belt in karate. So when I'm doing combat with my teammates, it's different when we are going for medals. The spirit of going for medal is always different. But when we go to national matches, when we sustain injuries, is that an assurance that when I come back home, are you going to fend for me? Payment of these allowances. Then kickbacks. Except like important players like Osimhen. And they still find a way of harassing him to out of it. So the rot in other institutions is still there until such a time that we have to inject patriotism in NFF. That this thing is not about the benefit that is going to accrue to you. It's about, because for me, I can't believe the coach.
Patriotism.
Patriotism, which is the motivation factor in other countries. It's not the money that Ronaldo is going to go and play for his country. The other popular guy too.
Messi.
It's not Messi. Money, it's the patriotism. We stopped the civil war because of Pele. We stopped the civil war because Mehmet Ali is coming here. So the way our blood rises, if that's the way the blood of the NFF is rising, we'll be watching matches. They will give the coach a breathing space. The coach that allows for negotiations. In most cases, what they bring to us.
Well, Comrade Lokoba, I don't have these facts that you are tabling on this program.
With all the things that players are saying about them.
No, just hold on. For me, I have, since in the last 24 hours, in fact, I didn't sleep well. Let me confess to you. when I woke up in the middle of the night, I was asking myself, what is troubling my mind? What is that challenge I have? I realized that it was the hangover.
That's the addiction you...
The fear of not qualifying for the 2020.
That's the addiction I see in Manchester with football for supporters.
The fear of not qualifying. Because we lost out we didn't qualify for 2022 World Cup in Qatar. Now 2026 is here. You see, for me, I have looked at it and I've come to realize that the problem we have are multifaceted.
Yes.
I agree with you. But most importantly, I think the NFF, majorly, needs to change the approach of bringing in all our foreign-based players. Because when these foreign-based players come to play at home, only few of them you see exhibit that spirit of seriousness.
Yes.
A lot of them, when they come to play for the national, they are playing as if they are doing us a favor.
Yes.
And it shouldn't be. There are lots of, they feel they are made. If you know you are made, please call it quits. Don't come to play for the national team. Because watching that match yesterday, Zimbabwe at home, I watched Ghana versus, Ghana played one of the African countries recently. And Ghana went there and defeated them by 3-0. So looking at the Nigerian team, the type of spirit they have invoked in us with the victory in Kigali, one had expected a whitewash of the Zimbabwe senior national team. Only for us, I know of some players in that national team. I've said it repeatedly to people around me, that if I'm in charge of the national, these guys will never come. Because these are guys who are more interested in their own selfish interests
like
when they are playing.
NFF needs to set the standards.
So
and it's not
the over-reliance on foreign-based players, we should stop it.
We have to set a standard, but it's the fans that cause for foreign base at times. You know,
no,
the fans can be funny.
No, the coach
if
is
you
also
say is the local that you want to call. The fans will be calling for. You see, the fans are difficult to manage when it comes to football.
In management,
very difficult to manage.
The buck stops on the table of the leader.
And see the way football fans react at times. Esomaka was shot when they lost.
The coach of Juventus, a former player, Thiago Motta, has just been sacked. In football or sports, it's the job of being hired and fired.
Yes, we are not doing well.
So you should be ready to take decisions, knowing that if it goes wrong, you bear the consequence. And so for me, because I've had that experience.
Let's go back to NFSS. Look at the agreements signed by most coaches. It's always very porous.
I don't know the agreement. I've not seen it.
And the coach always move around with his passport. Giving the kind of agreement, it's not secured at all. Go and look at.
But we had
except Westerhoff and Honor.
Manfred Honor.
That had good relationship with us, they have always left in bad shape. Are we that bad? It's the NFF. So they need to change their style. It's if let's take time to build a team. Like we have said, if you already bring these boys together, they can't connect. So let's take a decision now. We might miss this World Cup, but let's take a decision now that and you take care of them, even if they are going to collect the kind of money they collect in their club. But at least you pay for their fare. The food they will eat until they will go back, you must pay for it. But
of course, that's what we do.
When they come,
houses them in
and it became a tug of war.
No.
The little spend you are supposed to give them. Have you not heard of instances?
We've had instances of
there were match boycotts.
We've had instances of disagreement over money. Yes, but I can tell you for free, Comrade Lokoba, whenever the national team is playing and a player arrives, they are housed in hotel by the NFF. Whether their transport fare is paid immediately.
Another allowances are paid.
I can't vouch for that.
So as little as it is, let's do that. Then set a minimum time that within so we want to build. Look, the young boys are doing well because they catch them young and they have them around for a long time. They connect with each other and they bring trophies. Oh, as long as we continue in this manner, we may not go far. That's one. Then lastly, the politics in football, we are also missing it. It's not about your player being good, though. It's also about networking. which is beyond the field at times.
The
referee that is not racist. The referee.
No, this is an African. This is between African countries. There's no racism there now.
There are referees that assume that Nigerian player has always been very pampered. So these are areas that we don't
those are human biases.
Yes, and if we are not spending enough time in FF, you won't know it. So when they bring such matters up to the public, people will dismiss it. Countries don't just win, even many for good football nations, they don't kowtow to certain things. They get decimated in a way. So we must also be part of that politics that they are playing. They have taken decisions at that level that for some time now, it's not the time of Africa to become a world champion in the senior league. It is the time they want to give us those beautiful women in Nigeria that we will always win though. If it's not. So the rotation, they will do everything. They may have to rotate you to Africa this time too.
Come and look over.
It's an angle we are dismissing.
I don't want to dismiss the angle you are coming from, but I can tell you for free that the performance of the Super Eagles in the match against in the 2020.
I know many people would not sleep well yesterday.
Qualifier against Zimbabwe was very, very disappointing.
Many ballers would not sleep yesterday.
I'm even as I speak to you right now, I'm yet to recover from that that shock that we might. It is very, very high that we.
I know you're not exaggerating. I know that's what football is to many people.
Yeah, we are not qualified for the 2026 World Cup. Well, that is where we want to call it a wrap on the conversation today. We've had a beautiful conversation. Myself, Nesna Kujimi, and Comrade Razak Olokova. Thank you for coming onto the program.
I do appreciate for calling.
Thank you very much. Till we come away again next time, please continue to watch the conversation from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. Have a great day and bye-bye.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
J'ai le virus de planter des arbres. Ça me plaît beaucoup. Ici, c'était un dépotoir d'ordures ménagères. Du fait que les villageois ne savaient pas qu'est-ce que c'est que l'importance de la forêt, ils prenaient leurs ordures et les déposaient. En ce moment, je leur ai sensibilisé de leur dire que l'arbre doit vivre comme nous, donc il ne faut pas salir l'arbre. C'est ce que nous a donné l'impact positif pour avoir ici un périmètre pour cultiver. Le 2 mai 2005, on a allé voir les eaux et forêts qui nous ont attribué 500 mètres carrés. On a initié, intégré les femmes dans un AGR. Et avec ça, on a choisi le maraîchage. On était à 3 hectares, mais on ne cultive pas sous la haute tension et on nous a déguerpi et on est à 2 hectares.
Si on fait travailler ces femmes dans cette forêt, c'est pour qu'elles prennent également soin de cette forêt. Non seulement ça permet de fertiliser les sols, mais ça permet également de les autonomiser économiquement à travers la vente de fruits.
Tous les arbres fruitiers que vous voyez, c'est nous qui l'avons planté. Chaque citronnier, on y récoltait plus de 60 kilos.
Merci beaucoup. Que ce sont des dames très dynamiques, des dames très braves, qui subissent de plein fouet les effets des changements climatiques. Nous, on vient en rescousse pour informer, pour sensibiliser sur des solutions, la promotion de bonnes pratiques. Pour les cas pires, c'est également l'apparition de nouveaux parasites. Et ça, on le vit ici au quotidien et un peu partout au Sénégal. Ça participe également à la dégradation des sols. Justement, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on essaye de trouver comme solution prioritaire aujourd'hui le reboisement massif dans les périmètres maraîchers avec des espèces qui sont répulseurs aussi.
Notre projet d'avenir, si les femmes l'acceptent, on veut faire un projet de pépinière dans les alvéoles pour alléger les travaux.
La femme est à l'image de la terre. Ce sont des vrais écoféministes qui sont là, qui sont engagés pour la protection et la préservation de l'environnement.
La forêt, c'est nous et nous, c'est la forêt.
Ayatoro community is a theocratic communist setting funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayatoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayatoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria base. A lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here, both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shepherd Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWD means the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing sea culture coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have been expressing the sea church.
I'm shooting.
That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that wood. That is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here. Over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
I'm seriously worried. I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed, economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life, religious life, has been collapsed totally. Because Ayeto community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this current, recurring sea surge happening in Ayeto. And over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayeto community is known to be a self-developed community on its own without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore is destroying our land, up till now we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Ṣé ẹ bá wo gbogbo ibi ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn ohun àlùmọ́nì wa, àwọn ohun tí a ní ilé, ẹrù wa, ìmí gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè dìsámúra àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Fund the trip of those guys.
This thing is excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it? Highly devastating. We need support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female so that they can dry their fishes because the Atlantic breeze is, coming from the up. So that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women so that their kitchen can be the downside. So you have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alebiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu you have the information house or the glass house as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
It's submerged already.
That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people coming just like you came now. All the information you buy your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back, so it will be documented before you go into the community. That was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civil center, too, all of them are gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, we have the church building, the church street and the church building. Is gone already.
And that church is very important.
Very important. That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have the Olowojayi. Then after Olowojayi, you have the shoe making industry.
There used to be a
shoemaking industry. One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone. So we have after Olowojayi, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenwa. Then after Omogbenwa, we have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatened. Half of it is gone into into the sea. And then you have Tobase. Then after the Tobase street there, you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's it called?
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the male side now, the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. In almost we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated, and it has been eroded.
Just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where the female side might be affected. So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their wives.
With their wives.
Their wives. So the Oyetomi is the only one that you see. Then from the downside where you have the
and this broad street is no longer existing.
It's gone completely. Where you can have the broad street, the beauty of the broad street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the broad street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn church wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land will gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
It has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here, 1947, it is about 20 or 10, 15 kilometers to the shore. So people had to trek. I think Dr. Noge wrote a book about Ayato community, that the only challenges that the fishermen, because Ayato is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed the landscape, and we are worried about it.
This is the Community Technical College. Here we are. Now, you can see now, these are debris, has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now, that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place, and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plants. It has been affected, greatly affected by those sea surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social, cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence, because 2/3 of the community has gone already.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into extinction. We don't want that, because Ayato community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine, because when Ayato was having a technical school, the Ayato community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Ayato community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by the local carpenter, and those people that even built those deep boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International, is there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken within, let me say, within the space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue, so that Ayetoro is a historic community, so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadek, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue, so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging the federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Apá wa ò ká o, kàn jọ kàn má jẹ́ kó kùn yìí kó gbé wa lọ, gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa, gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè church, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
I'm now appealing to the state government,
federal government, and the world.
Many thanks for joining us on the newsroom. I'm Tamilore Akinkulie, and these are the stories we're following. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is planning to meet with service chiefs to discuss the rising killing in Plateau State, Benue, and other parts of the country on his return to Abuja from his 2 weeks working visit to Paris, the French capital. President Tinubu returned to Abuja on Monday night after spending 18 days on a working visit and a retreat in Paris and London. And the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, has constituted a team to investigate the alleged assassination claims by Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan against Senate President Godswill Akpabio. Akpabio petitioned Egbetokun demanding investigation and prosecution of the senator over the claims. And hundreds of supporters of the suspended governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, took to the street on Tuesday in protest demanding his reinstatement. This is the latest in a series of anti- and pro-protests that have rocked the state since March the 18th, when President Bola Tinubu declared a state of emergency in the state and suspended Fubara, its deputy Ngozi Odu, and members of the State House of Assembly. And the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of Economy, Wale Edun, is leading Nigeria's delegation to the 2025 International Monetary Fund Spring Meeting, holding from April 21st to April 22nd in DC. The IMF Spring Meeting aims to foster macroeconomic stability, provide policy advice, and assist nations facing balance of payments challenges. And the Ogun State Gateway International Agro-Cargo Airport has reached 97% completion as the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency (NAMA) said it has completed the essential runway checks and flight procedure validations on the facility. In a statement shared by Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun via his official X account on Tuesday, the validation brings the airport closer to the launch of commercial flight operations. And on the global scene, the funeral of Pope Francis will take place on Saturday, April 26, 2025 at 10 a.m. in St. Peter's Square. This was according to a statement issued on Tuesday by the Holy See Press Office. The Vatican also added that Pope Francis died of a stroke, causing a coma and irreversible heart failure, according to his death certificate. And finally, on sport, the 2025 World Athletics Championship are fast approaching, with 7 Nigerian athletes already securing their spot in 8 events at the prestigious competition, set to take place from September 13 to 21st in Tokyo. As the countdown begins, Nigeria's elite athletes are gearing up for the world's most prestigious athletic contest to compete against over 2,000 athletes from around 200 countries in a bid to claim the country's first medal since Toby Amoson's gold medal win in Oregon in 2022. And those are the stories we're following at the moment. Just join us at the top of the hour for more updates.
Cut. All right. What's your name again? Kemi?
Yes, sir.
Good. Are you ready for us for next week?
Yes, sir.
Next.
Go, sir. Go.
Look, what we need here is one who can speak fluent English. Give her a chance.
I need a angel to hold me. Hold me, my beautiful angel.
Cut! It is Angel, not Angel. Please, I'm done with you. Excuse us. Kemi was far better.
It's not about our rendition. It's not about our performance here. By the time she and her friends join us in our hotel rooms, you will know how far.
Can I have her phone?
She has a robust profile.
Real robust profile. I do not undercut professional ethics. It is an act of corruption. not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
Stop corruption.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal. How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the 4 walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogunbadejo Fola. So when he came to the school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs have even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding hands. Then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God to compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago as the senior prefect of the 1994 set.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
The only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and you know, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago, and there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down, the old building now came down, and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, you know, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, you know, and then, you know, build it up to lintel level, would you be able, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, you know, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me. But on a daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. Is it the restroom? Is it the classroom? Is it the offices? Is it the type of furniture there? It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, you know, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. You know, in fact, they were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, bro, what are you even doing this for? He said, Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them. It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Badimosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
People passing on the road, they were actually branching to see that a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can ease the going and coming of the students. So it's in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, will learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what they used to say it in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now, I can boast. This is the school I passed out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank Deji Badimosi for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Oliver twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it would be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan, a classroom where there's no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs. The chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words, but if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section? It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what, an old student has done. And then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something. And not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have, been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, I'm not a rich person, I'm not rich. It cost me so much. And but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that, people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it. Abdullahi Dalhatu began grape farming at Dufa Dufa village in Kudang local government area of Nigeria's northwest Kaduna state in 2003. Today, he's one of the very few Nigerian farmers growing grapes in commercial quantity in the country. And he's also the current national president of Grape Producers, Processors and Marketers Association of Nigeria.
What motivates me to go into grape farming is the potentiality associated with the grape farming activities. Because a grape farmer is raising handsome profit, is raising handsome income in grape farming. Because I doubt if there is another aspect of farming in agriculture which is highly lucrative than grape farming in Nigeria. I have started with the only one varieties of grapes called Black Hamburg. So on that time, it's only one varieties I am cultivating here, but now I am growing 7 different varieties of grapes. I have started with only 15 stand of grapes, but now I have more than 1,650 stand of grapes in this farm. comprise the different varieties, as I have said. Actually, I have started it from the small scale, but now it was a large scale.
Grape farming is rare in Nigeria. In fact, many had always thought it's almost near impossible to grow grapes in the country, since the overwhelming bulk of grapes consumed in Nigeria come from abroad.
When I saw the clip showing this project as a result of the visit of the chairman of the local government, I should be impressed, but I was also surprised and wonder whether this is also true. And that is why, after the whole thing has gone viral, a lot of people within the country and outside the country have called me to ask me whether this is actually true, because they believe this is a treasure. And I told them that I will not tell them it is true, although my chairman has come and seen it, but as somebody who is within the domain and the area is within my domain, I feel I should first come and see it before I tell the whole world that this is actually true. It's not magic, it's not any photo magic, it is a reality. From what I've seen, I'm extremely happy, and I must do whatever is humanly possible to encourage the gentlemen and other people that have started this project through any means possible. Intervention, government contact, any other thing that will bring more publicity to this project.
Data from the Observatory of Economic Complexity, OEC, estimates Nigeria's grapes import at over $8 million in 2023, while exporting a meager $36,000 worth of the fruit in the same year. But Dalhatu is working to change that narrative.
Since we discovered that most of the grape being consumed in Nigeria is being imported from abroad, so it's part of our vision to ensure that we promote the grape farming locally in Nigeria, so that our country will be self-sufficient in grape production, marketing, and export. So in the next future, I'm sure, in the next future time, I'm sure Nigeria, the dependency of grape importation in Nigeria will reduce up to 55%, so that we can rely on our local production and reach also the level of export with Nigerian locally grape productions.
Dalhatu says grape farming has been more than rewarding, and his customer base now goes beyond the country.
Actually, the grape marketing is so friendly in Nigeria because of the quality and the quantity of grapes we are producing. We are receiving different customers across the country coming direct to the farm and take and buy our product. Even international marketers are coming direct to this farm and access and buy our product due to its quality standard, the sugar content, the longer shelf life, and the quality of the product we are producing. We have the benefit of climate to get 2 good harvests per year, contrary to what is happening in the other countries. Based on the favorable climate we are blessed with, so we used to have a bumper harvest of 2 times in a year.
For now, Dalhatu grows only table grapes, which are widely consumed in Nigeria. But he says he's making plans to start growing wine grapes as well.
Grapes is a type of plant that has so many varieties. So Nigerian, we are only, as I told you, that we are only have the capacity to produce 7 different varieties of grapes. So we need more exotic and improved varieties. And most of that varieties are high-yielding varieties that will enable Nigeria to produce multiple numbers of tons in a harvest. So we need hybrid varieties of grape seedlings.
So far, Dalhatu has trained over 50 persons in grape farming here at his farm. Almost all his trainees have gone on to start their own grape farm. But he says grape farming comes with some familiar challenges.
One of the challenges is that inadequate water supply. Grape is a kind of plant that requires excessive application of water. So insufficient water supply is one of the factors that reducing the growth and development of grape value chain. And the second challenge is faced by our grape farmers inadequate of hybrid seed varieties. Then the third problem we are facing is the storage infrastructure facilities. Because there are situations whereby our grape farmers in Nigeria used to face the risk of losses due to the rain intervention. At the point of ripening, grape farmers face the risk of rainfall, and face the risk of rainfall, which will lead to damage of so many tons of grapes. So if there were to be more storage facilities like a cold room, that will enable both the producer and the marketers to reduce the level of risk, because when it was stored in a cold storage, the grapes will have access for a longer time before it damage. Then another problem is all farmers need financial support. So I'm sure if government will provide financial support to grape farmers by having a conducive and favorable climatic condition for growing grapes, I'm sure the rate of unemployment will drastically reduce.
Despite the challenges, Dalhatu is still marching on, his passion for grape farming unwavering as he embarks on the ambitious mission to help make Nigeria self-sufficient in grapes. Deji Bademasi, TV360.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates, because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I moved, she has to change school. So I was thinking maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter would be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So, as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and now found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center. And I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books, and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose and say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section. So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most times they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. We see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results.
Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like seeing as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's can be very, very tasking. And also, sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that.
She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things, not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well, and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. She I don't know, psychologically she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Wait, clap for yourself, clap for yourself.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids, it has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life, so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and they'll be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
J'ai le virus de planter des arbres. Ça me plaît beaucoup. Ici, c'était un dépotoir d'ordures ménagères. Du fait que les villageois ne savaient pas qu'est-ce que c'est que l'importance de la forêt, ils prenaient leurs ordures et les déposaient. En ce moment, je leur ai sensibilisé de leur dire que l'arbre doit vivre comme nous, donc il ne faut pas salir l'arbre. C'est ce que nous a donné l'impact positif pour avoir ici un périmètre pour cultiver. Le 2 mai 2005, on a allé voir les eaux et forêts qui nous ont attribué 500 mètres carrés. On a initié intégrer les femmes dans un AGR. Et avec ça, on a choisi le maraîchage. On était à 3 hectares, mais on ne cultive pas sous la haute tension et on nous a déguerpis et on est à 2 hectares.
Si on fait travailler ces femmes dans cette forêt, c'est pour qu'elles prennent également soin de cette forêt. Non seulement ça permet de fertiliser les sols, mais ça permet également de les autonomiser économiquement à travers la vente de fruits.
Tous les arbres fruitiers que vous voyez, c'est nous qui l'avons planté. Chaque citronnier, on y récoltait plus de 60 kilos.
Merci beaucoup. Que ce sont des dames très dynamiques, des dames très braves, qui subissent de plein fouet les effets des changements climatiques. Nous, on vient en rescousse pour informer, pour sensibiliser sur des solutions, la promotion de bonnes pratiques. Pour les cas pires, c'est également l'apparition de nouveaux parasites. Et ça, on le vit ici au quotidien et un peu partout au Sénégal. Ça participe également à la dégradation des sols. Justement, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on essaye de trouver comme solution prioritaire aujourd'hui le reboisement massif dans les périmètres maraîchers avec des espèces qui sont répulseurs aussi.
Nos projets d'avenir, si les femmes l'acceptent, on veut faire un projet de pépinière dans les alvéoles pour alléger les travaux.
La femme est à l'image de la terre. Ce sont des vrais écoféministes qui sont là, qui sont engagés pour la protection et la préservation de l'environnement.
La forêt, c'est nous et nous, c'est la forêt.
If the essence of government is the security and welfare of the people, then as long as there's plenty, poverty is evil. Affluent poverty. That's what we live in Nigeria. We're living in affluent poverty. The news recently broke that a British international primary school, Charterhouse, located somewhere in Lekki, Lagos, was charging as much as 42 million per annum as school fees for its pupil in a poor country like ours. However, the school management issued a statement clarifying the claim that the school fees are currently 26 million naira per annum and not 42 million. Oh boy, now wow. 26 million as school fees per annum for Pekin when they primary school in a poor country like Nigeria, where many states can't even pay 30,000 naira as minimum wage. And many of our public schools in the country are public slums. And unemployment rate is frightening as fraud is now celebrated as a profession. 26 million. Well, I know some of you will go to defend them now. They say, if education is expensive, try ignorance. And others will say, well, it's the school is attended by expatriate, kids of expatriate. Even at that, not before Nigeria that they make the money, whether they pay the expatriate salary. Must education be beyond the poor in a country like Nigeria, where ostentatious lifestyle is the attitude of government? So if you pay 26 million naira for a kid in primary school, that means you go pay 62 million naira for that kid in secondary school. And maybe 112 million for the same child when he enter university. And then the child will graduate, there won't be jobs. And then you send the child abroad. Is that not sufferhead? Go to countries like Poland, Germany, Czech Republic. Charles University and the University of Warsaw are some of the cheapest universities where top-tier programs are offered at an affordable rate. Although universities in all the Nordic countries are relatively affordable, but public universities in Norway remain free for everybody from both within and outside the EU, with the exception of a few specialized programs. But here in Nigeria, go to Edo University in Iyamo. It is ranked as the most expensive state-owned university in Nigeria. Yet, the other state university, Edo State University in Ekpoma, under the previous administration of Godwin Obaseki, suffered from lack of infrastructure and adequate funding until the recent administration in Edo. So what that means is simply this: rich separated themselves from the poor. Now, wow. How many people still remember, the craze those days about British International School? But with the current school fees of 4.6 million and 6.8 million, for boarding, I guess the super rich now, when they pay 26 million as school fees of primary school children, would think, oh, that's poor. So came Chatham House, and yet government go look the other way in a poor country. We know job despite the expensive school, and you expect people not to steal? Yeah, well, what am I even saying? What can government do? When even Nile University in Abuja, where most of our government officials and Abuja politicians, they go get their degree, especially in law, no come cheap. And even some churches, when collect tithe and offering from members to build schools, most of these members that contributed the tithe and offering cannot afford to send their children to these schools. So what do you expect? Even recently, remember Wigwe University in Isiokpo in Rivers State was in the news, not for the death of its founder, but as the most expensive university in Nigeria, with school fees ranging from 12 million naira. And some of these fees are priced in dollars. And our government is pretending to be looking for solution to our dollar problem, while they turn a blind eye to this open segregation in a country where our collective welfare is supposed to be their responsibility. Oh boy, to your tent, oh Israel. You won't blame them though. Don't you see how we openly spray monies in parties as if money is going out of faction? So that's why they think we are rich. Yet, there are no roads to our villages and insecurity is ravaging the country. Even as our public officials drive around our dilapidated road and public slums in exotic and expensive cars, the cars will neither produce nor assemble here. Yet, with retinue of aides and barrage of mobile police, where the future generations are either emerged in prostitution, hookup, or fraud, I beg no verse, yahoo, as a means of livelihood. Outrageous display of affluent poverty, you would say. This is the reason why some properties without any special infrastructure around them in some area, some area never get road, apart from the fact that there's so much money to waste, are so expensive and priced in dollars in places like Maitama, Sokoro, and environs in Abuja, and Banana Island, and in some places in Lagos, in a poor country like Nigeria, than properties in Miami waterfront in rich America. So no matter how much we all condemn or criticize these things, it will not go away, because the reality is that most Nigerians want to be like these people who are physically rich but mentally poor. As we only criticize them when we are poor, but the moment we become rich or hold public office, we will create segregation, poor and the rich. We move over to expensive slums like Lekki, send our children to special schools, meant only for the rich, occupy government positions and steal public funds, ride expensive cars without identifiable or sustainable means of livelihood, and display wealth irresponsibly and spray endlessly at parties. That's just our life. So, go stop. So if I lie, anyway, check those occupying public offices today. Between 15 and 12 years ago, they were mostly critics of the attitude of the government then. But today, they are all in government and repeating exactly what they once criticized, even if not even worse. So I will therefore advocate, until we see government as a vehicle for public good, social justice, creating job opportunities, infrastructural development, equality, and a vehicle for impacting our community positively, people will continue to chase wealth, material possession, and position as a way of life and end up not living at all. Government must take job creation as a priority and endeavor to consciously and consensuously celebrate and compensate hard work and create regulation in every sector to avoid a society of wealth without work. The attitude where government officials are at the forefront of displaying affluence in the midst of poverty must be discouraged, as it pushes people to acquire wealth without work. Lastly, our orientation should help improve our mindset to the fact that voluntary and selfless service helps write our name in gold in the sand of time. That even when we die, our name will be so engraved in the heart of the world that time will never erase it. Well, I don't want to talk too much. Make I pause and here to enable you make your own contribution in all our social media platforms shown on your screen. Also help us to share the message so that we can collectively change our society. For no matter how expensive education is, without commensurate effort to promote and create job opportunities, you will still end up as poor. No be me talker. Remember, the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. See you next week.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I am Victoria Konde, and these are the headlines we are tracking at the moment. The newly appointed Director Army Public Relations Lieutenant Colonel Apollonia Anelli has resumed office. Anelli, who is the first female officer to be appointed Army spokesman, took over from her predecessor, Major General Onyema Nwachukwu, at a handing and taking over ceremony held at the Army headquarters in Abuja. Now, the Nigerian Bar Association Osogbo branch has condemned the arson of the Osun High Court in Ilesha on Monday. The NBA, in a statement by its chairman Yemi Abiono on Tuesday in Osogbo, described the incident as a heinous attack that poses a serious threat to justice delivery and the rule of law. According to Abiono, it is worrisome that such a dastardly attack is happening the second time, having recorded a similar incident few years ago in Court 3, where the chambers of the judge was razed. Now, the Nigerian government has announced a full closure of the Ijora Bridge in Lagos for critical repair works. During the inspection of the bridge on Monday, Olukorede Kisha, the Federal Controller of Works, said the route will be closed to traffic on April 27. Kisha said the bridge, which connects Ijora Causeway to Apapa, needs comprehensive repairs with defective bearings beneath the deck due for replacements. Now, both Uber and other app-based drivers in Lagos will shut down operations and refuse rides on May 1st, 2025 as part of a 24-hour protest against what they describe as poor working conditions and anti-labor practices. The Lagos chapter of the Amalgamated Union of App-Based Transporters of Nigeria said its members will stay off the apps on International Workers' Day to demand fair compensation, safer working conditions, and respect for their rights. The announcement was made in a statement signed by the union's public relations officer, Stephen Imidoye, on Tuesday, as reported by journalists. In the world of business, the Onne multi-purpose terminal in Rivers State has successfully hosted a 6,606-foot equivalent unit vessel named Kota Karum. The terminal operator announced this in a statement on Monday. It added that the vessel is the largest ever to berth at the Onne Federal Ocean Terminal. It said the milestone event further underscored OMT's growing prominence as a hub for large-scale maritime trade in West Africa. On the global scene, Russian President Vladimir Putin will not attend Pope Francis's funeral, the Kremlin confirmed on Tuesday. Putin's foreign travel is limited by an International Criminal Court (ICC) arrest warrant. He is subject to the ICC warrant for the alleged forced deportation of children during Russia's offensive on Ukraine. Finally, on sports, seven-time African champions, the Flying Eagles of Nigeria, will face host Egypt on Tuesday in a friendly game ahead of the 2025 Under-20 AFCON, which kicks off in Cairo on Monday, April 27. The Flying Eagles arrived in the Egyptian capital city on Sunday, more than a week ahead of their first game against Tunisia next Thursday. A delegation of 24 players and 9 officials, led by the head coach Aliyu Zubeiru, touched down at Cairo International Airport to board Egypt's air flight on Sunday evening. Those are the major stories from our newsroom at this moment. We'll keep you updated at the top of the hour.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Sydney Okafor. In keeping with his administration commitment to delivering quality education for students in Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has officially opened state-of-the-art classroom blocks, complete with a mini football pitch and a multi-purpose sports court at Keme Balogun Junior Senior College in Ibeshe, Ikorodu. The inauguration marked the commissioning of 16 state-of-the-art classroom blocks for secondary schools, facilitated by the Special Committee on the Rehabilitation of Public Schools across the 6th Education District in Lagos State, in line with the state's Team Plugs agenda. Please take a look at the new state-of-art classroom blocks for secondary schools.
The commissioning of the new classroom blocks is expected to enhance the school's learning environment and improve the quality of education. Governor Sanwo-Olu, who was received by a large crowd of residents and students, said the simultaneous inauguration of 16 new blocks of classrooms across the state is a testament to his administration's commitment to providing top-quality education for all residents. The governor further emphasized that the construction and renovation of these schools not only improve educational quality but also create jobs, stimulate the local economy, and provide livelihoods for workers involved in the projects.
Do one commission or two, we have to do it in concurrent and in large number. And today, in the past 1.5 months, we've been commissioning roads, we've been commissioning drainages. Now is the education sector, which is under a Teams Plus agenda. For some of you that are monitoring, earlier today, we went and commissioned the very ultra-modern, beautiful classroom block in a brand new school of Ajegunle Junior High School in Koshofe local government area on our way here. Also earlier today, with the Permanent Secretary, Tutor General, and 1 or 2 cabinet members, they've gone ahead to commission the Odogunyo Junior Grammar School, also here in Ikorodu. You can see that these ambitious events consolidate our commitment to development and pursuit of educational excellence and the social economic development in our state. Education, we say, is a cornerstone of our Teams Plus agenda. It's the engine that drives economic growth. It reduces inequality and empowers individuals to break the cycle of poverty. By investing in these schools, we're investing in the social economic fiber of our various communities. Earlier today, and you could see it from the video, I was deeply moved when we went to the Ajegunle Junior High School. This was a community that has been denied for the past almost 15 years. When heavy flooding ravaged the entire community and they lost the only school that they had. But about 2.5 years ago, they did wrote to us passionately and we did responded. Driving into that community this morning brings a nostalgia of the real essence of governance. When government make a promise and you keep a promise. Not only have we done the road into that community, that school had almost 150 pals. We did not consider the extent of what resource we needed to do to give that community a befitting world-class educational institution. And they also have the sporting grounds because a canteen and a football pitch was also constructed for them.
In the address, other speakers say the structures would not only enhance academic excellence, but also provide a conducive environment for learning.
Your action consistently reflects the premium you place on learning, demonstrating a deeper appreciation for its transformative power. Indeed, this is a shining testament to your dedication to educational advancement and holistic well-being of our students.
Keme Balogun got attention following instructions from Mr. Governor when he got the information that the first set of the classroom blocks had 3 bungalows here before. To my left here, you see 2 bungalows still existing. In between those 2 bungalows, there is another one. So when we came here, we realized that they are all in derelict situations. We conducted some soil tests, and the result of the soil test immediately advised that we need to demolish one of the bungalows. When we did that, it became obvious that the classroom to student ratio was not adequate. The population spiked, and as a result, when we approached Mr. Governor, the situation we are having here, he instructed the construction of the edifice we are seeing to my right. Thank you very much, sir. To do this building, typical with our modus operandi, standard operating procedures of scripts that have been laid down by Mr. Celibo, we conducted a structural test in this environment to be sure of the type of foundation we are going to put this building on. You know, because we don't want to assume that Ikorodu is solid soil. So what we do generally as a standard operating procedure that Mr. Governor has insisted we go through is to do a soil test to be sure, because we don't want to have any collapse.
The Lagos government says it has constructed about 1,290 blocks of classrooms across the 6 education districts of the state and also rehabilitated over 4,000 classrooms in both primary and secondary schools in the state within 6 years. It's promised to deliver some of the ongoing road projects in Ikorodu and build more primary and secondary schools for the benefit of the residents.
Education is the future of any nation. So it's to pay close attention. But where I want improvement is the teachers, because teachers can only teach what they know. So our teachers in those schools need more trainings, because they can't give what they don't have. What I've observed is that some of the teachers are not even qualified to teach. So they should pay attention to this. Their trainings, they need to be trained to train. If they don't have the training, no matter what facility they put down, nothing will, because it's what goes into the hearts of the children that will come out in the society. So education is very fundamental. It's a vital key to the development of a state, a nation, or any country. So that's my take on that. They should pay attention to the teachers. Because if you have a teacher that knows what they are teaching, the children will learn well and they will understand what they are learning. Teachers determine how, because these teachers are like leaders, they're like role models to the students.
We shouldn't even be thanking them for that. It is the right of every Nigerian to be educated. Constitutionally, at least from the primary school to secondary school, at least, every student, every Nigerian child has that constitutional, right to that educational, stages of the stages. You understand? For me, I believe we are still lagging. So many out-of-school children, especially in the north, we are better off here in the south, but we can do more. We have always taken the forefront in terms of education. We continue to do more. There are so many of our children out there who are not in school today. If the education is made affordable, if classrooms are moved closer to those children, there wouldn't be any need for them to trek miles before getting to their school, or entering buses that will take them kilometers before they get to their school. Schools should be brought closer to them, and if it's not brought closer to them, there should be programs, facilities that will ensure that they are taken to school and brought back home. Then again, it must be affordable. I believe it should be a criminal offense for any family or parent not to send its ward to school, especially where the government has provided the needed classrooms. And I believe, while I do not want to thank the government because it is right of every Nigerian to go to school, I believe they should do more, and they are trying. I want to appreciate them for that.
Corruption now.
Hello. Alahaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello? Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I will just call you. Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we're in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you're raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country. In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the go-to app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. That is truly commendable by the governor. Our next story focuses on the commissioning of the new bus terminal in Abule Egba suburb of Orile Agege Local Council Development Area in Lagos State, which has now been integrated into a expanding network of modernized public bus stations connecting various communities in Lagos. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu officially commissioned the newly completed Abule Egba bus terminal, aimed at improving and facilitating seamless mass transportation between suburb and other parts of metropolis. Can they take a look?
This new Abule Egba bus terminal has officially been opened to the public by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu alongside his deputy Femi Amzat and other stakeholders. The launch is part of Governor Sanwo-Olu administration's commitment to build a seamless and integrated transportation network that will provide Lagos residents with improved daily commuting. The governor, speaking at the event, disclosed that the project is a fulfillment of his pledge to upgrade the public transportation system for the people of Lagos.
Today, here in the ever-bustling Abule Egba, we're here to hand over to the people another public infrastructure that will aid their seamless commuting from here to other parts of Lagos and even perhaps to other parts of the country. This infrastructure reflects our commitment to continuously enhance our public transportation system. We're strengthening connectivity and we're improving the overall experience of our commuters. We are dedicated to taking ongoing steps to advance and to modernize public transportation across the state. You see that in addition to the blue line, to the red line that are in operation, you are aware that we are making moves to kickstart a 68-kilometer green line from Marina to the Lekki Free Trade Zone. You are also aware that we're in discussion stage, haven't done some feasibility on the Purple Line, which is a 60-kilometer from Volkswagen, which is an offshoot from the Blue Line, to all the way into Ogun State, the Redemption Camp by Mowe. We believe these are all connectivity that will enhance the rail infrastructure. You'll recall sometime last year that we went and signed MOU with Czech and the Ministry of Finance Incorporated to bring about the fusion of the Green Line. And I'm happy that work is starting very soon. Discussions are in advanced stages. Designs and drawings are being completed. And before the end of this year, you will begin to see the construction of that all-important Green Line project. That project, when completed, even has a capacity to carry well over 600,000 passengers at its peak. And so this is big public transportation solution that we're about. I'm happy that I'm happy that our rail infrastructure continue to contribute to the mobility of Lagosians. To further enhance that, we are also improving and enhancing our bus services. We are anticipating the arrival of new CNG buses and electric buses by the third quarter of this year. They are being produced as we speak, and I believe everything will be done preparatively to begin to receive these buses before the end of this year. This, we believe, would be a major addition to our current fleet, which will improve availability of buses and reduce waiting times at all bus corridors.
Lagos State Commissioner for Transportation Oluwaseun Osiyemi, through his permanent secretary, said the state policy reflects the government's commitment to safe, reliable and affordable transportation for all residents.
This is more so as the movement of commuters, goods and services from place to place are vital and inseparable aspects of global and urban economic survival. Over the years, the Lagos State Ministry of Transportation has reflected the contemporary realities and the vision of the present administration as regards bequeathing Lagosians with an efficient and effective transport system. This informed the various policies the ministry adopted to ensure reduction in traffic congestion at places where otherwise motorists and commuters spend many unproductive hours in traffic. You will all recall the executive order signed by Mr. Governor on traffic management, following which very critical junctions were identified and remodeled to mitigate traffic gridlock. The government has worked on these junctions to engender better traffic flow. We can attest to the salutary effects of such improvement on Allen Roundabout, Lekki First and Second Roundabout, and the ongoing improvement at Toyin Okpebi Allen and at the Bola Subdivision areas. To better manage traffic-related issues such as overspeeding and indiscipline on the road, the government, through the ministry, has installed ITS in some areas of Lagos State. We have installed e-police signs at Allen Avenue Junction and Nuruddin Olookoko Road. We have also installed road signs to inform motorists of these regulations. About a year ago, Mr. Governor unveiled the state transport policy, a roadmap to Lagos' brighter, more effective, efficient, and sustainable future. Mr. Governor informed that the policy became necessary to eliminate the barrage of transport challenges facing the state's transport system, ranging from traffic congestion to pollution and inadequate infrastructure. The Lagos State transport policy is built upon a foundation of inclusivity, sustainability, and innovation. It embodies the government's commitment to providing safe, reliable, and affordable transportation options for all residents, regardless of their socio-economic status or location within the state, as well as integrating our various modes of transportation. The soon-to-be commissioned Abelegba bus terminal therefore reflects the letters and spirit of the Lagos State transport policy. It is to provide a central place for connecting to different parts of Lagos, and based on this, I want to congratulate Mr. Governor on commissioning yet another impactful and life-changing infrastructure for the Abelegba community of Agege and the entire Lagos State. Mr. Governor, please be assured of our desire to continue to work until the last hour of this administration to bring your vision and that of the state government to reality.
This administration prioritizes traffic management and transport as the first pillar of its Themes Plus agenda. The Lagos State government has been and is still investing in the provision of infrastructure for public transportation, including rail, bus services, and water transportation. To properly coordinate bus operations in communities, bus terminals are necessary and are thus provided. Bus terminals are important because they provide a central location for passengers to board and exit buses and connect to other forms of transportation. To date, the Lagos State government has provided bus terminals in Ikeja, Oshodi, Transit Interchange, Aja, Oyingbo, Yaba, Ojota, Ifakoijae, and now at Abule Egba. Iyano Ipaja bus terminal is currently also under construction. Like other terminals before this, Abule Egba terminal has loading bays, a terminal building with a customer service area, a waiting area, spaces for restaurants and other commercial services, offices for ground staff and other BOCs, public conveniences, a water treatment plant, and provision for green energy, amongst others.
This development has integrated Abule Egba, located in the Orile Agege Local Council Development Area, into Lagos's growing network of communities connected by modern public bus stations. Abule Egba residents have commended the governor for the project but urged for affordable bus fares.
Abule Egba too is moving forward. If you look at the Abule Egba, they've changed it compared to 5-10 years backward, because I lived at Songo, something like that. But they've changed the face of Lagos as a whole, and they are building gradually. So I will tell Lagos State as a whole that they should remember us in Badagry. Presently, I reside in Badagry. God will help them. They've tried concerning the express road there, and God will help them to do more and more to all sectors, all areas in Lagos State. Up Lagos State, up Nigeria.
When you are partaking in BRT buses, it applies to everyone, whether you own a car or you don't. It decongest the traffic on the highways, so everybody don't have to put their cars on the road. So sometimes, if you don't have a special function, you can just leave your car back home and make use of the public transport, like the BRT. So the one in Abule Egba, I think it's like, you know, and because that place is heading towards Ogun State, Abeokuta. So if you are able to get there faster, you can, you know, continue your journey to other areas. And people that are staying there, they can easily live like in outskirts of Lagos, while they live there. And they can go to work and come back on time without wearing out. So it's helping the masses a lot.
Sanwo-Olu added that the state expects new CNG and electric buses by the third quarter of 2025 with the aim to enhance Lagos bus services. He also urged residents to take ownership of the project to prevent vandalism of the infrastructure.
Welcome back. Lagos residents are truly reaping the benefits of taxpayers' money. Kudos to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his team. Well, that's all we have on this episode of Lagos Voices. I'm Sydney Okafor. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.
Ayetoro community is a theocratic communist setting
funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayatoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayatoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria base. A lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here. Both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shepherd Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWD means the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing sea culture coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have been expressing the sea church.
I'm shooting. That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that wood. That is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here, over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
I'm seriously worried. I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed, economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life, religious life, has been collapsed totally. Because Ayatoro community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this current, recurring sea surge happening in Ayatoro. And over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayatoro community is known to be a self-developed community on its own without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge, as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore, is destroying our land. Up till now, we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Tí ẹ bá wo gbogbo ibi ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn ohun àlùmọ́nì wa àwọn ohun tí a ní ilé ó máa ẹrù wa ìmí gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè dìsámúra àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Fund the trip of those guys. Trip of those guys.
This thing is excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it? Highly devastating. We need support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female, so that they can dry their fishes, because the Atlantic breeze is, it's coming from the up, so that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women, so that their kitchen can be the downside. So you have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alebiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu you have the information house or the glass house, as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
It's some months already.
That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people come in just like you came now. All the information about your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back, so it will be documented before you go into the community. That one was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civil center, then too, all of them are gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, you have the church building, the church street and the church building is gone already.
And that church is very important.
Very important. Community. That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have the Olowojayi. Then after Olowojayi, you have the shoe making industry.
There used to be a
shoemaking industry. One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone.
It's gone.
So we have after Olowojayi, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenwa. Then after Omogbenwa, we have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatened. Half of it is gone into into the sea. And then you have Tobase. Then you have, after the Tobase street there, you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's it called?
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the what's called the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the main side now, those the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. In almost we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated, and it has been eroded.
Just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where
yes.
the female side might be affected.
Yes.
So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes, yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their wives.
With their wives.
Their wives. So, Oyetomi is the only one that you see. Then from the downside where you have the
and this broad street is no longer existing.
It's gone completely. It's gone completely. Where you can have the broad street, the beauty of the broad street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the broad street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn chọ́ọ̀chì wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land will gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
It has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here, 1947, it is about 20 or 10, 15 kilometers to the shore. So people had to trek. I think Dr. Noge wrote a book about Ayeto community. That the only challenge is that the fishermen, because Ayeto is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore. Too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed the landscape, and we are worried about it.
This is the community technical college. Here we are. Now you can see now these are debris has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plants. It has been affected, greatly affected by those sea surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social, cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence, because 2/3 of the community has gone already.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into extinction. We don't want that, because Ayeto community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine, because when Ayeto was having a technical school, the Ayeto community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Ayeto community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by the local carpenter, and those people that even built those beauty boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International, is there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken within, let me say, within the space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue, so that Ayetoro is a historic community, so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadec, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging the federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Apá wa ò ká o, kàn jọ kàn má jẹ́ kó kùn yìí kó gbé wa lọ, gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa, gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè church, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
I'm now appealing to the state government, federal government, and the world to give what you call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 7 years, about 20 years back, if we tell you the extension of this place, you can't believe.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they thought that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Goree Island. or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscles. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is the punishment room for the rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the rope. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right in that you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million.
very emotional, but he knows it very, 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 in a higher level, the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries. And also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slavery.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I'm Okpeyemi Owosheni, and these are the stories we're tracking at the moment. The Benue State government has blamed the recent attacks on communities in the state on criminals bent on grabbing land from the victims. The Chief Press Secretary to the Governor of Benue State, Teso Kola, disclosed this while speaking during a televised interview on Tuesday. He said the perpetrators, whom he described as terrorists, invade communities with motorcycles and AK-47 and carry out their gruesome acts with the aim of sending the residents out of their ancestral homes. The All Progressive Congress has fixed the nomination and administrative fees for aspirants vying for different seats in the July 12 local government elections in Lagos State. The fees are contained in the party's election guidelines, jointly signed by the chairman Cornelius Ojalabi and Adeola Jokomba, the APC chairman and secretary respectively. The party in the guidelines released on Tuesday said chairmanship aspirants are to pay 5 million naira as a nomination fee and an additional 500,000 naira as administration fee. A chieftain of the People's Democratic Party, Bode George, has criticized former Vice President Atiku Abubakar for his recent visit to former President Muhammadu Buhari at his residence in Kaduna State. George expressed his displeasure during an appearance during a televised interview on Tuesday. The former Deputy National Chairman of the party also dismissed the coalition agenda, emphasizing that it is a ploy to weaken the main opposition party. And Nigeria's Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake, has disclosed that the Nigerian government collected 6.95 billion naira in mining fees in the first quarter of 2025. In an ex-post highlighting key developments in the mining sector, Alake said the Nigerian government also registered 118 new private mineral buying centers within the period. According to him, the achievements are a direct reflection of dedicated effort to raise awareness and attract investors into Nigeria's mining industry. And Burkina Faso's military-led government has announced that it successfully thwarted what it described as a major coup plot targeting junta leader Captain Ibrahim Traore. Burkina Faso Security Minister Mohamedou Sana disclosed this in a televised address that both active and retired soldiers allegedly working in coordination with terrorist groups had conspired to storm the presidential palace. And the Italian government has declared a 5-day period of national mourning following the answers of public burial flying at half-mast. Strict security measures are in place in the capital. funeral service on Saturday, the 26th of April, 2025. A Nigerian long jump star Ese Brume is set to open her season this weekend when she'll be competing at the 115th Drake release in Des Moines, Iowa, USA. The meet is going to be Brume's first event since her 5th place finish at the Paris Olympics in August 2024. And those are the stories making the round from our newsroom at this time. We'll update you at the top of the hour.
Opinions.
Can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is for it.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion.
Faith in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it, so that you can understand.
It's a pleasure to have you join us on Money Matters on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Okbayemi Owosheni. We begin with business news. The Nigerian government has signed a $328.8 million contract with Chinese firm China Machinery Engineering Corporation to rehabilitate and expand Nigeria's electricity transmission network under Phase 1 of the Presidential Power Initiative. This agreement covers engineering, procurement, construction, and financing for the development of 330 kV and 132 kV transmission lines across the country. It is aimed at improving grid reliability and reducing generation capacity. The project will be coordinated by FGN Power Company, a special purpose vehicle established by the Nigerian government to oversee implementation of the PPI. The World Trade Organization Director General Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala says the United States and China tariff war could reduce trade in goods between the two economic grands by 80%, putting down the rest of the world economy. President Donald Trump raised tariffs on China to 125% on the 9th of April 2025 as the world's two largest economies fought over retaliatory levies. The WTO chief in a statement said the escalating trade tensions between the United States and China pose a significant risk of a sharp contraction in bilateral trade. According to her, preliminary projections suggest that merchandise trade between two economies could decrease by as much as 80%. We'll take a break here and be back with company news.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. Now, Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals has announced a reduction in the ex-depot loading cost of petrol from 880 naira to 865 naira per litre. Now, this price cut took effect on the 10th of April 2025. Filling stations with special agreements with Dangote Refineries such as MRS Oil and Gas are expected to adjust their pump prices to approximately 910 naira per litre, reflecting the new ex-depot price. Now, this move follows a crucial meeting held earlier in the week between representatives of the Dangote Refinery and Wali Edu, that's Nigeria's Minister of Finance. At the meeting, the Nigerian government reiterated that the Naira for Good policy would continue despite previous changes under the leadership of the former NNPCL boss, Mele Kyari. And the market value of Transnational Corporation PLC Transcorp Group listed entities is $3 billion as of today, even as Transcorp's chairman Tony Elumelu has called for prioritization of power sector initiatives in Nigeria. Elumelu disclosed this at the 19th annual general meeting of Transcorp on the 10th of April. He revealed that when his team took over Transcorp in 2011, its market capitalization was less than 20 billion naira. He, however, acknowledged the role of the company's shareholders in growing its value together over the years. We'll go on a break now, but when Money Matters return, we'll be discussing Nigeria's net foreign exchange reserve at the end of 2024, standing at $23.11 billion. I'll bring you details after this break.
Hello, Alahaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello, Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I will just call you. Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we are in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country. Welcome back. Now, Nigeria's net foreign exchange reserve as at the end of 2024 stood at $23.11 billion, the highest level in over 3 years, reflecting a substantial improvement in the country's excellent liquidity, reduced short-term obligations, and renewed investors' confidence. Now, according to a statement by the CBN, the increase marked an increase from $3.99 billion at the year end of 2023, $8.19 billion in 2022, and $14.59 billion in 2021. Now, the gross external reserves also increased to $40.19 billion when compared to the $33.22 billion at the close of 2023. The increase in these reserves reflects a combination of strategic measures undertaken by the CBN, including a deliberate and substantial reduction in short-term foreign exchange liabilities, notably swaps and forward obligations. Now, let's discuss this significant increase further. Economist Mukhtar Mohammed now joins me on the program. Thank you for joining me on the program, Mr. Mohammed. Now, this is a very, very significant development. Now, what specific policy actions by the CBN do you think contributed the most significantly to the sharp increase in Nigeria's net foreign exchange reserves, particularly the reduction of short-term foreign exchange liabilities?
I think it has to do with the current, will I say, policy in terms of looking at FX as a means of driving in imports into the Nigerian economy. I think they make sure that most of the people that have FX are genuine people that need to import goods into the country. They've reduced sharp practices in the FX space. For me, that is one of the major policy drive that have resulted in this sharp increment in the short term. For me, I think that is one of the best policy they do, trying to make sure that all the sharp practices, especially from banks and civil servants, were reduced to the barest minimum, especially in the FX market.
Now, the CBN Governor Layemi Cardoso has stated that the improvement in the net foreign exchange reserves is the result of deliberate policy choices aimed at rebuilding confidence in the country. Now, in practical terms, what policy measures exactly do you think have had the most immediate effect on improving investors' confidence and external liquidity? And what are the chances that they are likely to continue to yield long-term benefits?
Yes, I think one of the major is the two-way exchange system, inflow and outflow. We have seen that for the first time we are having inflow, and we are not having people complaining that they could not repatriate their money back to their country. I think for me that was one that have really been able to boost confidence in people. That policy of a two-way exchange system, that for me is what has really brought more confidence to the economy. And if you look at the data from the Nigerian Stock Exchange, you see that a lot of outflow from foreign investors out of this country, and none of them is complaining that their money has been trapped here in Nigeria. So for me, I think that is one area that they have really worked very hard and brought out those confidence in this in the FX market. Now, will we be able to sustain that? I have my doubts. Because again, that is largely going to be driven by availability in terms of output of crude oil sale. How much of these crude oil sales are we able to sell in the international market to earn more effects into our foreign reserve? And you know the challenges that we are having in the Niger Delta in sense of even meeting a budget target of 2.06 million barrels per day.
Given the reduction in short-term liabilities like FX swaps and forward contracts, how do you view Nigeria's current approach to external debt and its overall foreign exchange management?
I think for forward payment, I think that is still ongoing. You need to look at the issue that is happening between Dangote and them. Maybe there's a reduction in it, and I think that's what they are working tirelessly to do. I think that is still ongoing. That also have an impact. Would they be able to? I don't get the second question we're trying to say.
So one of the things the Apex Bank emphasized on is the role of increased foreign exchange inflows, particularly from non-oil sources. Now, which non-oil sectors do you think will continue to drive these inflows in the near future? And what challenges also do you think might arise in maintaining this growth that we've seen so far?
Well, if you talk about non-oil sector, again, you talk about agriculture, and it needs a lot of investment, especially in the area of capital, machineries to improve production, and then be able to export these goods outside to earn FX. I think that is one. Then secondly, I think one area we need to improve in terms of inflow is the Nigeria in the diaspora. I keep saying they were one of the largest driver of FX into the market before the advent of COVID. And so we need to go back to that, to whether Nigeria in the diaspora can drive in more FX into the Nigerian economy. We've seen that happen in India, where they have one of the largest foreign reserve, but it was largely driven by Indians, intellectuals that are outside the shore of India, whereby they make sure that their money, their salary are paid in dollars and transferred to India. So, and I'm happy that the CBN said they are trying to develop a product for that space in terms of getting Nigeria in the diaspora to buy into some of their investment and bring in inflow. I think that is one non-oil sector place that I think government should put more effort, especially in Nigeria in the diaspora.
Now, with gross external reserves increasing to $40.19 billion, how does this compare to the country's short-term external obligations, and what risk do you foresee in maintaining this balance?
It is very, very good for who can do imports, like the governor said. For the next 6 months, we can fund any imports, and that is, our economy is still an import-driven economy, so that also is good for us. The short-term impact will be in the area of all the instruments that we have issued, either Eurobond and debt servicing that we are doing also. That could be a risk that we need to guard against, because we need to pay off some of these money that we've collected. So I think what we should begin to do now is to begin to do the PPP, public-private partners, whereby government is not all entirely doing all this transaction, then attracting the inflow into the economy, and at the time they will also be an outflow also. But I think that's where we should we should work hard on.
So the CBN has attributed this increase to their policies and their actions. Now, I would like you to speak to how the CBN's actions are improving Nigeria's reliance on external economic shocks, and what more do you think can be done to mitigate vulnerabilities in the foreign exchange market?
What they need to do for vulnerability in the FX market is to make sure that they address liquidity shortage in the retail sector. The retail sector of the market seems to be the most challenging, and it's not the official that so, because the retail sector is where most SMS entrepreneurs thrive, because they need quick actions, they want quick deliverable, so they go to the retail sector that is largely controlled by the Bureau de Change. I think that sector needs a really strong reform to drive in some of this illicit form and FX into a lot of retail sector, whereby it will be easy for retail, that retail space for people to ask for access for $200, $300, $100, $500, or $1,000. For me, that is one sector that needs a very, very huge reforms to drive in stability in the FX market.
Now, the CBN also mentioned renewed investors' confidence as a factor in improving reserves. Now, what specific measures do you think Nigeria can take to further build this confidence in the coming years?
Two-way exchange system, inflow, outflow, is just it. And for you to have inflow and outflow, you must build liquidity so that investors don't get their money trapped, like what we saw in 3 years when 3 years ago when Cardoso came to the head of the CBN. There was a lot of airlines money that were trapped. They could not repatriate their money. Foreign investors, all that were a challenge. So what we need to do, continue to do, is to maintain that two-way exchange system to attract investors, and they have the leeway also to exit the market when they need to go. That is the key economic policy if you want to attract foreign investors into your economy and in turn build your FX reserve to be able to maintain stability in your exchange rate. And like a country like Nigeria, where you maintain stability in your exchange rate, you'll be able to drive down inflation, because inflation is largely caused also by importation of some of these goods from outside of the country, and over 70 to 75% of Nigerians still patronize some of these imported goods.
Now, in light of this improvement in reserves that we've seen, how do you project Nigeria's external liquidity situation to evolve in 2025? And what external and domestic factors do you think can alter this trajectory that we've witnessed?
For domestic factor that could alter this trajectory, what we have seen thus far is that dollar to naira swap deal that is in danger of being stopped. If we don't address that, then what the kind of marginal gain that we have seen will not be. We will see it go out of our hands. So we need to see how the NNPCL and Dangote should come back to the table and see how they can sort out that crude oil swap, naira to crude deals. I think that is very, very important for now, because if you decide that, okay, you are not doing that again, that means a lot of all these companies, the oil marketers that want to buy refined petroleum product from Dangote, we need to source for FX to buy it. And when they do that, they will put in more pressure on the naira. Then you see the exchange rate continue to go down. Then you have a lot of snowball effect in every other area of the Nigerian economy. I think that is one factor they really, really need to watch out and make sure that they have this negotiation on time and make sure that we are back to that deal so that Nigerians will not pay more for refined petroleum product. For me, that is one area that we need to look to make sure that we have stability and not have external forces determining what happens to our economy.
Now, just before I let you go, Mr. Mohammed, the CBN has disclosed that it expects reserves to continue to improve, supported by increased oil productions and export growth. But then how likely is it that Nigeria can significantly boost non-oil export earnings? And what policies do you think should be prioritized to support this growth?
Number one, the policy I'm expecting from them is to see how they can help some of this business that can earn FX into the country. In terms of expatriate, in terms of advisory, the former CBN governors came up with a lot of policy, but unfortunately that was showing into a lot of controversy and corruption. I hope this governor will be able to come up with policy to help that sector, try the non-oil sector to drive in FX into the Nigerian economy in terms of making sure they have low funding when they have to borrow from the bank. That will make their goods cheaper, because some of the countries that they are going to compete with have cheaper funds. So that is one area that the CBN should really look at. Secondly, I've said it before and I'll say it again, they need to come up with a product that will attract Nigeria in the diaspora. They will have more confidence because it will be a government PPP-driven project for them to invest at home, bring in their FX, and that also could help stabilize the exchange rate and make the business environment very conducive for Nigerian businesses. Those are the two major policies I think they should do to continue to enjoy this kind of results that we've just heard of.
Well, economist Mukhtar Mohammed, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program. And that's it on this episode of the program. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okpeyemi Owosheni. See you next time.
My name is Bintu Salu Garba, IGB. From secondary school, I moved on to Kano Polytechnic. That's where I started painting. And I'm happy I was the first female to start painting the Kano State. When I was a child, I used to draw. By then, I didn't know what painting was. I guess you understand what I mean. Then my uncle, then Aladidia, late, he now took us to London. That's where I saw paintings of master's paintings, very beautiful ones at the National Gallery of Art in England. So from there on, I just love painting and I pick up interest from there. Because I noticed after every painting, a painter will now inscribe his name at the bottom of the painting. That was what inspired me. I said, boy, I would love to paint and then inscribe my name on that. From there on, I just pick up drawing and then I continue drawing. From there, it just leads to painting. Honestly, if you say dominated by men, possibly it is only here in Kano that painting is dominated by men. Other places, women do painting. If you say challenges, well, there are quite a lot of challenges, but I was able to go through it because the men I'm working with then, they were also helping me to see that as a female, they kept encouraging me, even the lecturers, they encouraged me to paint. So I now pick up painting and I continue doing it, and I truly, really worked hard to get to where I am today. I started teaching drawing. I got employed into Kano State Senior Service Management Board, that is secondary school. So I continue drawing, painting, and then teaching at the same time, and then making money from there because it's a job. It is what I do. You understand? It's what I do. I teach painting, I paint. People tend to commission me for some paintings. Some of them I even say flowers, some fruits, some vegetables, etc. I just continue doing it, and that's how I tend to make it as a business. As I've earlier mentioned, I told you I've been teaching for past decade now. You understand? So I guess I am passing this knowledge down. Now that I've come to this age, I'm in my studio, I allow teenagers to come. I teach them painting free of charge. Some of them, all they do is to buy the materials themselves. And then I do teach them, I do coach them, because you don't teach painting, you coach. It is some talent, like person has talent and then you now coach him, you develop his skill, you understand? So that is what I do now. I get teenagers and even adults, some of them are even interested. They do come to my studio and ask me, "Pa, I would like to paint." I would like, fine and good, since it is what I've been doing for over 30 years now. So I now find it easier to even teach anyone that is even interested in painting. For over 30 years. I cannot tell precisely how many. Like I told you, it is school. I teach in school and I take many classes. You understand? And I've taught in so many schools now in Kano. So many schools. And all of these schools, no class is less than 45 students that I taught. For the past 30 years, that is what I have been doing. So how many I teach now? I cannot tell. But I know I have taught a lot of people painting. The outcome of it now, I can see people are developing interest in painting, and alhamdulillah, they see female in it. People are now coming out to appreciate painting. Like though I forgot to mention to you that we have this Society of Nigerian Artists. We are shouting out to people, getting people, reaching to them, so that they will now understand painting, and that it is not only drawing, it is a way of life, because some people don't even know that painting is a profession. They don't know it. So now myself and members of the society, we are reaching out to people to get them to understand painting and drawing as well. Over the years, my painting, I delve mostly in culture. Any environment I find myself, I now tend to go into I see the culture, the kind of people that are there, like I now work with what they have there. My painting is mostly culture and educative as well. Anytime we hold an art exhibition, I do sell painting, and besides, when I was in school, visitors used to come and buy my paintings. That is why I lost count of my painting. Then I didn't know I should be counting them. As I'm working, people tend to come in and appreciate the work. By the time I'm working, they will tell me, okay, if you are through with this, I'm going to buy it. Some, by then, I even used to give it free of charge. I didn't know it is something that I should be counting or something I should keep as a side. But much later now, I come to realize that every piece of my painting is like a child to me. So from there, then I've started counting them. But the previous one I did, I cannot precisely tell their numbers. Now people are buying art and decorating their houses, and even places of interest now. And if you go around Kano, you will see that there are places that are decorated with paintings. You understand? So that is how we are reaching out to people. Even the government now, they do commission artists to come and do paintings in strategic places like recreation centers. Even in hospital, we even have paintings in hospitals where we educate people, you understand, on say a kind of disease. Like now we have this COVID-19 around. You need to see the kind of illustration painters are doing to make it easier for people to understand what they should do and what not should do. Start of COVID-19, honestly, I've been able to make 1 or 2 paintings to illustrate COVID-19 here in Kano using the kind of materials I have around me. For instance, now, okay, it's there behind you, so you can see. Yes, after I will show it to you. It's something I use, a plant that comes out in ball like this. So I use that kind of plant now. I paint it and I use it and I name it as COVID-19. I would like to advise the government, because anyway, almost everything on earth, people will say government should do something, government should do very well. But would I go to encourage artists and help us appreciate the work of art we do? Anytime they have anything to do with illustration or like kind of needing to inform people about something, we would like them to encourage us artists, to involve us artists to do those kind of things for them, instead of them going outside getting those kind of illustration, billboard around, whatever, where there are artists around. So we like government to encourage us, like they do release funds for agriculture, they release funds for education, they should release funds for visual artists too. They should do that. Yes, government should do that. We also like people to appreciate our work. People should not just sit and say, oh, drawing. Drawing is a way of life. And art is not only drawing. Like you're standing and you're wearing a hat, a cloth, a long trouser, it's art. You combine things on you to make you to beautify yourself, isn't it? So that is art. Art is a way of life. COVID-19 have affected the patronage very, very well. Yes, it has. But that is not withstanding, that is not stopping us from doing what we're doing, because it is not only foreigners that patronize our paintings. It's not only foreigners. So we are doing what we do, and then, painting, it is something you can do and keep. With time, those foreigners will come. You are a client, you say, I want so thing to be painted. From there, I, as an artist, I will now see and sit down and think of what it is you want. First, if I like, I can make sketch on paper. Then I will now move on. Possibly it is a design you want. You mention the size of the design you want. Then I prepare my canvas. The process in preparing canvas, you need your easel, like what you see here is the easel stand, and then you need canvas, like I told you, this is it. You need, this is a white cloth that we use on it. Then you use emulsion paint to coat it several times so that it will be hard. Then you now use your oil color. If it is oil color you use, or acrylic color, you have so many media.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State, and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It'll be very bush-like and so forth, and from there we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and it will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food. More like you can choose what's and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about. This is we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. I mean, it's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. I mean, you have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at the work that has been done in response to the earthquake in this area. Innovative approaches have been undertaken by the United Nations and partners to have local vernacular structures which are earthquake resistance, rebuilding permanent structures in this village behind me.
This is village.
I have seen again firsthand the collective efforts of the local authorities, of the partners, NGOs and the United Nations in trying to rebuild the lives together with the communities here. The response has enabled people to rebuild lives in a very challenging environment. And in my visit in Herat, I have had the opportunity to look at private sector enterprises that are working, bringing Afghan men and women into the marketplace, into economic activity, and particularly women-led micro and small enterprises was eye-opening to look at the potential on one side and the need for support for these enterprises to scale up through investments in microfinance, access to markets, support in business literacy skills, etc. This is a vital part of rebuilding Afghanistan with its private sector, tapping into the human capital of Afghan men and women and affording the space, particularly for women and girls, to contribute and have the space to be part of the nation building process of Afghanistan.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back to the newsroom. I'm Okbayemi Owosheni, and these are the stories we're tracking at the moment. Easter celebrations turned tragic on Monday when a trailer transporting goods rammed into a group of worshippers during a procession along the Gombe-Yola Federal Highway in the Beliwi local government area of the state. It was learned that the accident claimed 5 lives and left several others injured. Reacting to the incident, the state governor Inuwa Yaya has ordered a full-scale investigation into the incident. And ahead of the 2027 general elections, a prominent member of the People's Democratic Party, Segun Showunmi, has called on former Anambra State Governor and Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, to return to the PDP to boost his chances in the next presidential race. Showunmi, a former spokesperson for Atiku Abubakar's presidential campaign, made the call during a televised interview. Showunmi argued that Obi will garner over 6 million votes in the 2023 presidential election without the backing of governors or significant party machineries, could significantly amplify his impact if backed by a major political structure. And Governor of Kaduna State, Uba Sani, says northern politicians have failed the region and must apologize to the people. Speaking during a televised interview, Sani said criticism of government should be rooted in the interest of the people, not driven by a quest for power. He admitted being part of the system and said northern Nigeria's challenges stem from decades of underdevelopment and neglect. And the Nation of Doctors has faulted the recent remarks by the senior pastor and founder of the Covenant Nation, Bojo Yemade, that Nigerian doctors spend 500,000 naira throughout the education. In a statement shared on X.com on Monday, NAT condemned the pastor's remarks, calling them a misinterpretation of the financial realities faced by Nigerian medical practitioners. NAT highlighted the financial burden of immigration, noting that a typical Nigerian family spent over $10,000 to support a doctor to qualify and practice in the United States. And on business, scores of protesters stormed the office of the Attorney General of the Federation at the Federal Ministry of Justice headquarters in Abuja on Tuesday, demanding a probe of the immediate past Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Mele Kyari. The protesters were under the aegis of Concerned Citizens Against Corruption, specifically called for an investigation into the company's transactions over the past 5 years. The Economic Community of West African States member will meet in Ghana on Tuesday to discuss the withdrawal of Niger, Mali and Burkina Faso. The meeting will take place over 2 days, Tuesday. In a statement, the bloc said members modalities of the country's withdrawal and its implications in the countries. And finally on sports, the Nationwide League One has suspended Usman Kabir from participating in the 2025 season. Kabi was accused of previously registering with Mumbai FC Kano for the 2023 and 2024 seasons under the name Abatsi Mohammed Gola. Was announced by the NL that closed that he provided false information during the registration process with Camp PRO FC. And those are the stories newsroom at this time. Update you at 6 p.m.
Court. All right. What's your name again? Kemi? Yes, sir. Good. Are you ready for us for next week?
Yes, sir.
Next.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
people, and welcome to another electrifying episode. TV360 is back with more exciting content than ever before, and I am your host Queen, bringing the latest in the world of entertainment, movies, fashion, food, culture, anything you can think of, I got you covered. So now, before we go into what we have today, let's take the latest news in the world of entertainment. First on the list, we have the grand finale of Priscilla Aujo and Jumak's wedding. Is like the official countdown to their wedding, their Nigerian wedding. And if you've been following their love story so far, you've noticed like they've been posting back to back. They've had their Nikah wedding, they've had their civil wedding, and now they're about to have their major wedding. That was like the grand finale of like everything. And 2 months ago, the couple actually sealed their wedding in a beautiful Nikah ceremony and an intimate civil wedding. Now the grand finale wedding is coming on the 17th of April, and like everyone is just into it. It's like they're giving us back to back, because I think she has like 5 pre-wedding outfit looks, and trust me, I think I've never seen what today has itself, but like we've been seeing interesting, beautiful costumes and outfits from this couple, and like I can't personally wait. Like I'm really happy for Priscilla Aujo, and I'm happy for her husband. I wish them all the best. So next on the list, we have Davido. Davido has finally announced his white wedding date with Chioma. So the Nigerian superstar Davido has officially revealed his plans for his white wedding with his wife Chioma, and is set to hold in Miami in this August. Remember last year, like we had like another lavish wedding of like their traditional wedding. Like it was like a holiday in Nigeria. It was really amazing. So speaking during an interview on the Breakfast Club, Davido compared Nigerian wedding customs to those in the United States, noting how family dynamics have officially played like a significant role in the African unions. And the singer, who previously held his lavish traditional wedding in Nigeria, shared their updates while reflecting on the cultural differences and the intense public attention surrounding their relationship. So I'm really happy, and I can't wait for another holiday again in Nigeria, because in Davido, our Davido is getting married. So last on the list, we have the Billboard names Nicki Minaj, the greatest female rapper of all time. And trust me, I've been like a Nicki Minaj fan like since I was a child, and I've literally gone through all her music and everything. She's the best. For me, she's the best. So the Billboard has released its staff list of the 25 greatest female rappers of all time, which had featured iconic female MCs across the 4 decades of American hip hop. Despite breaking into the mainstream barely 1 year ago, we have another Grammy winner, that's Dioche, which made it to the 24th position on the list. I'm really happy for her. Like she just came into the world of music and she's already doing well. And we also have Grammy winner, that's Cardi B, ranked the top I think 11 on the list, and that's just it. And I'm just happy that female rappers are actually doing so well in the industry. Like, go women, we got it. Anywhere, anyhow, we are there. So that's it for the entertainment news. So today we'll be diving into the world of music and entertainment industry. So sit back and relax. Let's explore the magic in the silver screen together. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back, guys. So here with me in the studio is Wavy Vibes. He's a hype man, MC, and event planner with 5 years in the entertainment industry. He has acquired a wealth of experience over the years working with leisure entertainment juggernauts such as Sound City, Landmark Africa, and many more, with an educational background in the business administration from Lagos State Polytechnic. Wavy Vibes' career so far in the entertainment industry has been one driven by resilience, passion, and the desire to give people premium quality experience in the entertainment field. Wavy Vibes currently champions a new generation of hype entertainment through brands Wavy Vibes Creation and Wavy House. Here with me in the studio is Wavy Vibes. Hello. Hi. Oh, it's my pleasure. I'm really happy to meet you finally.
Yeah, same here too.
Okay.
Really happy to be here too.
Yeah. How's everything been?
Yeah, it's been great.
The hustle.
Great. Yeah.
It's good. Okay. Yeah. So now let's talk about what I know. Like, you do 3 different things. You're an event planner, MC, and hype man. So let's talk about you hyping. How did you come about it? And was it a planned thing, or is something like you just got into?
For the hype, I feel like it's just something natural that came.
Okay.
So I feel it's just something was being gifted by my natural talent.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's very comfortable doing that.
Oh, okay. So how did you get into hyping? Like you just, or let's just say, when did you discover you can actually get into this particular field?
I would say like 2 or 3 years
ago. Okay,
yeah,
like because I know then it wasn't like a thing, but now it is.
Yeah, so let me just say like some little story about that. Like,
okay, just tell us.
Yeah, I have a few of my friends. His name is Toby Onobajo.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are very close. We love partying when we're in school and all that. So then I was like, bro, man, I like this music and hype stuff when we used to be in university and all that. I said, it's something we can also try and let's see how we can start doing something like this. So there was a day that when he told me that, there was a party coming up.
Okay.
His family, they are throwing up a party in December, which is called Recall 27.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that was when I started up this hyping stuff. Like, then I was like, okay, let me try this. Then immediately I fall into the occasion and the events. I was like, okay, let's do this.
Okay.
It was awesome. I had everybody screaming like, wow.
Oh, nice.
It was a great experience though. It was a great experience.
Okay, now that's like bringing me to like my next question. Like your first experience, how was it like? Good? Were you nervous? Were you scared? Did you not believe in yourself like you could do this and all like that? Just tell me about it.
Yeah, not really. I won't say I'm pressured or something because I feel it's just being natural.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it's bring by the Most High. Yeah, so I feel very comfortable with that.
Doing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So, what inspired you?
Yeah, I'll say what inspired me is just being natural. Like it's just me. It's part of me. And I will still say big shout out to my mentor, people I look forward to, like Shaya Banks and Active Boy of Lagos.
Yeah, we all know them.
Yeah.
So like there's no, do you have like a particular style in your hyping and everything?
Yeah, I do. I do have I would say Afro hype.
Okay.
That's what I do.
Oh,
yeah,
that's good.
Afro hype.
Okay, so now what's the craziest event or party you've ever been to, and like how was your performance like?
Yeah, I keep with 100.
Oh, the energy is top.
Yeah,
top
unlimited.
Okay.
It's always zero gravity.
Oh, I like that. I like that. I love that.
Yeah, because it's always a vibe whenever I come on stage.
Okay, that's good. So now we know like Lagos nightlife is wild, and how do you keep up the energy all night? We know like in this Lagos there's literally like party every night. We have Monday parties, we have Tuesdays, every time of the day. So like how do you keep up the life and moving maybe from one place to another, like the hustle and all?
Yeah, I won't say it's difficult for me because I have the whole team around me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
so you have like a team.
Yeah, shout out to Vibes House, shout out to Cash Cody, YM, Kiba.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
so
good.
those are my guys. So they always get me home like, Wavy, let's go, let's do it, let's get active. Yeah,
I love that. I love that. So do you have like a signature hype like line or something like, you know, like a signature word? For example, we know if we hear something like a slang of Davido, we know that, oh, that's Davido. We know like there's a slang of Verma. We know like each or one of them have like a particular signature style or line. Do you have like one?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay.
Definitely.
What's that?
I have so many.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So but let me just give you this. Like people knows me like Active and Akara Senior Burger. Big shout out to Jagu.
Okay.
We are live. Yeah, we are live.
That's good. That's good. So are there any major artists or DJs you've worked with, and what has your experience been with them?
Yeah, it has been good. And I love working with DJ that understand my tempo, my kind of vibe, the kind of music which I flow with, because I love Afro house music.
And the tempo is very important.
Yeah, I also love Afrobeat and I'm a piano.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm a piano. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
So is there the most remarkable day like of your life? The day you came on stage and maybe you were doing your job and like everyone was just hailing you, like any most important day that you can never forget? Would you like to share your experience with us?
Okay, yeah.
What event
like
was
so
that?
many. Is that?
What event was that?
Oh, it was sorry, that was LOL.
Okay.
That was Laugh Out Loud. Is like I had the opportunity to meet artists like Arasta.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, so it was we are both on the same room, whereby we were just talking about music and hype and all that. So it was great sharing the same room with her. So it was fun. I love Arasta, so I'm a fan of Arasta.
Okay, that's good. So is that the DJ you look forward to with, like working with?
Yeah, for the DJ I really want to work with, yeah, there's so many.
Okay, just tell us like few.
I'll say like DJ Tunes.
Okay,
yeah, and DJ Dimple.
Okay.
And, DJ Deeps of Sound City and DJ Monty K. Yeah, those are my DJs. I love the vibe. Anytime I'm outside, I love listening to the tracks, the mix and all that.
That's nice. Okay, so can you tell me? I know like everything has been. We wouldn't say we've not had challenges so far. So like, can you just share like one of your experience, like your biggest challenge so far in the hyping thing in Nigeria or in Lagos? I would say.
Okay, my biggest challenge is whenever I'm actually on activation is like there was one event I went to when I was hyping. I was doing my thing along the road, like I can't even hear my voice anymore.
like the mic went off?
The mic went off. I was like, what's going on?
Okay.
What's up, the sound engineer? Can you please fix this up?
Yeah.
But eventually, you know what I just did? I had to say, okay, fuck this mic. I had to go with my normal vocals.
How was it?
I was just doing it because I love what I'm doing.
Okay.
So
the crowd followed.
Everybody was like, yeah, I was dancing along that vibe at that moment because everybody was like, oh, this guy is good. This guy, I love your energy. You'll be going out for like 5 hours plus. Like, what do you take? I said, no, this is just me. This is me naturally, yeah.
Oh, that's good because I know like this, and you need like a lot of energy to keep up with the vibe and everything, and bring everybody to your level. That's another thing, because you may be in a party and you're not just feeling anything and all. So let's just say, have you ever had like a moment or in the stage like the crowd did not just feel your energy, or maybe you were trying to do what you know how to do best, but they were not just feeling you? Was there like a point in your life like you had something like that?
I don't think so. Like
it has been rosy for you.
And it has been great. Like it has been fun on stage. Anytime I get to the stage, I know wavy vibes. Wavy vibes is active. Whenever wavy vibes is active, everybody wants to get active.
Okay.
Yeah, it's always like 100 and 100.
Oh.
Yeah.
So like, how will you describe your relationship with your crowd and like, your fans and everything? Has it always been good, 100 and all? You've never had like a dull moment?
Yeah, because I understand the business. You need to get close to your audience.
Yes. Yeah, that's another thing.
You need to put them on.
Exactly.
Let them be on the same velocity with you.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's a vibe already, and this is wavy vibes.
Okay, so you have to do what you know how to do best.
Yeah,
that's good. So let's just talk about some. Have you ever lost your voice, like at any point?
Yeah.
Maybe at the point you were screaming, I'm like, yeah, I'm not hearing myself.
Yeah, that's
you want to share your experience?
Yeah, that happens like almost like every gigs on like that. But I do manage it because I have my people
around here
that are in charge of taking care of me. Because I have Loba. She always wants to like, what's up? Please go and get your water, get your green teas and all that. Okay. So you should just take care of your stuff. Like, yes, because you have another gig because you need this money. Let's get this booking coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is there any like major misconceptions about hype men that you know?
Yeah, because I feel like people used to feel like hype men were just rouse people back then, but now you can see the movement, you can see the culture now. You see the likes of Active Boy, Shopsy Doo, Nate is a banker, so also doing hype, you understand? So they really inspire me a lot. We can do this, we can spread this this culture out of this Africa to get. So it's a movement.
Yeah,
Yes.
I really like it. I really like it because I know like you guys literally just bring vibes to parties instead of like normal music just playing and playing and playing. So people are like, no hype man, like the party is not going well. And I know that now it's like a thing because there's this upcoming girl, so I know Ivana, that has actually been doing hyping from TikTok and everything. So I just got to know about it and I never knew like it's that stressful, but I understand you and I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just go on a quick break. We'll be right back.
Okay.
Stay with us. So guys, we'll go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. Welcome back, guys. We still have Wavy Vibes in the studio. So now let's talk about events and everything you've organized so far, and how has it been like emceeing and event planning. I know event planners, you guys try a lot, so like just tell me about your experience and you doing the MC work and everything with it.
Yeah, for my experiences, like I would just say I want to give shout out to my team.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll be doing so well for me because I know it's not easy.
Yeah,
we have to put
definitely.
in this work. Yeah, because doing this is just something I really love doing. Since when I was in school, I've been doing this for like more than 5 years, which we said to but like my guys are just been putting me out like, Wave, you need to do this. Let's get this, going to different events, see how they do their things and all that. So we put that into our own work as well too, because they are all inspiration as well too, because if you didn't go out for activations and you won't get that insight about how you want to go about your own business and all that, because people have to put you on as well too.
Sure.
Yeah, I want to give shout out to my guys, my team, my mom, my sisters, because they'll be my supporters, and also to my own personal PA, Loba. She has been doing so well for me too.
That's good. So now we know you like from your background bio and everything. I could see that you studied business administration in school. So like, was it like a point you wanted to do hyping and you're like, oh no, don't do it, or maybe you had like discouragement from family, or not maybe people supporting you in this field? Have you ever had like issues with that?
Yeah.
So how did you pull through?
Yeah, because life is all about challenges.
Okay.
Yeah, because I understand that even sometimes you might just talk to your friend like, okay, this is my idea, this is what I want to put on, like this is what I want to get doing and all that. So like they will tell you, bro, don't you feel like this finance thing, you understand? And with the economy thing, Emilio Con and all those things.
Yeah.
But Baba is active, but
yeah.
What we need to do this thing. We can't wait, you understand? Because Jesus is active, that's what I would just say.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think you get more recognition in the society or in the entertainment industry? Like, do you think hype men, you guys actually have like more recognition in the entertainment segment or industry? Do you think you guys have more visibility in it?
Yeah, I would say at the moment you can see for yourself. You can see Active Boy, Shea Banks holding it out, both in the country and then in the other side, like in UK, America. Do you understand? And imagine seeing Shea Banks holding it out at O2 Arena, seeing Spesh for Davido, seeing them in O2 Arena doing that stuff. No, it's something we should celebrate as well too, because I know definitely I'm going to get there too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's something that you feel we should take note of more.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Because I feel it's like a new segment that just came. Like no one really knows about Hype Men, but now you guys actually have major energy and like the vibes you guys bring to parties, and also do you think it's something that we should actually make more global now?
Oh yes, definitely, because Hype is the party, Hype is the vibe.
Sure.
So you guys just keep on supporting us. Afro Tech, Afro Hype, there's different genres of hype to get. So we are into this. We are not stopping.
Okay, I like the energy.
We're not stopping.
Okay, have there been like situations where you have to like pull crowd, or maybe your fans to come to like an event just for you and everything? Like maybe trying to just pull crowd when you have events to host?
Yeah, anytime I want to hold an event, I just need to just put my graphics out.
Okay.
Because Wave is active.
So anywhere Wavy is, everyone wants to like turn up.
Yeah, definitely, because it's always a vibe. Yeah, it's always a vibe.
All right. So in the process of hustling and everything, like you said, have there been like any moments that you're most proud of, that you're really, really happy you've gotten to this part, or year, or like event you attended, or one or two things that you've actually said, okay, I'm proud of Wavy?
Yeah, I won't say that much. Like I have a couple of events which I've really performed, like Obi's House, Amapiano Districts, Element House. There's a lot, but I feel like there's more to do. There's more to do, because it's like a stepping stone as well too. Because I feel if I start talking about what I've done, there are so many catalog. Yeah, because I feel like there's more to do. Because we need to achieve more. We don't stop.
That's good. So now, will you just walk us through your experience? Let's just say you prepping for like an event. Are there like any routine you like to share? Like check yourself, your voice and everything, or any new lines you have to even learn before you get on stage?
Yeah.
Like what?
Like yeah, guys. My event is coming, which is called Vibes House.
Okay, so like the prepping processes.
So really, it's more of like an house kind of vibe, whereby people come. It's like your own party.
Okay.
You get come. You can be the hype. You understand? You can be the artist. You can be the DJ. You understand? So that's why we call it Vibes House.
Okay.
So it's more of like come do your thing. You know, everybody likes coming to where you get the freedom to do whatever you like. You understand? So Vibes House is here to stay.
That's good. So is there any worst experience you've had apart from the one you shared before?
Yeah, I feel like I don't really get pressured about
what you do.
Yes, yeah, I don't really get pressured. Yes.
All right. Okay. Can you do like a freestyle for us? Just maybe 1 minute freestyle.
Okay. Sure, definitely.
Yeah. Let's go.
Ready. Active. You already know, it's your boy Wavy Vibes. We outside at the TV360. Who be that girl with it from? Come on now. Who be that girl to big backside? Who be that girl with it from? Come on now. Who be that girl to big backside? I'm a piano. I'm happy, oh. I'm happy, I know. Say, I'm happy, oh. I'm happy, I know. Yeah. Say, activate, jubilate, activate, jubilate, activate, jubilate. You better get active. Say, you better get active. We outside at 360 TV. Keep it locked with us, so we are live. Stay positive. You already know.
I like the fact like it's just freestyle and natural going. So let's go on the last quick break. We'll be right back. Hey guys, let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. So Wavy Vibes, before we end the show, let's just do like in and out. Let's just say 10 questions for 60 seconds, just garbage in, garbage out. I'll just ask you a few questions and just respond, okay? So then you say your favorite celebrity couple.
Oh, my favorite celebrity couples, I'll say Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Oh, good. So most outstanding day of your life?
Outstanding day of my life, when I was performing at Landmark.
Oh.
For karaoke.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's good, that's good, that's good. So football or basketball?
Football day.
Okay, so your favorite relaxation spot where you like to chill and relax?
I'll say Obi's house.
I like that because I've heard so much about it, so I'm not even surprised. So let's just say movies or novels, which would you prefer?
I prefer movies.
Alright, favorite city?
City, I'll say Benin City.
Are you from Benin City?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So favorite indoor sport?
Indoor sport, I have a clubhouse.
Good. Favorite food?
Amala.
You didn't even give us something very sophisticated that we can say, you're to go any day. Okay, that's good. So if you were going to take off one thing on your bucket list, what would it be?
What would that be? My bucket list? I don't want to be Lagosiano.
I thought. Why? You are stressing in this city.
Very stressful to be here right now, Seth.
It was a lot of stress, I know.
And all that, but I had to be here because you need to take your business serious.
That's good. So let's just say if you were given $10,000 to stay in a well-furnished apartment without anybody, just food and internet, will you take it? For 6 months.
For 6 months?
Yes, 6 months.
I'm active for that.
Should we make it a year?
Man, I'm active.
2 years on course.
What else do I need people for? When I have the money, I have the relaxation, I have the comfort.
Hype, exactly.
So, I'm going to create my own happiness.
That's good. That's good. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Yeah,
and we look forward to seeing you on stages, big performances, and other places. Actually.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have me too.
Anything other thing you want to say to the guests?
Yeah, I want to tell you guys, Vibes House is coming. I want to see you there 19th April this same month, this same year.
All right.
So big shout out to my guys, my team, to Cash Kudi, to YM, to Kiba, to Stan Shoes. Man, we are live, we are active. Still stay positive, man. Akara Senior Boga. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's been nice having you on the show.
Yeah, same here too.
Okay, all right. So guys, that's all we can take on this episode. Thank you so much for staying with us. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Ayetoro community is a theocratic communist setting funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayetoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayetoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria base. A lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here, both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shepherd Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWD means the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing sea culture coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have been expressing the sea church.
I'm shooting. That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that's wood. That is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here, over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
I'm seriously worried. I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed, economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life, religious life, has been collapsed totally. Because Ayetoro community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this current, recurring sea surge. happening in Ayeto. And over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayeto community is known to be a self-developed community on its own, without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge, as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore, is destroying our land, up till now we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Ṣé ẹ bá wo gbogbo ibi ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn ohun àlùmọ́nì wa, àwọn ohun tí a ní ilé, ẹrù wa, ìmí gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè dìsámúra àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Fund the trip of those guys.
This thing is excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it? Highly devastating. We need support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female, so that they can dry their fishes, because the Atlantic breeze is coming from the up, so that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women, so that their kitchen can be downside. So we have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alebiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu, you have the information house, or the glass house as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
Some months already.
That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people coming just like you came now. All the information, you buy your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back, so it will be documented before you go into the community. That was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civil center, then too, all of them are gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, we have the church building, the church street and the church building is gone already.
And that church is very important.
Very important. Community. That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have the Olowojayi. Then after Olowojayi, you have the shoe making industry.
There used to be a
shoemaking industry. One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone. So we have after Olowojayi, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenwa. Then after Omongben, you have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatening. Half of it is gone into into the sea. And then you have a Tobase. Then after the Tobase street there, you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's it called?
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the what's called the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the main side now, from the main side, those the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. In almost we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated, and it has been eroded.
Just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where the female side might be affected. So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their wives.
With their wives.
Their wives. So the Oyetomi is the only one that you see. Then from the downside where you have the
and this broad street is no longer existing.
It's gone completely. It's gone completely. Where you can have the broad street, the beauty of the broad street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the broad street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn chọ́ọ̀chì wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land will gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
It has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here, 1947, it is about 20 or 10, 15 kilometers to the shore. So people had to trek. I think Dr. Noge wrote a book about Ayeto community. That the only challenges that the fishermen, because Ayeto is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore. Too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed the landscape, and we are worried about it.
This is the Community Technical College. Here we are. Now you can see now these are debris, has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now, that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plants. It has been affected, greatly affected by those sea surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence, because 2/3 of the community has gone already.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into institution. We don't want that, because Ayeto community has helped the the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine. Because when Ayeto was having a technical school, the Ayeto community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Ayeto community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by the local carpenter. And those people that even built those beauty boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International. It's there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken, within, let me say, within the space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue, so that Ayetoro is a historic community, so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadek, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue, so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging the federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Apá wa ò ká o, kàn jọ̀ọ́ kàn má jẹ́ kó kùn yìí kó gbé wa lọ. Gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa, gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè church, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
I'm now appealing to the state government, federal government, and the world to give what you call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 20 years back, if we tell you the extension of this place, you can't believe.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون الليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له القاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول يتذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Simisola Adigun. There's widespread condemnation for the brutal killing of 16 hunters from Kano State by a vigilante group at Uromi, Edo State. According to reports, the 16 hunters were among 25 travelers on their way to Kano State for the Eid-el-Fitr celebrations who were intercepted by the vigilante on the suspicion that they were kidnappers and were lynched to death. Governor Monday Okpebolo of Edo State has now pledged that swift justice will be served for the 16 slain hunters. Okpebolo made the pledge when he paid a condolence visit to the bereaved families at Torankawa in Kano State in company of Governor Abba Yusuf. While expressing deep sorrow over the tragic incident, Okpebolo said the government will not relent until justice is served, adding that 14 people have been arrested and moved to Abuja for interrogation. Currently, police, military and plainclothes security agents have taken over strategic junctions in Uromi to stave off reprisals. Joining me to discuss more on this is a former Assistant Director at the Department of State Services, Mr. Dennis Amakri. Thank you very much for coming on the program. Now, judging from what has played out ever since, what do you make of this unfortunate incident? I mean, vigilante groups are not new in Nigerian communities, and they've no doubt been helpful over the years.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. You see, we have to look at the root causes, because these things will continue happening. You know, it will not be the last time, and if we don't look at the root causes and take care of those root causes, then they will continue happening. Now, what do I mean? We've had these killings all over the place. You know, we have these killings, and it is because of these killings that you have vigilante groups, even like Amotekun. You know, and these groups have been you know, taking care of some of the bushes, the forests, the ungoverned spaces that we have. But we have to regulate it properly. You know, regulate it in the sense that these vigilante groups should be reporting to a formal law enforcement agency. You know, they cannot operate on their own. And when they start operating on their own, then of course they go descend all the way down to jungle justice and other kinds of things that are happening. So I think there is work to be done about this particular issue.
Now, the government has repeatedly called on local vigilante groups and hunters to step in to fill security gaps in the fight against bandits and terrorists in Nigeria. However, the Edo State governor described these vigilante groups as illegal. Now, what makes a vigilante group legal, and how should, well, you've mentioned that they should report to higher authority, but then what's the process like in seeing that these vigilante groups are legal?
Well, I'm so surprised about for the governor, because this is not the first time, this is not the right time for him to come and say that that vigilante group is illegal or this one is legal. Vigilante groups have been existing for long. And you know, if you think very seriously about it, vigilante groups were formed basically to protect the communities, because we've had history of herdsmen going and killing in the bush. And the best thing is that, you know, these communities should start to, you know, take care of themselves, you know, and it has continued like that. And of course, this self-help program has been, you know, giving birth to different kinds of vigilante groups. Like you hear of the Amotekun and all the rest of in the western states and everywhere. Most states have their own vigilante groups that they use. Now, which one is legal and which one is not legal, I don't know. But they should have even legalized, or should I say register them before anything like this come to happen. But if you don't, until when something like this happens, then you come and say they are illegal or not illegal, I think it's just begging the question. Because the root causes, like I said, is for the people to protect themselves, and there has been a lot of killings. And I don't know whether those killings have been fully addressed.
Now, this incident brings to mind similar ones where people have taken the law into their own hands and commit these condemnable acts of jungle justice. We understand that activities of kidnappers in the area might have triggered the action, like, you know, it has been told in times past. How significant is this particular incident in highlighting the dangers of mob actions or jungle justice, as the case may be, in Nigeria?
Well, you know that people have been pushed to the corner, whereby they are really, really worried about their own security. And of course, for people to now come back and say, hey, let us get a vigilante group, you know. And these vigilantes are actually working. They don't, you know, they stay up at night. They go into the bushes and you know, they come across some of these people. This is not the first time vigilantes have been arresting, you know, people marauding in the forest and stuff like that. And of course, you find out that a lot of killings, especially around Uromi area, you know, a lot of killings are taking place. And that's why I think the governor himself should go back and look at it, talk to the security agencies and find out, you know, what has happened about those killings that happened in Uromi before, you know, because they've been doing these killings and people are just crying. And I'm surprised that this time everybody is taking it so seriously. This is what should have happened all the time when people are being killed. So I think we regulate the process, the procedures or the processes of these people. Let them not descend to jungle justice, because some people are so angry losing their family members and they feel that, look, this is the right time to, there's no need to go and call police or anything like that. Let's just finish it up. But that's not how it should be.
Right. Now, response mechanisms in the country have also always been a matter of concern. The response of the police in matters like this, for details provided, there was enough time for the police to storm the scene and control or prevent further harm, but nothing of such happened.
Well, that is, you know, the problem with the police. Because for a place like Uromi, there's a DPO. That's a DPO. How can he say that something like, and that's what I'm saying, that there's a disconnect between the vigilante groups and the police. Because if there's a connection or a reporting line, when they find these police, arrest them, and they've even discovered arms and ammunition with them, the next person to call is the DPO. And the DPO will quickly send his men down there and then, of course, remove all these people for better interrogation on what they are doing, where they are going, why they are carrying those kind of arms. But there is nothing like that. And apparently I can tell you that maybe the people don't even trust that distrust between the community people and the police must have caused a situation whereby they will say, don't even think about him. Let's do what we have to do, and they went ahead and do this. So I think the police should start taking charge of their area and make sure that these kind of things don't happen.
All right. Mr. Makri will continue this conversation after this break. Do stay with us. The program will continue shortly.
Hello, Alhaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello, Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I will just call you. Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we're in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country. In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the go-to app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. We're still discussing the killing of 16 hunters in Uromi, Edo State. And my guest is still the former Assistant Director at the DSS, Dennis Amakri. Thank you very much, sir, for staying with us. Now, so far, Governor Kwebolo of Edo State has suspended the head of the Edo State Security Corps. But then, do state government have the capacity to handle these various security groups and security initiatives as well, so that their duties are defined?
For state police, and when the state police comes, the state governors are supposed to be the ones that are going to supervise the operations of these state police. And I think that, in fact, all these vigilantes popping up in different places, because everybody was thinking that, yes, we really need security down at the grassroots level. And this is the chance for them to even practice on how they will be dealing with the state police. And in fact, state police are not supposed to be one for political to fight your political enemies. It is meant for the security of the communities. So The governors are well placed to take care and, follow the procedures or even write down or gazette all the procedures that they are supposed to follow. The police is supposed to cooperate with the governor in doing this so that these vigilantes are properly managed. So, yes, the governor he has the capacity to do this.
Right. So let's discuss the issue of arms possession, which is one of the factors that sealed the fate of these hunters. With the current state of the nation, only uniformed officials can legally possess weapons and, they're let go. And what should the government do in this case? Hunters cannot be found without their Dane guns, but then what can be done to prevent this kind of incidents from happening?
Well, the thing is this. Vigilante groups popped up all over the country because of the threat of herdsmen and all kinds of bandits, who are operating in the ungoverned spaces of the country. And of course, when they are going to help, they have to carry some form of arms. Yes, some of them are supposed to be hunters and carrying Dane guns, which they use in their hunting, not to fight the bandits. Now, if that is the situation, then they should have a very strong link with the police, where as hunters, if they observe that there are some kind of movement, of some people, unknown people, then they could be the eyes and ears and, also report down to the police and tell them, look, this is what we have seen. They are not supposed to engage, okay? They are not supposed to engage. So if they are supposed to engage, as most of them are now doing, then the form of arms that they are going to carry is supposed to improve. Because you cannot be fighting a bandit with AK-47s while you are carrying Dane guns. It's not done, It's like carrying a knife to a gunfight. So we will expect that when these things are, being formalized, then you should go ahead and register them. And if you register them, then you should also provide arms for them. So that you know the control of what is happening before they can really possess those arms and ammunition.
There's now fear of a reprisal. Matter of fact, there's a video circulating online where a young man from the north has threatened that if the issue is not properly handled by the government, they will take revenge on southerners in the northern state. What should the government do to avert looming disaster?
Well, I think that's a good job for the Ministry of Information and Public Orientation to do. Because like I told you, there are fundamental, root causes. And you will see that this particular incident in Uromi has brought out other things like religious intolerance, ethnicity, where people don't, these are root causes. These are things that they have in them that, they've not been able to express openly. And when things like this happen, then they start talking. I saw that video, where the guy was talking about killing of Southerners because they are Muslims, and anybody who insult their leader is supposed to be killed and stuff like that. I think that we should be past that kind of rhetorics. And we should be able to, adjust people's mind to change that kind of narrative. Because if we allow these things to fester, like I said, many Christians were killed in the north. Nothing really happened. And then, of course, when there is a killing in the south, then you see a lot of people coming out, and then even the governor of Kano State was really talking tough the other day. But, you know, the root causes have to be addressed. It is not what we are just seeing. Those ones are symptoms. The root causes of ethnicity, the root causes of religious intolerance have to be looked into properly to avoid this kind of situation in future.
Finally, the Edo State government says, or governor now says 14 people have been arrested and moved to Abuja for interrogation. That's 14 people arrested in connection to the crime. What protective measures should be adopted, and what steps can be taken to ensure improved working relations between the government and local security outfits? I know you mentioned certain steps, but now in terms of enhancing intelligence gathering and response strategies against criminal elements in the country.
Oh, well, the governor has taken some steps to make sure that, you know, this illegality, because of course, jungle justice is an illegal thing to do. And of course, they've been arrested, they've been taken for interrogation, but that's not where it should end. I think this is the time to now gather these vigilantes or whoever, and then sit down with them, and then, of course, properly seek some advice from either the DSS and the police to make sure that, you know, they structure the vigilante properly. Who is going to supervise them? What is their communication systems? Who do they report to? You know, and stuff like that. So this is the best time to do that. Because if you just arrest some people because tempers are high, and then, you know, you allow people to, the vigilantes to continue until they meet another set of people again with guns and ammunition, then there is nothing we can do about it, because people are angry. People have lost their family members, and you cannot overlook that. And if the vigilantes are being formed to take care of that situation, then the governor should come in and, of course, formally structure them, because we don't want them to go into illegality, but we want the services they provide. So let us formalize this, and then, of course, create certain structures, communication lines and stuff like that for them.
Well, as we speak, the community tempers are high, like you mentioned, in the communities. They are scared of a reprisal, and hopefully the government controls the situation before that reprisal is carried out, which will be far worse. Mr. Dennis Amakri, former Assistant Director at the Department of State Services, we appreciate you sharing your thoughts on the program. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Well, that's it on this episode of the program. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV, 360 Sports. I'm Mudashir Shitu. Today I'll be your anchor and we'll talk about something interesting in the world of sport. I'm sure a lot of people are wondering that what's happening to the world of gymnasts. I mean, the sport have been in the country for a very long time. We've seen it participated at the African Games where we have a Nigerian that represented us in the past. And we also had at the National Sport Festival and the National Youth Games, and one of the athletes that represented the country, our state at the National Youth Games in Ilorin is our guest today. Actually, one of our guests today. It's good to have you, Treasure Ocheke, on the program.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here.
Do you know, how do you feel? Because I just introduced you that you've represented your state at the National Youth Games in Ilorin. Which state was that? That was
Anambra State.
Anambra State. Can you tell us what it means for you to stand tall? I'm happy that you're representing Anambra State as a very young girl. Tell us about that experience.
Well, I started when we went for youth games last year. Me, Wisdom, and Excel, we competed for Anambra State. So I got silver on power tumbling, and Excel got bronze, and also Wisdom got bronze. So yeah, I was really happy then.
Before I what's up here, because a lot of viewers out there watching us, some of them, you encourage them now. I mean, before I ask you how you started gymnastics, you tell us, are you happy that you are a gymnast?
Yes, since I saw my mom and dad starting gymnastics then when I was still little, I always had a passion for gymnastics. I loved the sports, and well, I had the genetics in my blood. So I started gymnastics when I was 4. But I started real gymnastics, started the flipping and stuff when I was 6 years old. Yeah. So
interesting. And you said something like it's hereditary. I mean, your mom represented the country in an African Games. She came out with a bronze medal at that event, and I think she was once the team captain of the captain of Team Nigeria. What's your biggest motivator? I know both of them are your coach. Your mom or your dad?
To be honest, I would say my mom.
Okay.
Because my dad already stopped gymnastics a long time ago, so he came back as a coach. But I still see my mom do flipping and stuff, so she was like my highest motivation.
And how do you feel about it?
Well, I feel happy, and I feel good to have my coach as my dad and mom, so I can be able to trust them more.
Okay. Now let's not start. Tell us how you started gymnastics. I'm sure was gymnastics your first choice of any sport you want to participate? Just tell us how you started gymnastics.
That was really back then in Benin. My mom and dad used to go to the stadium and they train and coach. So sometimes when I'm free, I just go with them and I see people flipping and I enjoy the sport. So me, I also want to participate in it. So I just run, jump, and do some stuff, and then my dad would start clapping for me. I'm like, oh yeah, you can do this. Then I started fully when I was 6, and then my dad actually put more effort in me to start the sport, and then I started it, and I was good at it.
Interesting. Well, I know there are a lot of challenges when it comes to sport like this, and part of the challenges is combining education with sports. How old are you now?
Right now I'm 12.
It's okay. Combining sport, how do you able to combine going to the National Youth Games, one gymnastic competition or the other, and you're still in school? How did you, because it's a very ethics task for some to combine sports and education. How were you able to do that?
That is true. Yeah, it's true. Well, my dad once said one thing, that it is more to face your educations, that if he wants, he could stop the sport, but he wants me to get my education. So he also wants me to get gymnastics as a side effect, so that when I grow, I can also have my own career. So, well, I can add them together because I train before. When I come back from school, I train in the evening. and early in the morning around 6 I just do some fitness around outside. But now I train on Saturdays, Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Okay. So before we let you go, because we'll be talking to so many of your likes today, it's not about only Treasure. We have Olabukola in the house and another young boy, and also the man everybody knows as a gymnastic person in the country. You know, your dad is also going to be part of the show. So encourage people out there to participate in gymnastics.
Well, I would tell them that it is a really good sport and they should try it. It helps your brain activate, like it helps you get active. You know, some people they're just naturally dull, so gymnastics can actually make you active, and it also helps you educationally.
Okay.
So, and it gives you more, like it makes you a star. When you go for a competition, you win, you'll be happy, and people will look up to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Treasure. I wish I can just hold on to you throughout the program, but I need to talk to other prodigies just that not about you. So let's go for a quick break. We've been talking to Treasure Cheke. She represented Anambra in the National Youth Games. She has won many medals for herself. And if you Google Ocheke, you probably see there are so many of the Ocheke participating in gymnastics, and she's just one of them. So we go for this quick break, a very short break. When we come back, we have some of these youngsters still with us. Yeah, welcome back. If you're just joining us, we'll be talking about gymnastics. Our earlier guest is Treasure Ocheke, and the newest guest we have in the house is Olubukola Alatishe. She's 7 years old, and she has been involved in gymnastics. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
So, why did you choose gymnastics?
Because it was pretty fun, and it could get me very fit.
Okay, because
it's really fun and it'll make me very fit.
Okay, so what part of gymnastics do you participate in? Which of them do you participate in?
I participate in
tumbling.
Yes.
And what? Flipping, the tumbling. Which of them do you participate in?
Both.
Both, okay. Now tell us one thing you like about gymnastics and the other sport like swimming, football, table tennis. Why did you decide to go for gymnastics?
Because it's very fun.
Okay.
And you also have to be serious doing it. And you can also have fun doing it.
Oh, you can also have fun doing it. So, do you want to be a gymnast when you grow up?
Yes.
Who told you that your mom, who has been encouraging you to be a gymnast? Tell us, because a lot of girls out there are looking at you and oh, this is a star, because you're already a star in the making already, because you've been participating in events, haven't you? So
yes.
Tell us more about gymnastics. Is it your dad that has been encouraging you or your mom?
Both.
Both. So tell us how they encourage you.
They encourage me like, good job. And they're also clapping for whenever I like do competitions.
Okay. Continue. Whenever you do competitions?
Yes.
So what happens when you do competition? Tell us.
Like, it has to be, like the judges are very strict. You have to, like, there's going to be a lot of people there.
Okay. So are you always shy when you see a lot of people there?
Yes.
So are
it's
you
like
shy?
it gives me a heart attack.
So how did you overcome that attack? Tell us, how do you overcome that attack?
Because I've been doing competition since.
Okay. And have you ever won gold medals in any of them?
Yes.
And is there a competition you're looking forward to? How is the school? You're a gymnast, you go to school, you're a gymnast, you go to school. How do you combine the two of them?
I also do gymnastics in my school.
Wow! Gymnastics in your school. So tell us, who encouraged you? Your teacher? Who encouraged you that?
My coach.
Tell us how they encourage you.
Like I do stunts in school, like same thing I do in the gym.
Okay. So who encouraged you the most in the gym?
My coaches and my siblings and my mother.
Okay. What's the future ambition like? Do you want to be a gymnast, or you still want to be a doctor, or you still want to be an engineer, or even while you're a doctor, you also want to be a gymnast?
I really want to be a gymnast, and I also want to be a footballer.
I also want to be a footballer. Okay, which one is coming first, gymnastic or football?
Gymnastic.
Oh, gymnastic. That's great. So there are competitions coming in April. You know, there's a competition coming in April.
April 12.
April 12. So what are you doing to get a medal there?
I'm going to do my routine.
Okay.
I'm going to do vault.
Okay.
That's all.
That's all. So you're only participating in vault
and floor.
On the floor. So have you won any medal there?
Yes.
So tell us when you won medal in those categories.
Like they give us bronze, silver, gold. They're scoring us, like our perfection.
Okay. We'll be speaking with Olubokala Alatishe. She is just 7 years old, and you can see how excited she is in participating in gymnastics. Like I said, these are just the other young gymnasts still with us in the studio, so we're still going to talk to one of them. Before we now go straight to the coach to tell us why he has been putting all his effort together. So we have this also quick break we need to go to, so that we can get the coach and also the young boy who is doing well for himself. Welcome back. We've got Excel Ocheke, a National Youth Games medalist last year. That was in Delta State, and still about gymnastics. Tell us how you came across gymnastics, Excel.
Yeah, I came across gymnastics 2 years ago in Benin.
Okay.
Before I started going to the stadium, I was practicing gymnastics with my siblings at home. Okay. Little by little, my mom introduced me to the stadium. Then I started going to the stadium, and I was very good at the sport, like very, very good. Then I was the captain of my team. Gradually, I went to youth games, 2023 youth games. I got 1 gold, 2 silver, 1 bronze. I got a gold in best all round, silver in floor, and silver in vault. So,
talking like a champion. So tell us what has been the medals when your name was called, and the medal was on your neck at the youth games. Tell us how it feels like, the moment of excitement.
Well, I felt very great. Like, wow, this is my first national medal. Like, my father has been doing gymnastics in his own time. It was the best at his own time. Like me now, I want to be better than my father when I grow up. I want to make my parents proud. So it feels very great.
And I know the feelings when your name is called. And now tell us, what's the future like? What's your plan because what's your plan for the future? You want to be a gymnast? You want to be at the Olympics? What's your plan?
I can see right now, I can see myself at the Olympics and being better than my father in his own time. And I want to make my parents proud. But my father's my coach by my side. I believe I can be very good. I'll be greater than him. I will achieve more goals than I have right now. So.
You talk like a good getter. So what's the plan? There's a game coming up. There's an event coming up in May, and it's about young lads coming together to participate in gymnastics. Do you have a target in mind?
Yeah, my goal there is to be the best among the best. I want to, go compete, take my medals, make my parents proud. I want to go there and be the best of all best.
Okay, the best of all best. So let me ask you, have you maybe combined school with gymnastics? You read, you go to school today, you go to the gym. Just tell us.
My father used to say education comes first. So when I was back there in Benin, when I come back from school, I'll go to the stadium, everyday routine. Then my dad and the sport commission had quarrel, so we stopped going to the stadium. Then last year we went for youth games in Delta State. So we came to Lagos, we trained, then we went back to Delta State and compete. We won our medals, we came back home. So
your sister is Treasure Cheke.
Yeah.
So between you and Treasure, who do you think is better when it comes to gymnastics?
It's me, but when it comes to coaching and captain, it's Treasure.
Oh, okay. I didn't ask her that question, but I know that she also has something to say. Thank you very much for being part of today's program. You've given us your time, and in the future, we hope to see you at the All-African Games, the Olympics, and the Commonwealth Games. Thank you very much, Excel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. I'm sure you've been enjoying that time about gymnastics. And the last guest on the show is a face known to gymnastics in the country at the National Youth Games and the National Sport Festival, Michael Ocheke. He has done so well for himself when it comes to gymnastics. He has been in the country, out of the country, and he has a lot of young lads to talk about when it comes to gymnastics. He is the brain behind many gymnastic events, tournaments in the country. So we welcome, after this break, we welcome Mike Ocheke to tell us about the future of gymnastics in the country. Today, still on 360 Sport and still talking about gymnastics. I have a man that is well known to gymnastics in the country. That's talking about Michael Ocheke. He's a coach, and everything that has to do with gymnastics in the country, if there's one man we need to ask, the man is by my side. It's good to have you on the show after a long while.
Thank you very much, my brother.
So how's been the world of gymnasts?
Well, what can I say? We've been like paused for a bit.
Okay.
But I believe after the elections, we're going to have a fresh start again and have something good to talk about in this country about gymnastics. So
the gymnastic election is ongoing, or is there a date for it?
No, I think it's after the National Sports Festival, because we need an office to run everything, and I believe the federation still stands until after the National Sports Festival in May. Then we'll have a fresh elections, and I believe whoever that's going to be coming in, I don't have a candidate, but whoever is coming in, I believe they're going to work.
Are you vying for a post?
No, right now I've been on my own for a bit to grow my club and make things happen.
Okay, make things happen. Yeah. And if you're just joining us, or if you're watching us, those young lads you saw earlier have been trained and coached by Michael Ocheke. So tell us, do you think we still have that future, that name when it comes to gymnastics in Africa?
Yes, let me start with the word yes, because if you look and see, like the little children that you saw a couple of minutes ago, these ones have given themselves to gymnastics, and we train them, build them for the tomorrow. Now that tomorrow we're talking about is not, we came from somewhere yesterday. Our tomorrow then is now, and we never achieved or attained the Olympics. But what we have seen, we've learned from our mistakes. We don't depend on the government for everything, and we see that there's a way out. And when there's a way out, we need to push these kids and make sure they come out to fill up where we did not fill. The Olympics is our goal, and these kids are ready to go there. I am ready, me and my team of coaches, doing our best with the help and assist of their parents, because these are passionate parents that have seen what we can do and believe in their children, believe in our work. So we're working together hand in hand with the parents, and hopefully, possibly, we're going to get there to the Olympics.
Yeah, for someone that we have been to the top when it comes to gymnastics in the country, what are the challenges, even regardless of the support, that you think some of these parents or the lads, the young lads, the boys, the girls are facing, and what are the major challenges for them?
Well, everybody will say money. It is all about finances. You know, if you have a well-equipped gymnastics hall today, and you have all coaches available, the equipments are there, definitely you see these kids doing amazing things. The Europeans, the Asians, they have just one head as we do. I mean, the world was surprised to see a Nigerian in the Olympics, last Olympic. Ocheke was there in Tokyo, to compete for Nigeria. He was the first Nigerian gymnast to be in the Olympics. Well, fortunately for him, he was born and brought up in the US, where there's facilities and he has some endorsement. Everything was available for him to train. He was training with the best. Simon Biles, the goat of them all, was training in the same gym with Ocheke. So why wouldn't he perform or improve to do that. So if we have some supports, that is why we are doing this. That's why Mayrock Gymnastics is here right now. With the caliber of parents that I have that is pushing in to make sure things work, I am sure we will have a better standard gym in less than no time, where we can train and bring up gymnasts that will represent this country, and not just represent this country, but get medals, even at the Olympics.
You've been organizing tournaments. I mean, now TV360 was one tournament in Ilukweju for some time in the past, and we also know that several tournaments will always come when it comes to you organizing tournament. But we also know that there's a tournament coming up in June, in April 12th.
Yes.
Right? What's the purpose of the tournament? Is it going to be different from every other tournament?
Okay, that's a very good question. Thank you, Mr. Model. The thing is, we've attended so many competitions lately. Now, I will give it up for all those organizers. They have been trying their best to do well. In fact, it's more better than what we'll get at the national level. Understand me? With no disrespect. But you know, at the national level, everything is depending on what the ministry is giving. So they have to manage the funds to organize the competitions, and these are national levels. But what we do here at the club level, it's amazing. The organizing is very, very tough. But even still, what we get from there, I think it's not enough. So from what we've gathered so far, from what we've seen, our experience, we want to show the world that Nigeria is still a sporting nation. A nation where gymnastics can thrive. You know, it is not a competition where we just come and just do this jamboree because it's a level system. No. You come, what you get, what you do is what you get. The judges, professional judges, the atmosphere we're going to be using, the podium, the hall, the equipment, it's going to be amazing. We want to discover talent. The award, we're going to be awarding the best gymnasts, both cash award and sponsorship. You know, we were looking to take gymnastics to another level. So when people come for this competition and they see what they will see, they will go back and make sure they are going to improve in what they will be doing too.
Another thing I also noticed about your career, and also is that some of your gymnasts, and they end up representing states in the national level at the youth games. I don't know how true it is, but Lagos is probably going to host the next national youth games next year. That was from the governor of the state doing an interview. If that happens or if it doesn't happen, are you expecting some of these your gymnasts to also represent that? Because that's one thing about what I know you do. So is there going to be, apart from the ones we know already, are there going to be new faces that will represent various states? Because I know there's a certain time one lady represented Kano State, and I'm sure that's from you. Some other states, you know. So are we also expecting that? Because that's going to be the best. Where after the gymnast, and we say, oh, this girl was here and she's now representing Lagos State and all that.
Thank you very much. You see, for a couple of years now, what I do is, I am a team of coaches. We train the gymnasts. We make sure they are ready for competitions, not just competing, for winning. And we push them to different states. We don't just put them in one state and just let that state take all the glory. We say, okay, you and you compete for this state, you and you compete for the other states. And at the end of the day, what you win, the glory goes to the states, each of the states. And for a while, I've been in Lagos, and even the facility I'm using, one of the facilities we're using as a club, it's a facility of Lagos State. You know, and for us to be doing that, we need to give back to Lagos State. I have an understanding with the secretary of the state's Gymnastics Association, and I told her that yes, we're going to give you good gymnasts that will get medals at the next National Youth Games, which we're working on, and I believe that will come to a manifest.
Talking about the future, lastly, before I let you go, and tell us more. Tell us more about the date and the time of that gymnastic, because you've told us the benefit of it. Tell us when it's taking place and the exact moment and time.
It's going to be on the 12th of April this year. And in fact, we're looking at next weekend, after this weekend, the next weekend. And it's going to be taking place at Beehive School in Agidingbi, Keja.
Yes. How many schools, how many gymnastic shows we expecting?
We're expecting nothing less than 200 gymnasts. And we are expecting parents and judges and coaches from different parts of Nigeria, from Abuja.
A day event?
Yes, it's going to be a day event. There are clubs coming from Abuja, there are clubs coming from Ondo State, Akure, and Port Harcourt, and the rest are from Lagos here. and I believe it's going to be a massive event. These numbers are for clubs. Schools numbers we are not certain yet, but I believe it will be probably around 60 to 70. So in a nutshell, we're looking at more than 270 gymnasts.
What has been the motivating factor? I need to ask you because I was saying, you gymnastics, yes, and all that.
You can see
what has been the motivating factor?
Gymnastics to me is a life, not a job. When I was little, when I started gymnastics early 90s, I wanted to go to the Olympics. I have this dream. I trained to a level whereby they compared me to the best in the world as at then on floor. Now, on floor and votes, I was the best in the country, not just best in the country. In the continent, I was the best, but I didn't go to the Olympics. I didn't make it to the Olympics. It was unfortunate. Even my wife, when she started training, her goal was to get to the Olympics, but no. I led my team to the first ever team medal in Congo Brazzaville 2015. I was a captain and I led my team. So did my wife in 2019. She was a captain of the female team and she led them to their first ever medal too at a bronze medal. Yes, but unfortunately we couldn't go. Now my children, I want to take them and other kids I'm training to that same Olympics. I want to go there. That is my drive. If I didn't go there to win, I will go there as a coach to compete. If my gymnasts are winning, then I'm more than a winner.
Yeah. It's good to have you on the show. Thank you very much, Michael Chike.
Glad to be here.
Obviously, we'll be talking to you during the events and afterwards about the events. Thank you very much for being part of the show. It's a moment of gymnastics for those of us who are watching you, and if you want to be part of the show, you can join us on all our social media platforms to be part of where the conversation never ends. And let's not forget, April 12 is a day you need to keep in mind where gymnastic events is taking place, and we'll probably get the reports of some of these stories on our news bulletin about the event that is taking place in April 12. Thank you very much. Muda Shushitu, thanks for watching.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون الليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له القاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول يتذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
Hello and welcome. I am Deji Badimasi. Now, the decision of the governors elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, not to be part of the planned coalition ahead of the 2027 elections to unseat the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, has been countered by the anti-Tinubu coalition led by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. In their communique after their meeting in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, on April 14th, the PDP governors resolved that the party would not be part of any coalition with opposition political parties, politicians, and other groups. The governors actually said their decision on rejection of coalition was taken after due consultation with all PDP party organs. But at a meeting with a delegation of the PDP from Nasarawa State, former Vice President Abubakar insisted that the merger train had already left the station, saying leaders from various parties, including the ruling APC, PDP and Labour Party and others, have been meeting to forge a new path towards a better Nigeria. He also accused the PDP governors of supporting President Bola Tinubu ahead of the 2027 general election. Abubakar also warned them against being distracted by what he calls minor financial offers that could jeopardize their political future. Now, reacting to the allegations of supporting the president, the PDP governors described the coalition as being delusional. Well, joining me on the program right now to discuss this further is Dabukiabo Womid, who is a PDP chieftain. He joins us from Abuja. Mr. Womid, thank you very much for your time and thanks for coming on the program. This back and forth between Atiku Abubakar and, of course, the PDP governors, and this coalition that Atiku Abubakar, that's the former vice president now, is pushing. What's your take on it?
Thank you for having me, first of all. I think that on the part of Atiku seems to be one of the most selfish politicians we have in this country. And I'm saying that because I was so disappointed with his recent comment that PDP, if they don't join the coalition, is going to go ahead and look for any vehicle that will carry, produce good governance. That was what he did in 2015 and put us in this mess. The party coalition or a merger, you have to discuss with your party. We don't have independent candidates in this country with our constitution. So you have to discuss with your party. What thing is doing, this coalition is just, and that's why the governors of the, respect to them, is a pressure group within the party, because there's no section of the constitution contains or sees the governors forum as an organ of the party. So it is something that Atiku is pushing for his own selfish interest and not for the interest of in the interest of the Nigerian people. He did that and he walked out of PDP and he gave PDP all sorts of names and said PDP will never rise. But it is so unfortunate that the former vice president, with due respect to him, shamefully came back to the party that he's himself and his co-travelers said to fuck PDP, Allah Majid PDP, Allah Isa PDP. Outside that, he said PDP will never come. PDP, in his forgiving spirit and in his magnanimity, gave him ticket twice. So Atiku is the most selfish politician. Otherwise, he would have come down, discussed with the party, and ask the party the direction the party is going, discuss with the party leadership before going into talks with opposition party. The governors have stated their position, and personally, I feel that position is the position of the, a lot of members of the party that.
But would it be wrong to say? Would it be wrong now to say that as things stand today, the former vice president is the most senior member of the party, and literally you could consider him the leader of the PDP?
There is no word like leader in our party. In our party constitution, we don't have any word as describing anybody as the leader of the party. If at all anybody is the leader of the party, is the state chairman, is the national chairman. So he's not the leader of the party, but he was our candidate in the 2020 election. And we expect that he will communicate with the party and share ideas and give the party reasons. If they are, cogent, the party will look into it. But you start meeting with the opposition party and you want to coerce or use kinetic force to make sure that the party buy into your this thing, what you did in 2015. No, the party will not buy into it. The National Secretary, most distinguished Senator Anyanwu, in one of his press briefings, said the party is not interested in merger or coalition, but the party is interested in anyone that wants to join the party, and also collaboration with other parties and well-meaning groups to make sure that they bring about improvement and have a united party to unseat the ruling party. That was what he said. And that is the position of members of the party. And I think that was what the governors reiterated in their meeting on Monday. That is just it. So the former vice president is very, very, wrong to have come against what Nigerians are looking towards, saying that PDP is one party that Nigerians are in love with. If
do you think the former vice
coalition, who are you going to present? So I think he's doing it for a selfish reason, not for PDP. So whatever he says doesn't affect the party at all. After all, he has left the party several times. If not for people like the former governor of Rivers State that has been the backbone of the party, today will Atiku have the opportunity, His Excellency Atiku had the opportunity to come and say he wants to contest under PDP platform. It's not the party dead and said that will never rise. So we should let the party breathe.
So do you think this, sorry to interject you, but do you think this might just be a prelude to Atiku leaving the party?
Yeah, see, and we know that all he's doing because he has sent his lieutenant to go to the field and start criticizing the party, making comments against the party, derogatory comments against the NWC and leadership. Go, if demonstrate the courage to go out and say, no, I'm leaving the party. Not stay in the party and acting, just repeating what you did in 2015 to PDP. That is wrong. You are not the only founding father of the party. If you are following our constitution, we have a lot of them. How many of them have gotten presidential tickets twice? So the party said they are not going. You have to discuss with the party, because from the beginning we've never seen whatever the vice president is doing. If you look at him, it's always himself, not the party. He has not projected the party in any way. He just come and pick tickets, and that is all we see. We will just come back, pick ticket. No, we don't want such people. After taking tickets and after losing the election, what has he done for the party? How has he projected the party? How has he, shown leadership in the party? None of that. So whatever he's saying, we, the party members, do not care, because this is not the first time. He did in 2015, said all sort of things against the party. He ran back to the party. Because of him, they amended the constitution. They amended section 51, section 54 and 7, that when he joined the party, within 1 month, you can contest for election. And that's amendment that they did because of Atiku in 2017 is haunting the party. We have a very erudite and excellent candidate in the person of the present National Deputy Publicity Secretary, who contested as a governor. But one of the candidates, or the candidate that took the day, just joined the party not quite long, and he got the ticket, which has become this incentive to faithful members of the party. People just see what happened in Lagos State. Jando came 2 months to primaries or so. He got the ticket. Today, where is Jando in PDP? He's nowhere. He has run back. He has accomplished his mission to distract the party, ensure that PDP doesn't win, and he has run back to where he belongs. So the former vice president has done more harm to PDP than anybody else. And if he doesn't want, if the party is looking towards remaining the way they are and welcoming a collaboration instead of merger and coalition, so be it.
Maybe the party should just probably promise him that he'll be given the ticket to run in 2027, and that would just put an end to all of this controversy.
Ticket? Is it his birthright? Is it his inheritance? Is the presidential candidacy of our party a traditional stool that they'll promise him that? No, he doesn't deserve it. We have given him ticket twice. In the history of PDP, no PDP presidential candidate has scored as low as the former vice president. Twice we gave him ticket. The first one he scored even when there was a heavy gang up against the incumbent president in 2014. Despite the heavy gang up against him, spearheaded by Atiku from the north. What happened? His vote was even higher than what the former vice president scored in 2019 and in 2023. 2019, he gave us 11 million votes. In 2023, 7 point. And that is because lack of, leadership. If there is leadership and Atiku provide that leadership and galvanize members, you will see that the party would have been in power by now. So nobody is not a traditional title for him. He cannot take it. He cannot come up and see it as a serial gift to him. Every 4 years, he will come and take tickets, and the next thing, will lose the election. He will leave us and travel to Dubai, stay wherever he wants to stay. Other people will foot the bills of the party. He will come back during election. He will not come and take tickets. We say no. 2026, the candidate of the president of PDP must come from the south.
But are you not worried?
That was what we have in the issue we have today.
Are you not worried that if Atiku Abubakar leaves the party, he would be living with his support base, a lot of them who are members of your party, and that could further weaken your party?
No, our party is not weakened. And it will not further weaken our party because already Nigerians know the kind of person he is. It's unfortunate. I wish I was one of the minders of the former vice president. I would have advised him. You have opened your own mouth to say you will never leave PDP when he joined the party. Because in 2015, he said PDP would die. To your greatest surprise, PDP did not die. The former governor of Rivers State stood behind the party, provided the needed finance, and the party stood. You took the ticket twice. And now you say you want coalition just for your interest. And the party is looking towards another direction. You say that is your business. If you don't want to send the party, go. And I'm telling you that people outside PDP cannot get up to 5 million votes. We saw it when he went to AC or so. How many million? About 2 million votes. His vote was more than his vote. His campaign manager was the former media person, national chairman, most distinguished senator, Yoshayu. It was the campaign manager of Atiku in 2007. How many votes did he get? It's only PDP platform that he can get that vote, even if he whips sentiment, regional sentiment or religious sentiment, as he did during the last presidential election. He will not get the vote that will make him the president. It is only PDP platform. And right now, we say he should wait till 2031 if he still have interest. Let from 2027 to 2031, the South have their own fair share. The 4 years, it will not go to the North.
Yeah, when you say he should wait until 2031, I mean, at what age then?
You see, if he cannot wait, you see, our politicians, some of them, their greed is unimaginable. If you cannot, even like some people are saying that, project other people. Just imagine if Atiku said, no, I will not contest, let it go to the South, I will support whichever candidate, or or project a candidate from the South, today PDP would have been in power. So PDP being out of power is Atiku's fault. In 2015, he let PDP members out. In 2023, what did he discourage PDP members from supporting the party? With his inordinate ambition of wanting to be the president. If it is not me, nobody else should be. We shouldn't accept that. We shouldn't encourage that in the party. We have credible candidates in the party that can stand and contest and make Nigerians proud if they come to power. So if he leaves the party, good and fine for him, but I was showing that he cannot garner the vote that he needs to be the president of Nigeria outside PDP platform. And PDP will not give him the ticket in 2027 because the ticket must go to the South for 4 years. Before 2031, it will go to the North.
All right, Mr. Dabokiabo Wamit, thank you very much for your time and thanks for coming on the program.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks a lot. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, the truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
All right, welcome back. Now, we're being joined on the program by Dr. Ladan Salihu, a PDP chieftain and the spokesperson of the Leagues of Northern Democrats. He joins us from Abuja to continue the conversation on the PDP coalition talks. Dr. Salihu, thank you very much for your time. You heard the position of the PDP governors, of course, in direct contrast to that of the Atiku Abubakar-led coalition. What's your take on it? I mean, the PDP governors making it very clear that they are not going to join that coalition at all, that people are free to join the party, but in terms of coalition, they're not going to do that.
Well, first of all, let me appreciate you, Deji, for doing an excellent job, 360. Now, in the PDP, like in any other political party, but the PDP especially, being the largest political party in Africa and a party that has pedigree, a party that has, rules and regulations, and a party that has ethics and ethos. We have a history. We have a history of a party that is based on the norms and values of democracy. We have a constitution. There is nowhere in the constitution of our party that you have, the Governors Forum as an integral part of the structure of leadership of the party. The Governors Forum is just like any other forum in the party. They are free to express their views and to pontificate their own ideas and to canvass whatever they think is for the good of the party. But in this case, we have a misstep. The guiding philosophy of the PDP, as far as party administration is concerned, rests squarely on the National Executive Committee, which is the neck of the party. Now, I have been privileged, Deji, to cover the PDP from inception, from either G34, to G39 with, then late Solomon La and Chief Alex Ekweme. And I was at the very first convention in Jos that produced President Olusegun Obasanjo and Atiku Abubakar as the presidential and vice presidential candidates. And I have been up close and personal with the PDP, either as a reporter or as a delegate or as a member of the planning committee of conventions. At least I can remember in the last 3 to 5 conventions. Nowhere in the history of our party did we have the forum of governors seemingly coming with, with a structure that ab initio looks like overpowering the neck or even ultimately replacing it. I want to believe, with the best of intentions, the Governors Forum came up with a document that ought to have been submitted as a proposal to the National Executive Council, and then it will be for the National Executive Council to discuss, to agree, to accept, to correct or amend, or to discard it completely. To come out with a document that literally rewrites, the constitution of the party, I think is improper. I think the Governors Forum, is made of respected and respectable leaders of our party. I was a chief of staff to one of them, His Excellency Governor Bala Mohammed, but I want to believe that we are all stakeholders in the party.
But let me ask you this, Doctor. Sorry to interject, but let me ask you this: if the governors cannot speak for the party, should Atiku also be speaking for the party? I'm talking about the former vice president, because he's been leading this coalition talk. We've not heard anything anyway from the National Executive Council of the party. So, but then you have the former vice president leading the coalition talk and, seemingly taking the party along that path without, without a word from the National Executive Council.
Well, let's look at it this way, Deji. From, a few months leading to the presidential elections, to the time the presidential elections were held, and to this moment that we're having this conversation with you, if you are to ask a rhetorical question, who is the de facto leader of the party, assuming Atiku Abubakar had won the presidential election? And the answer will be Atiku Abubakar. Now, in practical terms, in empirical political terms, I want to believe Atiku is still the leader of our party. He has that preeminent position, not because it was quoted on the stock exchange of politics, but as a person who flew our flag during the presidential election. I think he has a leverage to make contacts. These contacts are just basically contacts. They are not necessarily done roughshod to willy-nilly overpower the party. It's just an option on the table. But Atiku did not go to say, okay, we are producing, a blueprint for the convention. We are constituting a committee, his own coalition, or, the movement he's trying to lead. He did not say we have set a date for the convention. These are the rules of engagement that are supposed to be, domiciled in the powers of the National Executive Committee. And what we are saying is that, look, there is nothing wrong with the Governors Forum coming up with an option, but it should be seen to be just an option, just like what Atiku is doing. And let's look at it this way, and let us look at it in a deeper sense of it. Now, you have a Governors Forum that comes out to say, okay, we are doing a national convention amongst our ranks, We have produced the chairman of the convention committee, the chairman of, other committees that are relevant to the convention, to even suggest that some, gentleman is to be the acting national secretary.
Yeah.
What I am saying is that go back to the Constitution, look at the rules, look at the regulations, look at the traditions. These are things that are domiciled with and are the responsibilities of the National Executive Committee. So when these documents, the document that the Governors Forum produced should have been submitted to the National Executive Committee, and the National Executive Committee will look at it, look at the options of, Atiku Abubakar, put them together, bring out a thin synthesis, and then, we'll all be on board. To me, if you are coming up with something that is as fundamentally structural that affects the lifespan of a party such as the PDP, you must bear in mind, Deji, that we have leaders beyond the Governors Forum. We have in the South, for instance, former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. We have, the likes of Rufus Adat George. We have the likes of Peter Odili. We have the likes of Bode George in Lagos. And in the North, you have the likes of, the former Vice President Namadi Sambo, Governor Makarifi, Sule Lamido, Governor Jonah Jang, and many others. And look, we have 12 governors that have come up with this document. We've never seen such a document, even in times of crisis in the past.
But we can't deny, I understand your point about the governors.
To come up and say that we are now doing the activity or the action of the National Executive Committee, Deji.
But can we deny the fact that these governors are very powerful in the scheme of things in the party? Because it's always been like that anyway.
Well, being powerful is one thing. Being impactful is another. Let me be sincere with you in this regard. I have a firm belief, and I say this with every sense of respect, humility, and sincerity. And I defer to our governors because they are also our leaders. But to assume that they alone can pull the party together and give it direction beyond the rest of the members of the National Executive Committee and reputable statesmen and elders of the party that are outside their ranks, this will simply not fly. It will end up, if we were to take this as the roadmap, I can assure you it will only lead to further disagreements and squabbles between and among party members. And what we want in the PDP is a party that is cohesive, coherent, and together, so that we will marshal out a plan going to contest the 2027 presidential election and win. And win for the benefit of Nigerians.
Sorry, Dr. Salihu. Do you think?
I want to believe, Deji, that the two sides are on the same platform but speaking differently. The two sides want to see PDP succeed. It is just the modus operandi of that success that we are talking about, and we'll get to the bridge. We'll cross it.
Okay, let me. I'm happy you. I'm happy you raised that point. Could the problem be that yes, it's true that the two sides actually want to see the PDP succeed, but the issue is that who should lead the PDP? Who, for instance, should get the PDP presidential ticket in 2027? Because you look among the governors. Some of them have actually indicated interest to run. And you have a former vice president who has also shown all the interest that he plans to run as well. Could that be the problem here, and that the governors are choosing not to align with the former vice president because They just don't want him to get the ticket. They don't want him to be the face of the party, to represent the party as their presidential candidate in 2027.
That will be, if this were to be true, then how do I characterize it? It will be like, have you ever seen turkeys calling for early Christmas? You know, it will be dead on arrival. Look, in the congregation of the Governors Forum, and I'm not putting anybody down. These are issues that you and me and others, and the general audience watching this program know. We have had a governor within the Governors Forum that came out clearly, campaigned against, and worked for the failure of the party at the presidential level by refusing to endorse Atiku Abubakar. And lo and behold, that same governor is given responsibility in this upcoming convention. Look, we may decide to pander to political correctness. We may decide to, take spins and give it a definition. But what we all must do is to subject ourselves to the majesty of the democratic process, the rules and regulations as enshrined in the party constitution. You cannot be a player and a judge and, in your own trial. There has to be, like I said, the National Executive Committee has to take charge of the conventions, have to put the two sides together around the table and come up with an agreeable formula that will be all-inclusive, that will take care of the fears and, worries of the Governors Forum and take care and accommodate the aspirations and the inspiration of Atiku Abubakar. No one part can pull away and dictate to the party. And I want to assure you that I don't think Atiku Abubakar is interested in, joining issues with the Governors Forum. What we are interested in as party stalwarts or chieftains is to see that the PDP, becomes cohesive, stronger, and, a party that operates within the rules and regulations of non-democratic principles and practices worldwide. And if we must do that, then we must be seen to extend the hands of fellowship, the hands of understanding, the spirit of, live and let live. And let everybody be a participant. And let no one be seen to be calling the shots, because that will be anti-democratic and that will be unacceptable.
One last question, Dr. Salihu. Do you think that the former vice president can, go on this coalition thing alone without the governors?
No, the governors are very, very integral to the success of the party. We will not wish that away. They are very central, they are very strategic, and they are partners in the project PDP 2027 for the overall success of the party. But I repeat, the governors can only do that as, members of a forum, not as an organ of the party. They can only operate within the ambit and direction and control of the National Executive Committee. To assume that the governors alone can lead PDP to victory in 2027, it's hysterical nonsense. It won't work. We have to come together to, understand and appreciate each other, to understand and appreciate our own weaknesses sometimes as the sources of our own strengths, and then to respectfully agree with each other to forge a new frontier that will see PDP to victory in 2027. No one can do it alone. Certainly, not the Governors Forum.
I think we just have to leave it there. Thank you very much, Dr. Ladan Salihu, for coming on the program and sharing your thoughts on this very knotty issue. Let's just hope your party is able to resolve all of this. And, you get prepared for 2027.
Kind words from you, Deji. I appreciate. Hope to see you again.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. All right, we'll take a short break now and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free. Facts are sacred. But truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, investors across Nigeria are still reeling from significant losses following the collapse of CBEX, a supposed cryptocurrency investment platform. Despite promising investors a 100% return on investment each month, CBEX failed to process multiple withdrawals, raising serious concerns now about its legitimacy and fueling suspicions of a Ponzi scheme. CBEX was reported to have crashed on Monday, leaving many Nigerians unable to access their funds estimated to exceed 1.3 trillion naira. I repeat, 1.3 trillion naira. Now, the platform failed to honor withdrawal requests from their subscribers and abruptly closed their physical offices amid mounting complaints. The sudden crash of the platform, which reportedly wiped out users' account balances and rendered many investments worthless. Now, several videos online showed some Nigerians lamenting the loss of their funds to the scheme. A group of enraged individuals looted its offices in the Okeado area of Ibadan, Oyo State, southwest Nigeria. Now, checks on the digital footprint of the name CBEX are linked primarily to the Chinese government-owned firm, which may have misled many Nigerians who searched for background information before deciding to invest. Now, responding to the situation, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, in collaboration with the Securities and Exchange Commission, has vowed now to recover investors' funds from CBEX and prosecute Ponzi scheme operators. The SEC also reiterated that any platform not registered with the SEC is considered illegal. Well, joining me now from London is financial and crypto expert Feyi Fawemi. Feyi, thank you very much for coming on the show. Are you surprised that Nigerians would, rush into this kind of investment after, experiences we've had in this country? Let's not forget MMM. You remember that Ponzi scheme, and there have been so many of them, before this. Are you surprised that Nigerians will still choose to embrace platforms like this without doing a proper check?
Well, I think the answer is that I should be surprised, but I'm not surprised. These schemes or these scams, they tend to be innovative in the sense that they always seem to find people who are willing to do this. And there's a whole load of social proof that especially CBEX that they used. So essentially, one of the things they were doing was that encouraging people to bring more people. I think there were rewards if you brought 12 people, that sort of thing. And when that kind of thing happens, it allows people to lower their guard. So if, for example, you heard about CBEX from a friend or from a family member or something, you kind of lower your guard a bit compared to, say, you went on the internet and you were looking for investment opportunities and you just saw a random website saying CBEX. With that one, you might maybe be a bit more careful, but it relied on a lot of social proof, encouraging people to bring in their friends. And then if you brought in 12 people or something or whatever they said it was, then they gave you huge rewards. And, and that's how it grew. So I will say that the vast majority of people who ended up in this thing probably heard of it from someone they trusted, and so that is obviously how this thing spread, and that was the quote unquote innovative approach that this particular scam used. And unfortunately, I mean, we can't say we've seen the last one. There will probably be more in the future unless we really take a different approach to dealing with these things and nipping them in the bud when they start.
And that's really worrying. But then, what exactly could drive people to believing that, you know, an investment could give them 100% you know, return? Why is it that people don't have that suspicion when they see such kind of investments making such mouth-watering promises?
Yeah, right. So this is that's a good question, and the answer is an interesting one in the sense that there's a multitude of people with a multitude of motivations for why they will end up in a scam like this. So I think we need to be honest with ourselves and say there's a group of people who know that this thing is a scam, right? They know it's a Ponzi scheme. Their whole approach to it is to get in early and pull their money out early, as early as possible. And, you know, their belief is that if they go in early and come out early, then the problem is another person's problem, you know. And this has happened a lot in the past. So if you go back to things like Nospecto, you know, this was many years ago, about 2 decades ago. People made money from it. So the first people who got in early, they made money, they pulled out their money, and by the time the thing crashed, they didn't lose anything. They had made so much money. So, you know, it's a typical Ponzi scheme in the sense that the latecomers are the ones who really bear the brunt of it. So some people are motivated to go into it because they feel like they are smart, they are early, and if they go in early, they'll get out early and they'll make money. So that's one set of people. And I'm sure some people in CBEX made some money in the sense that they withdrew their funds. So that's one category of people. There are other people who also, like I mentioned earlier, are victims of social proofing in the sense that somebody they know or somebody they trust brought it to them, and it just, you know, it stops them from raising questions in terms of when somebody says, oh, somebody is going to give you 100% returns a month. Is a different thing when you hear that kind of proposition from someone you know very well, that he allowed people to get into something in that sense because it came to them from people they trust. And finally, we have obviously the group of people who just are not thinking about it very well and they just want to make money. You know, so some people actually cannot process the fact that something offering 100% returns a month does not make any sense. For a lot of people, for some people might actually think that, oh yeah, well, you know, somebody said it's trading, they are using AI or whatever. Yeah, it's possible. They don't have the mental model or anything, or what you might call it, to process and say, be skeptical about something like that, you know, that says, if somebody offers you 100% a month, the first question you should ask is that, what exactly is that person doing? You know, that is generating that 100% a month. Some people don't know how to process that or to ask those kind of questions. So I think to answer your question, there's a multitude of people with a multitude of motivations who end up inside this thing.
Look, you're a crypto expert, so I have to ask you this. Look, the general impression a lot of people have here is that, look, anything that has to do with crypto, you know, yields a lot of money, that, you know, the return on investment is usually very huge. So you have quite a lot of young people out there, young boys, young guys who have made so much money. You could see that they've done well for themselves. And when you try to find out what exactly they do, they tell you it's crypto, that's where they make their money from. And so people are led to believe that, look, with crypto, there's so much money to be made within a very short time. And that, so when you hear someone telling you about 100% return on investment because it's crypto, they just believe straight away. So help us to understand, is crypto that lucrative that you put in money and the next minute you're making like twice or three times what you've actually put in? Is that the way it works?
Well, so I'll call myself a crypto skeptic in the sense that, so I think what a lot of people might not really realize about crypto is that the variance is very, very wide, right? So you can make a lot of money, right? I mean, some people make a lot of money, but you can also lose a lot of money. Nobody's going to come on social media to announce that, wow, I lost, you know, all my money on crypto. But people lose money a lot of money on crypto. Some people make money and they lose everything, right? So crypto has a lot of variance in the sense that it's not like the stock market where if you invest in the shares of, say, Apple or Amazon or Google or something, the share can drop, but it's not going to go to zero. I mean, Google shares are not going to drop to zero. In crypto, that is a distinct possibility that happens every time, in the sense that you can buy something and it can go to zero and you lose your entire savings, right? I mean, I've bought shares, normal shares in the stock market where, they've lost half of their value and all that kind of thing. You just hold on to it for a long time or whatever, Seeing something go to zero is very, very rare in a regular stock market. So if you buy in the NASDAQ, the FTSE 100, the S&P, that kind of thing. But with crypto, the variance is so wide. So that variance is what allows some people to make money, but also lose a lot of money. So the challenge that what this has caused is that because of the way crypto has grown over the years, a lot of young, and Nigeria is a country with a very young population, and I always say this all the time, in the sense that we have a very, very young population, in the sense that maybe 70% of the population are under 30, for example. So it is not, for example, it's not far-fetched to say that the majority of people in Nigeria today did not really experience Abacha. It might sound crazy, but Abacha was what? Over 30 years ago now, if the vast majority of the population are under 30, then many of them have no recollection of him. And this is something that was in our recent history, right? So because of that, a lot of young people have grown up under crypto. So let's say we take crypto starting point as 2015 or 2017 or 2015, right? That is 10 years ago now. Somebody who was 15 at the time would have grown up to become an adult under crypto. And the point I'm trying to make here is that crypto has given a lot of young people a kind of very dangerous risk appetite, in the sense that they've grown up doing crypto and they now think that it is perfectly normal to make some money and to lose everything, right? It's perfectly okay or normal for you for the valuation of something you buy to go to zero. Whereas in the actual world of normal stock investing or investment, that is very unusual. It's not normal for you to invest in the normal stock market and the value of the thing you invest in just goes to zero. But because it happens every day in crypto, and a lot of people have grown up under that crypto, and it is their first time of ever doing any kind of investing. There are a lot of young people who have been doing crypto for 5, 6, 7 years, and they've never actually done what you might call, quote unquote, the normal stock market. So crypto is all they know about investing. And when you're investing in crypto that much, and that's your whole frame of reference, then your risk tolerance, unfortunately, widens to the point that is really, really dangerous, in the sense that you're just okay to tolerate something going to zero, and to you it's just part of life, that sort of thing. I wouldn't do that. I mean, I have a family. I cannot put my family savings or anything in something that can go to zero. My risk appetite is not that much, because when I first started investing, it wasn't crypto I started investing in. I was investing in normal stock market. Even if you lose money, but you don't lose everything just like that. And it's not a normal thing for me that an investment I put money in can go to zero and I'll just lose everything. So I think, the summary of this is that because we have a lot of young people in Nigeria is a very, very young population, we might not really realize that, the Nigerian stock market has been just there. It's been in a lot of it is in the doldrums, that kind of thing. So we are not really thinking of the fact that a lot of young people in this country, because of the nature of our population and the demographics of Nigeria, have grown up under crypto, and the risk and reward of that particular industry is their only frame of reference, and they've come to normalize that is how things work, in the sense that you put money, you put $100, okay, you can make $100, and then you can also lose the entire $100.
And of course, there's no doubt at all that young people tend to want quick money. But let me ask you this: look, you've seen the response of the EFCC and SEC. I mean, both agencies coming out to say that they're going to investigate, and SEC also saying that, look, it won't. But, I'm just wondering, didn't the EFCC know about CBEX before it went bust? What about SEC? Didn't it know about CBEX before it went bust? And if SEC, for instance, had always known that, look, that CBEX operated illegally, why didn't it make the move to stop it? Why didn't the EFCC, for instance, make the move to, stop it before it went bust? And now we're seeing this reaction, and that I'm just wondering, you look at the reaction of these agencies, SEC, EFCC, you think they did quite enough, especially when it comes to protection of those who, yes, it's true there were warnings out there, but don't you think they should have done more than they did to prevent this from happening?
Yes, I agree. Yes, definitely. I agree with you. You're right on that, in the sense that our regulators don't take a proactive approach to things. So, regulation for a lot of our Nigerian regulators is that, something has happened. We enter, we release statement, we issue statement, we start chasing people, arresting people. But there is a world in which a regulator can also be proactive. The thing with CBEX is that it happened openly. Like I mentioned earlier, because of the social proofing nature of it, where they were saying, bring people. You get rewards for bringing in people. It was happening on social media. People were talking about it. It was all there. I first heard about this whole CBEX about 4 weeks before it crashed. So it was, and I don't even live in Nigeria, but you could tell that something was going on. Now, in fairness, we cannot say the regulator can stop everything while it is happening. But if the SEC had issued just one statement before it crashed and said, we are warning the public about CBEX, we're hearing about this, then I will give them some credit. But right now, there's no evidence that they said anything about it, and it was happening. In fact, there was a TV program that I saw where there was I saw a clip on social media where people actually, it was an event, the people who brought CBEX to Nigeria or whatever, and TV stations went there and interviewed them. It was all done very openly. So now that it has crashed, everyone is trying to cover their behind and act like, we are warning you. And they will probably arrest one or two people or cracking down. But, I think we need to encourage our regulators to take a more proactive approach to this thing. It is not difficult, right? SEC can have tools to monitor social media. Just constantly monitor and say, okay, what is happening? Are people talking? What are people talking about in relation to financial instruments or investment, that sort of thing? And you can pick up these things early. CBEX started last year, right? And if anybody had Googled CBEX, you will see that the Hong Kong SEC, in around April last year, they put out a statement warning people in Hong Kong about a company called CBEX and warning them that they are not regulated and for people not to invest in that thing. This was April 2004. And now, so it was out there. It was all out there on the internet. So if anybody had, and SEC could have done this and said, could have done the same thing and warned people in advance. Now, CBEX came to Nigeria, obviously because they thought that, Nigeria is a soft touch, that you can get away with stuff there for a while. And they ran the thing for 6-7 months and they made the money and they run away. So, our regulators need to be a bit more proactive. It is not difficult. Technology there's nothing complicated, or even there's tools out there that can help you monitor social media. If people start to talk about something, they are tweeting about all this kind of thing, then you just need to be able to monitor and say, okay, investigate. What is this thing that people are talking about? What is this CBEX thing? And once you do your investigation, it shouldn't take long. You can then begin to put out statements and warn the public that be careful. This thing is not regulated. We are warning you, and we will, if we catch anybody behind this thing, we are going to arrest them or we are going to prosecute you. That sort of thing. Even if the thing still crashes and people still lose money, but it gives the regulator a lot of credibility for the next one. Because people now say, SEC warned us about CBEX that time, and it crashed, and their warnings were proven correct. Next time they give a warning, people might take them a bit more serious, and that's how you build up a lot of credibility. Not when the thing has crashed, people have lost money and all that kind of thing. Then you now start issuing statements every day and telling us that, CBEX is not regulated. Of course it was not regulated. That's why they've taken money and run away. It's a scam. Everybody knows that scams are not regulated in Nigeria. Right. So, there's nothing. What are you? If you are telling us now that the thing was not regulated and whatever, it is meaningless.
Do you think it's possible to recover this money? The EFCC making that pledge. You think it's possible to recover the money?
No, I don't think so. I think first of all, I think one thing we must try and understand is that how much money was lost exactly. This is not it's not an easy question to answer because if we use just a random example, if you put in $100 in CBEX, right? Let's just assume that you put in $100. The thing was giving you 100% returns a month. So after 1 month, you have $200. That's what the thing will be telling you that you have. Then after that, the next month, 2 months, you have $400. 3 months, you have $800. Right? 4 months, you have $1,600. 5 months, you have $3,200. And then 6 months, you have $6,400, right? So I mean, you can see how $100 can grow as long as they're not withdrawing it. It is illusory. It's not real money. It is just the platform, playing a psychological trick on you. And then, so I think the question here is to say, first of all, how much do people actually put in this thing? And we have to separate that from what the platform was showing as the value that people had at the end. Because, I mean, what people put in is quite different. If somebody is giving you 100% a month returns, then that numbers can grow very, very quickly. So, I think that's the real investigation. And because this thing was crypto, I mean, crypto is, if money goes into crypto, I don't know. Maybe the Americans, maybe the Americans, if the Americans want to recover crypto from somewhere, they can do it, but I don't think that SEC or anybody in Nigeria has the tools or the capabilities to actually seize a wallet or seize where crypto funds are stored. And then again, how do you even identify who had money? It's a whole mess. How do you identify who actually put money inside of it? How do you do that? How do you give them, what is the platform has collapsed, I mean, how do people put money? I have no idea. How do people put money inside? Crypto is not even, I mean, the whole thing is outside legality. So I think, there's no way for people to recover this, and we don't even know how much was actually lost compared to what was the valuation that people were expecting.
Feifami, thank you very much for coming on the show, and thanks a lot for your insights.
My pleasure.
Thank you, appreciate it. Well, that's just about it for the program this week. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون الليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له القاضي ده زمن محدد، انت حاول يتذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخد قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
On the news, President Tinubu to meet service chiefs over renewed violence and rising killings in the country. Prominent Christian leaders raise concerns over continued killings of Christians in northern Nigeria. And Nigerian Bar Association Osogbo branch condemns arson attack on the Osun High Court in Ilesha. Hello and welcome to News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Sinisala Atiku. Amid renewed insecurity in some parts of the country, President Bola Tinubu is due to meet with the service chiefs of the country to review the situation and discuss measures to contain it. The president returned to Nigeria on Monday night from his 18-day working visit to Paris and London. The presidency has blamed state governors for some of the security challenges, especially the recent incidents in Plateau, Benue and Enugu states. It cited the governors' poor funding of security outfits in their states despite receiving humongous security votes. And the Benue state government has linked the recent violence to efforts by the attackers to displace and take over and lands. Addressing journalists at the government house, State Governor Hayas says the wave of the attacks on communities in the states, which have left at least 11 people dead, is part of a coordinated land-grabbing plot by armed groups. According to the governor, while security operatives have been deployed to restore calm in the affected areas, top security officials, including the police commissioner and homeland security personnel, have been sent in for assessment. He added that the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, had assured him the federal government would boost support to the state. Meanwhile, the Christians in Plateau State have on Monday staged a peace walk in protest against the incessant killings ravaging communities in the state. The peace walk, organized by the joint leadership of the Church Denominational Leaders Forum and the Christian Association of Nigeria Plateau State Chapter, was also a tribute to the continuous and bloody assaults on Plateau communities, especially those killed in recent attacks on Rui, Horti and Zikke in Bokos and Basa local government areas. The April 2025 attacks in Bokos and Basa has claimed over 100 lives, marking one of the deadliest incidents since the Christmas Eve massacre in 2023, which left about 150 people dead in Bokos alone. A former assistant director at the Department of State Services, Dennis Amakri, joins me on the news to discuss the latest violent attacks in the country. Thank you very much for your time. Now, what's your take on these renewed attacks, especially in the north? Do you think that the government is losing ground in the fight against insecurity in the country?
Well, thank you very much for having me. You know, this has been discussed all over last week and this week, of course, where some governors have come out to say, especially the governor of Borno State, that we are losing grounds. And of course, I think maybe it's because of the inadequacy of our military personnel who are more engaged in other duties in the 36 states of the country. But I'm happy that right now the president is back and he has invited the security chiefs to come for a tete-a-tete. It might be a time to re-strategize.
I want to focus attention. These attacks are mainly, especially in Benue and Plateau and even Borno states. What would you say is the connection here? Well, unfortunately, we have lost Mr. Dennis Amakri. We'll go back to his interview later on in the bulletin. Moving on, prominent Christian leaders in the country have raised concerns over the continued killings in northern Nigeria, calling for empathy from their counterparts in the south. Speaking at a concert to raise funds for victims of insurgency in northern Nigeria, organized by the Foundation of Truth Assembly Church in Lagos, the leaders say awareness needs to be created on the plight of victims of insurgency in the northern region. On his part, the former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, who spoke in a video message, urged Christians across Nigeria to increase awareness about the killings and raise funds for the well-being of the children and widows of the deceased.
This cross-charity is more relevant now than ever before, especially as we witness killings in north-central Nigeria, in Plateau, in Benue, a menace that has gone on almost annually for over 30 years. I urge all present today, whether you represent a ministry or not, to become financial partners with the cross-charity. That God expects us to practice.
So the church in the south just had an handshake with the church in the north, trying to see what we can do as an intervention to support the cause of humanity, not just Christianity. So it's beyond a Christian cause. It comes. We can't fight back with bullets. What we can do is to fight back through our own humanitarian interventions, which is cross-charity, to go out there and especially educate who've lost their lives and they've left behind widows and orphans. And those orphans may just be out, nothing to sustain them. So we as a people, we as a church, we as a group, as an NGO, as you want to call it, have decided to intervene through pulling resources together. But not to build houses, but to just give hope and provide school fees and empowerment for our widows out there in the north.
If nothing is done to stop this thing, we will just be gathering widows. We'll be paying school fees. So is that what the church will do forever? So the whole church in the north will just be filled with widows.
Well, let's go back to our discussion with the former Assistant Director of the Department of State Services, Dennis Amakri, over renewed attacks in certain parts of the country. Mr. Amakri, now these attacks are, worse. They're worse in Benue, Plateau, and even Borno states. What would you say are factors responsible for the return of these attacks?
Personally, my analysis on this is that we're not giving it enough attention that it requires, and we have not re-strategized to deal with it the way we dealt with. Because what is happening here is that we are having different kinds of attacks in Plateau, and it is actually not herders, farmers. I think there are more to it. More to it in the sense that there are new infusion, like, outsiders that are in there, and their own is not just to kill, but to occupy because of mineral resources. So I think the meeting that they're having today is going to look at this properly.
The meeting between President Bola Tinubu and the security chiefs in the wake of these attacks, what do you think the government should do? What should be the government approach in tackling this challenge?
Yes, thank you very much for that. I feel that, with all the security chiefs sitting down around the table, should start re-strategizing. We are not going to depend on the old identification. The threats that were identified before as herders, farmers, or wherever should not be the mainstay now. I think we should go beyond at looking at, the infusion of foreigners, the mineral resources that they are looking for, and all the rest of the things that are happening there, and then put them in context, because we cannot continue to allow these things going. The life of Nigerians matter. And if we don't do something about it, we'll continue to lose our citizens.
Our former Assistant Director at the Department of State Services, Mr. Dennis Amakri, thank you very much for talking to us and for sharing your thoughts as always. Moving on, in a bid to restore public confidence in Nigeria's judicial sector, the Human and Environmental Development Agenda header has advocated greater accountability and independence within the judiciary, aiming to prevent political interference in human rights and corruption cases. The organization, in collaboration with the MacArthur Foundation, made the call on Tuesday in Lagos during the 5th edition of its Leadership Approval Rating event. Delivering his address, Header's Executive Secretary Sulaiman Aribabu presented the results of a survey which revealed that widespread allegations of corruption within the judiciary have significantly eroded public confidence in the system.
They challenge us to ask critical questions about judicial independence, the ethical conduct of legal practitioners, and the extent to which the judiciary defends human rights, especially in its interactions with law enforcement agencies. At HEDA, we strongly believe that public accountability must be rooted in public perception. Citizens' opinions about the judiciary are not just a measure of institutional performance, they are a call to action. Only by listening to these voices can we begin to chart a realistic path towards meaningful reform. The recommendations outlined in this report are both comprehensive and urgent. They include ensuring full judicial autonomy, reforming the National Judicial Council to enhance its effectiveness, leveraging technology to increase transparency, and fostering ethical professionalism within the judiciary and legal practices. These are not mere suggestions. They are imperative for restoring public trust and safeguarding the integrity of our administration of justice system. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey to a reformed judiciary is not one that will be smooth or swift. It requires unwavering political will, active civic engagement, and sustained commitment from all stakeholders, including you and I. The judiciary can only function effectively when it earns and maintains the trust of the people it serves. Its legitimacy must be built not only on constitutional mandate, but also on public confidence.
Meanwhile, the Nigerian Bar Association Oshogbo branch has strongly condemned the arson attack on the Osun High Court in Ilesha on Monday, destroying the entire building along with sensitive court documents and exhibits. In a statement in Oshogbo, the NBA chairman, Yemi Abiono, described the incident as a heinous attack that threatens justice delivery and the rule of law. He expressed concern over the recurrence of such violence, noting that a similar attack had occurred years earlier in Court 3, where a judge's chambers was burnt down. Eleke for his swift response, including ordering a thorough investigation and enhanced security around the court premises. And over time, non-renewable energy sources have contributed significantly to global pollution, as burning them releases harmful chemicals into the atmosphere and causing respiratory health issues. In commemoration of the 55th World Earth Day celebration themed Our Power, Our Planet, environmentalists in Nigeria are advocating for a transition to clean renewable energy sources for electricity generation. Speaking at the event, environmentalist Desmond Majakudumi highlights that Nigeria has the resources to lead Africa in renewable electricity production.
This year, the emphasis is on trying to persuade people to transit into using clean, renewable sources for producing electricity. However, this can be a problem for those nations that rely very heavily on oil for their economy. But the reality is that oil is a limited resource that will inevitably run out, especially if we're burning it as a fossil fuel. And there are so many other uses for oil in the modern world. So for a great country like Nigeria that has tremendous amounts of natural gas as well, this could be the transition fuel as we head towards clean energy sources, of which we have abundance. Nature has provided us with tremendous amounts of sunlight on a yearly basis. We have areas in our country that have almost constant wind blowing, and we also have water sources that are moving rivers and streams, and we also have oceans. When these various natural sources are tapped, we can lead the way as the giant of Africa to be the leader in from clean, renewable sources.
A group of protesters under the aegis of Concerned Citizens Against Corruption have on Tuesday stormed the office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice to demand the prosecution of former Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company. Its convener, Kabir Matazu, expressed disappointment that despite Kyari's sack, along with the entire NNPCL board on April 2, 2025, no steps have been taken to investigate the alleged corrupt practices under Kyari's leadership. The group highlights the controversy surrounding the rehabilitation and
are disenchanted that Mr. President has only removed the former corrupt leadership without taking the necessary steps to investigate how Mele Kyari and his cabal bled this country dry in various ways, which we believe is still hurting the country economically as we speak. In this regard, a sore point of fraud surrounding the rehabilitation and the restreaming of the government-owned refineries, the figures and the facts are simply not adding up. We wish to submit this petition to the Attorney General and Minister of Justice that we are giving the government 2 weeks ultimatum. We don't wish to act on this petition. Else, we will march on the street. Yes. We will continue to fight. Yes. We will continue to agitate. Yes. Because the corrupt leadership under Melekeri has put this country in an economic quagmire. Yes. And as such, for President Bola Tinubu to assure Nigerians and to get the confidence of Nigerians, and for him to get our support for second term, the corrupt leadership of Melekeri must be investigated. Yes.
We'll take a short break. It's still to come on news now. Burkina Faso foils coup plot, blames exiled officers in Ivory Coast. Stay with us for details. Welcome back. Is our stories we took earlier in the news. Amid renewed insecurity in some parts of the country, President Bola Tinubu is due to meet with service chiefs of the country to review the situation and discuss measures to contain it. We also informed you that prominent Christian leaders in the country have raised concerns over the continued killings in northern Nigeria, calling for empathy from their counterparts in the south. In case you missed any of our news bulletins, or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Let's now switch to business news. Tamilore Akinkwoliye has the latest. Over to you, Tamilore.
Thank you, Simi. Hello and welcome to business news. Now, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, has downgraded its economic growth forecast for Nigeria in 2025 to 3.0%, citing a decline in global crude oil prices. The revised projection was contained in the IMF's April 2025 World Economic Outlook report, released on the sidelines of the ongoing spring meetings of the IMF and the World Bank in Washington, D.C. The new forecast represents a 0.2 percentage point reduction from the fund's previous projection of 3.2%. The IMF also has projected the Nigeria headline inflation will average 26.5% in 2025, following a recent rebasing of the Consumer Price Index by the National Bureau of Statistics. We'll go on a short break here and be back with stock market reports. And the Nigerian stock market opened the holiday shortened week on a strong note, with the market gaining 318 billion naira on Tuesday. The all-share price index of Nigerian exchange rose by 0.49%, pushing the market capitalization to 65.817 trillion naira when compared to the previous figure of 65.499 trillion naira. Now, driving the rally was strong investors' interest in key stocks, particularly Nigerian bureaus, international bureaus, the initiate Japan Gold and Cornerstone Insurance. Now, international bureaus climbed up from 5 naira 50 kobo to 6 naira 5 kobo, followed by Nigerian bureaus which grew to 39 naira 80 kobo from 36 naira 20 kobo. Now, in total, investors traded over 353 million volumes of shares worth more than 7.1 billion naira across 13,734 deals. Now, meanwhile, on the global scene, it's a mixed trading day among major indices. Now, Japan's Nikkei posted a slight decline, down by 0.17%. Now, into the foreign exchange market, where the naira continues to depreciate among major international currencies. The dollar now trades at 1,615 naira, the British pound at 2,050 naira, and the euros at 1,710 naira. And that's a quick look at today's market performance. Over to you, Simi, for the rest of the news.
Thank you, Tamilore. And elsewhere, Burkina Faso's military-led government has announced that it successfully thwarted what it described as a major coup plot targeting junta leader Captain Ibrahim Traoré. Burkina Faso Security Minister Mohamedou Sana disclosed this in a televised address on Monday that both active and retired soldiers allegedly working in coordination with terrorist groups had conspired to storm the presidential palace. Sana claimed that the objective was to plunge the country into chaos and install a regime under the control of an international organization while attempting to manipulate public sentiment by using religious and traditional leaders to sway military officers into supporting the coup. He further alleged that the masterminds of the plan were operating from Ivory Coast, identifying 2 former army officers believed to be behind the operation. And the Vatican has officially announced that the funeral for Pope Francis will be held on Saturday at 10 a.m. local time in St. Peter's Square. Cardinals met at the Vatican to schedule Pope Francis' funeral and burial plan at the conclave to elect his successor and make other decisions about running the Catholic Church. The solemn mass will be presided over by the Dean of the College Cardinals, Cardinal Giovanni Battista Re. Pope Francis, who passed away on Monday at the age of 88 following a stroke and cardiac arrest, will lie in state beginning Wednesday in St. Peter's Basilica, allowing the faithful to pay their final respects. And on sports, no fewer than 44 players have been removed by the nationwide League One after a comprehensive medical checkup conducted by authorized doctors to ascertain their medical conditions and fitness levels found them wanting. The lower division body made this known in a statement posted on its official X handle on Tuesday. According to a statement from the media department for Africa's largest grassroots league, the affected players come from 31 teams registered for the 2025 season, with Ofa Football Club having the highest number of 6 players, and also certified 4 players of Camp Pro of FCT Abuja unfit for the season on medical grounds. The NLO emphasized the importance of regular medical examinations to prevent potential sudden deaths among players. And a former technical director of the Athletics Federation of Nigeria, Sunday Adeleye, has declared his intention to contest for the presidency of the federation as the race for the top position intensifies ahead of the AFN elections next month. In his address, Adeleye assured stakeholders that his administration will be transparent and responsible in the management of resources, particularly those from World Athletics and other sponsors. He highlighted plans to boost the capacity of Nigerian coaches, emphasizing local expertise over foreign reliance. And that's all on news now. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you again next time.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location, amount funded, job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the goal.
Welcome to another episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkwolye. Now, every year, companies and institutions around the world grapple with the growing menace of forged certificates and falsified credentials. But one Nigerian startup is changing the game with an innovative solution, the Akowe app. Now, today we'll dive into the story of a revolutionary app that is tackling the global challenge of document falsification. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Akowe.
Akowe is an online platform designed to reduce the incidence of credential fraud in the job market. We've built out technology that allows employers to be able to instantly verify the authenticity of academic records, as well as technology that allows educators to be able to issue digital certificates easily. My name is Ayodiji Agbola and I'm the founder of Akowe.
Initially, Akowe was founded with a simple mission: to approve and manage certificates for individuals. However, as demand for reliable verification grew, the app evolved into a cutting-edge platform used to confirm the authenticity of credentials and certificates.
The story starts from when we were trying to solve our own problem. We did have a contract in 2018 with Facebook where we were training lots of small business owners on how to use Facebook products for business. And after the training, we need to give certificates. We trained a total of about 70,000 people across 4 years. And you can imagine trying to give certificates to this large number of people. So I decided to build a simple solution that could easily issue these certificates out to these recipients. So we're looking for an English name for this application because I realized that we weren't the only ones who had the problem. There were other Facebook partners who had the same problem. And there were other educators out there who were running trainings and who wanted to issue certificates, and there was a need for a simple tool like what we had built. I was looking for an English name that would work. I just couldn't find any, especially as we wanted to buy a domain name that was appropriate. And we tried so many different English names, and after a lot of frustration not finding an appropriate name, I started to think, okay, maybe we should go indigenous with this. And the name Akowe popped into my head, and simply because of what it describes what the application does. At the time, the application would simply write your name on the certificate and then issue it out to you. So it was an application that writes, right? So that was why I named it Akowe. But it's turned out to be a great name because it's now even doing many other things around academic space, around graduates and the likes. And you know, typically a literate person is what you call an Akowe or a clerk, you know, in the Yoruba language. So that's the story behind that. So shortly after we launched the initial product, which was issuing of certificates, quite a number of our customers started asking, okay, thank you for this, but can you help us verify certificates? And that was obviously not why we built the application in the first place. Then we started looking into that problem, and then we realized that that was even a bigger problem because quite a number of either postgraduate schools or employers had a challenge trying to verify whether this person they're trying to hire, you know, actually has the grade that they say that they do. You know, because there's no system in place that is quick and fast that can help people, you know, actually get that information. Because what happens is, if you need to verify credentials, you either send someone to the school or you call the school, and that takes a bit of time before you get that answer.
Akowe has quickly gained recognition as a one-in-a-million solution to the global issue of document fraud by allowing companies and universities to verify and upload documents securely. The app has become a trusted tool for maintaining integrity in recruitment, academics, and more.
They just, you know, give themselves a little notch upwards to the next grade. So if you had a second class lower, you would say you have a second class upper. You know, most people don't go and say they have a first class. They just, you know, go to the next upper grade so that there is a higher chance that an employer could say, okay, you have a good grade, we can hire you. So that's what you find that is very rampant. Many times as well, because there are no systems to easily check, somebody who didn't graduate would have a CV that says they graduated from so-so school. You know, it's so hard to check. So you, even if you're book smart or whatever it is, you might get hired even if you didn't graduate from school, and then your performance might then start to show that, okay, you said you had this grade, how come your performance is this way? And that's how people have been discovered over the years, to see, okay, your performance doesn't meet what you say you have in your CV. So you have many of those types of different methods that people do often. So with what we have done, which we have aggregated a lot of academic records onto our platform, it means that you can check and you can get information instantly. So for providing that instant information to you, you pay. So to access the system, we allow you some free trials where you can sign up, create an account, go into the platform and check a few names for free. And after that free trial, then you have to pay to access, continue to access the information. So basically you will pay to search, and then you pay to download a generated report. That generated report is what you can keep in your files as HR department.
While these features have brought much needed efficiency to credential verification, some skeptics have raised concerns about the safety of sensitive data on the server. But Ayodeji, the visionary founder of Akọ̀wé, assures users that the app servers are maintained and protected steadily to prevent hacking and data breaches.
Your academic records are the permanent records. Once your academic record has been issued by your school, it's a permanent record. It's not supposed to change, right? People change it because of, nefarious reasons. So what we're building out a solution where people can list their academic records on our platform. And because it's supposed to be a permanent record, we use blockchain technology to secure that permanence. It's tamper-proof and all of that. But however, who's to say that what you are listing on the platform is actually authentic? That's why we have multiple ways for actually verifying what you are listing. Once we verify that what you are listing is the same thing that the university has issued, and there are multiple other ways that we can actually verify that information, we then make it tamper-proof on the blockchain. So in essence, what it means is that a person can have their academic dossier on the Akọ̀wé app and their entire education history going backwards or even going forwards, right? So with that, anybody should be able to check this person, which school did they go to for primary school, which school did they go for secondary school, what did they come out for the university with, and things like that. That entire academic history is important information. Right now it's scattered everywhere, and that's why Akọ̀wé is a very collaborative company. We're speaking with people who already work with secondary schools using software to say, hey, there's a lot of education history that you guys have access to. There are people willing to pay to see the education history. Let's collaborate and let's put it out together. So that helps to solve some of those problems.
The app's import doesn't end there. Recognizing a broader need, Akọ̀wé has expanded its services to include undergraduates, enabling their credentials to be confirmed when they apply for loans. This feature is helping young people access opportunities while also ensuring transparency and accountability.
Right now, we're developing 2 new other products that we found that market is asking for, right? Again, people have come to us. We need to verify undergraduates. And something as simple as that, nobody in Nigeria today can do that. If you are an undergraduate, you are in 100 level, no. You are in 100 level, a 200 level student, maybe a bank wants to give you 50% off to be able to buy this laptop. They cannot verify that you are a 200 level undergraduate from this school. It's just, there's no way to do that because there's no system in place that anybody can trust that says that you are actually an undergraduate from the school. Because are you going to bring your ID card? Anybody can make an ID card, right? So we're building a collaborative solution with the universities as well to say, let's be able to verify without a doubt that this person is an undergraduate, is doing microbiology, and is from this school. Next year, we can say, yes, he's still doing microbiology, but he's now in 200 level, right? And that cannot be done in isolation. It has to be a collaborative effort, private partnerships, universities themselves, and then customers from outside can pay to access that.
When asked about government collaboration, Akọ̀wé's leadership remains tight-lipped. However, the app has secured partnership with prominent organizations in Nigeria, a testament to its credibility and trustworthiness.
You really can't execute business without the government. You must register your business as a legal entity. So the government must be aware that you're doing something and what you're doing is legal, right? So, but the challenge has been that Nigeria is very peculiar in the sense that, great ideas often find their ways to the top and often just find a way to be replicated even when you get what I mean. So, and that's happened to us quite a number of times. So we figure that the goal or the objective, or if you're going to win in this market, that's probably not the way to go. We're also aware that the government is also trying to build out similar solutions. And, again, if everybody is trying to solve the same problem, I believe that collaborative efforts get us there faster. Akọ̀wé is very difficult because it's not just B2B, it's B to universities. And if you understand universities, and not just Nigerian universities, universities across the world are not known to drive innovation. They're very slow to move they're very, very academic, and therefore they're not very easily swayed to move into new technologies, especially African universities. So it's really, really difficult. And what we've been able to do is to show to them that there's a whole lot of revenue, there's a whole lot of innovation that if we work together, we can unlock a lot of revenue for they themselves, the universities, and a lot of ease for their stakeholders, graduates, lecturers, and I mean, for instance, it takes forever to get a transcript, even as of today. Like, why? Why should it take forever? The technology is there, the data is available, we just need to be able to work together. So the biggest challenge has always been that being able to work with universities in a way that technology would be the solution end to end.
One of the company's greatest milestones came on the global stage. Akaway's effort to bridge the gap in document verification earned them recognition at a prestigious event in the States, where they were celebrated for their innovative approach to a global problem.
I would say when we were invited to pitch at TechCrunch Startup Battlefield in the USA, it was 2023. You know, we had applied for the program in around April, and I promptly forgot about it. You know, and then in August, I got an email to say, "Hooray! You're welcome. We're inviting you to the US to come and pitch your startup on a global stage." And that was a great milestone because for Akaway to have been chosen out of about 3,000 global applications, and they chose only 200. That was a great morale booster. That okay, we're solving something really global here, and TechCrunch. And if you know TechCrunch is a global brand, right? You know, so that was validation for us. And that also helped us to realize that it was not a Nigerian problem, because standing on the stage in San Francisco, talking to a global audience about the problem you're solving from Nigeria, you had to find a way to make them relate to it. And there was a great aha moment where people realized that I'm from India, I have the same problem. I'm from Pakistan, I have the same problem. You know, so that was a great moment for us to actually see that, okay, we are onto something here.
On the African front, Akaway has established a partnership with a company in Kenya, marking the beginning of its expansion across the continent. This collaboration underscores the app's mission to make the world a better place, one credential at a time.
Absolutely. So we have a partnership right now where that partner already sells credential verification in Kenya. And once that partnership has been finalized, it means that Akaway will be able to provide credential verification for Kenyans. So if you are a Nigerian trying to hire a Kenyan, you'll be able to come on our platform and verify that Kenyan based off of that partnership that we have. And it's a two-way thing. So that partner also will be able to access all of the records that we have in West Africa to be able to sell. So collaborations like that help us scale very quickly. And this is not just a problem we're trying to solve for Nigeria alone. So think about West Africa, East Africa. The problem exists across sub-Saharan Africa, basically, and many parts of the world as well that are not on the African continent. So we want to make sure we focus on the first iteration. If it's good enough and people like it and people seem to find value in it, I think it then begins easily scale. Okay. Earlier we talked about the Benin Republic and the issues that are happening there. We are in conversations with companies in Benin Republic where we're trying to say, this is our solution. We want to bring it into the country and actually help solve that problem. You know, so already we see that the problems exist, and with digital technologies, you know, you can scale and solve those problems at scale. But you have to get it right. And once you get it right, it's easily replicable, you know, across countries.
Looking to the future, Akaway has bigger plans. The team is exploring opportunities to extend their services to secondary schools, focusing on reducing the alarming rates of fake results in WAEC and JAMB. This move will revolutionize the education system and provide a foundation for a more transparent academic process. Welcome back. Now, global financial services often present daunting challenges for businesses in emerging markets. From arbitrary compliance thresholds to perceived risks and sudden service disruptions. Now, businesses frequently face obstacles that hinder their ability to scale and grow. Today, we turn our focus to a company revolutionizing cross-border payments and financial accessibility. Let's dive into the story of Waza and its groundbreaking platform, Link.
Waza is the B2B payments platform for emerging market businesses. We're helping businesses to make global payments, or to, I would say, to source FX liquidity to pay their suppliers and vendors globally. We've recently launched a product called Link, which is infusing this great FX liquidity product that we offer customers in a banking experience, right? And so our customers now have better control over their money, and they can make payments globally from a dashboard. They can access FX liquidity, get great rate, access different payment methods. I'm Maxwell Obi. I'm the CEO of Waza.
Registered in the United States as a money service business, Waza specializes in foreign exchange and money transmission. Since launching its start in January 2023, the company has partnered with financial powerhouses like Visa and Currency Cloud to deliver payment services and account issuance. In just 1 year, Waza has served hundreds of businesses, processing an impressive $700 million in annualized payment volume while facilitating payments across 6 continents.
Waza is the B2B payments platform for emerging market businesses. We're helping businesses to make global payments, or to, I would say, to source FX liquidity to pay their suppliers and vendors globally. We've recently launched a product called Link, which is infusing this great FX liquidity product that we offer customers in a banking experience, right? And so our customers now have better control over their money, and they can make payments globally from a dashboard. They can access FX liquidity, get great rate, access different payment methods.
But Waza is not stopping there. To address the unique challenges faced by businesses in emerging markets, Waza recently introduced a new product called Link. Designed as a viable alternative to existing financial solutions, Link offers multi-currency. These accounts enable payments to more than 100 countries and are equipped with robust features that extend beyond traditional wallets.
There's a big void that Link is feeling in the market, because traditional banks haven't been able to cater to the needs of these businesses over time. They have an outsized perception of risks for businesses that operate in higher risk jurisdictions like emerging markets in Africa, Southeast Asia, etc. And so we decided to plug that gap by launching Link, which is, it's not a different brand, but it's a different product under the same brand, right? And so it's still solving B2B payments from the perspective of FX and now banks. Small businesses, startups, other financial institutions, corporates, even large organizations can use Link. I would say if you have a need to operate in a global market, or you have a need for international banking, and you're operating in an emerging market, automatically you will be perceived as high risk, and we are the alternative, we are the go-to for you. So that's our target, right? And that's from a customer segmentation standpoint. If you take a wider scan from a market perspective, we want to look at markets that have a lot of cross-border activity and a lot of buzzing startup ecosystem, right, or startup activity. Even as we target corporates and large multinationals, right, or even if large corporates and enterprises are part of the customer segment, they are not our sole target. We know that startups are also super affected, So we want them to also bank on Link. We want them to come get their multi-currency accounts, do exchange, and just use us as a de facto banking platform to make payments to their vendors and suppliers globally.
What sets Link apart is its comprehensive payment support. This ensures businesses with operations across the globe which can efficiently manage their payments and focus exchange liquidity on a single platform.
Most people that have tried to provide multi-currency platforms approach it from a mature market mindset. We're taking a very localized approach, paying attention to emerging market businesses that cannot access international banking services. Like, I mean, if you take a quick look at what happened last year, banks like Mercury, fintech banks or other financial institutions like Mercury, SVB, Silicon Valley Bank began to shut down businesses that have either directors or UBOs in emerging markets that deem high risks, right? So it's not, we on the other hand have provided this service with a keen eye for streamlined compliance processes, speed and cost, right? If you can bank with these guys, you can bank with us. And not only have we streamlined that compliance process for you, we can now give you, you can deliver your payments very fast within the same day. You can, FX, yes, is a great value prop there, but it is not the entire thing. Transaction fees, we don't charge a monthly transaction fee, it's really cheap. Eventually, as we launch more features and evolve the product, there will be more customer segments unlocked, right? We're thinking about building APIs that will cater to other financial institutions that want to build on top of our infrastructure. And when we think about B2B payments, which is our core focus, it's usually happening in the context of trade. And trade can be seen as an ecosystem. There's a supply side, there's a demand side. So there are other things we will launch that will also cater to suppliers in different jurisdictions and unlock new customer segments. But today, businesses, importers, exporters, corporates, startups would be our ideal customer target.
Importantly, WASA clarifies that it is not a bank. Instead, the company partners with banks that adhere to strict rules and regulations in each country of operation. This strategic approach ensures compliance while maintaining flexibility and innovation.
First, WASA or Link is not a bank, we're a technology company. And so all of these services are provided in partnership with licensed financial institutions. So we've been able to build on top, I would say, really strict compliance protocols and whatever other value services that they can offer. Today, we're making great progress we want to launch interest on deposits, financing. These are all value-added services that makes us stand out, right? So it's not just, yes, we're going to give you faster payments, cheaper payments, a streamlined compliance approach so you can actually bank with us if you can get access to the US banking infrastructure. But also, eventually, we're going to launch other features to cater to all your needs for you to actually operate competitively in the global financial market.
Speaking about the operation in Nigeria, Maxwell Obi, the WASA CEO and co-founder, emphasized the adaptive approach to navigating local policies, highlighting WASA's commitment to supporting businesses in emerging markets.
First and foremost, we pay really keen attention to security, trust, compliance. We don't joke with these things. It's top priority for us. I think I would also reemphasize that we are not a bank. We are a technology company that is building on top the services and licensing of banking partners that have strict adherence to AML, CTF, and other regulatory requirements, right? But beyond that, if you take a look at the banking side of things, these guys are already complying with all of these regulations, right? They're complying with the central bank regulations, the BSA Act in the US, and other regulatory bodies. So from a banking standpoint, there is that compliance aspect and trust and security. From a technology standpoint, we've also tried to pay attention to global standards in terms of building the product. So we've implemented bank-grade encryption, security protocols, and we also pay strict attention to KYC and KYB regulations, we also licensed, right? We're registered as an MSB with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network of the US. We're also licensed by the Central Bank as an IMTO. So while that regulation or directive is in place, yeah, we pay attention to it and we try to operate together with our banking partners within the frameworks of the regulators.
Despite being incorporated and operational in the US, UK and EU, WASA has identified a significant challenge for businesses with ties to emerging market. These barriers often lead to service discontinuation, uncompleted transactions and disrupted trade flows, resulting in substantial financial losses and hampering business growth. Link was developed to address these critical issues. The platform's extensive payment capabilities and competitive FX rate ensures businesses can manage their finances efficiently while also scaling globally. And that's how we have on today's episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkolie. See you again next time.
Hello and welcome to another episode of 360 Health. I am Okechukwu Okekwe. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has approved the recruitment of 34 resident doctors for a 7-year residency training to enhance healthcare delivery in FCT. The Senior Special Assistant to the Minister on Public Communication and Social Media, Lere Olayinka, made this known in a statement in Abuja. He explained that the 34 doctors would be the first batch of 60 medical doctors approved for residency training in 8 specialists in FCT administration hospitals. And the Sokoto State Commissioner for Health, Farouk Wurno, has expressed deep concern over the use of harmful traditional practices by local barbers in treating metal poisoning cases. The Health Commissioner commended the practice of making inclusion on patients' stomachs as a form of treatment and called for its immediate cessation. Speaking during the presentation of the government-supplied drugs for metal poisoning treatment at General Hospital, he emphasized the need for affected individuals to seek medical attention at hospitals instead of resorting to unsafe traditional method. He, represented by the Executive Director of the State Hospital Service Management Board, Bello Atahuru, assured that the government will distribute the essential drug to all general hospitals handling metal poisoning cases. And the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, has raised concerns over the increasing number of cerebrospinal meningitis cases across the country, saying its peak season is between November and May. The latest figure indicates a surge in infection with 807 suspected cases and 47 deaths reported across 22 states and the Federal Capital Territory as of 26 March 2025. The NCDC Director General Jide Idris said this in an interview with newsmen in Abuja. He said the agency has activated emergency response measures to curb the outbreak, particularly in Kebbi, Katsina and Sokoto, the most affected areas. According to him, in Kebbi State, health authorities have confirmed 248 suspected cases and 26 deaths since late January. He described the situation as alarming. We'll go on a short break and the program will return shortly. Stay with us. Welcome back to the program. Today we are shining the spotlight on the major developments in Nigeria's health sector. While the Nigerian President Bola Tinubu Ahmed has approved the creation of over 8,800 new primary health care centers across Nigeria, making a significant stride in the federal government health sector renewal investment initiative. The announcement was made by Vice President Kashim Shettima during the commissioning of the Suleiman Adebola Adegunwa Trauma Center in Shagamu, Ogun State. Vice President Shettima reaffirmed the government's commitment to addressing the country's health care challenges through strategic investment and public-private partnership. However, he noted that the responsibility of developing the sector cannot rest solely on the government. He described the newly inaugurated trauma center as a critical addition to Nigeria's emergency medical infrastructure, symbolizing the federal government's unwavering dedication to preserving lives. So what does this mean to the ordinary Nigerian? How realistic is the plan? And what are the challenges ahead? Well, to help us unpack all of this, we are joined by medical practitioner Dr. T.U. Mebawondu. Thank you for joining us on the program. So let's start with the big picture. How significant is the move to establish 8,800 new PHCs across Nigeria in terms of improving healthcare access?
Well, let's first of all understand the challenges of primary healthcare centers in Nigeria. What you should realize is that presently we have about 30,000 primary healthcare centers in 774 local governments of Nigeria. Okay? Out of all these 30,000 primary healthcare centers, just about 20% of them are functioning. We're talking about less than about 6,000 or 7,000 of those primary healthcare centers are functioning. So we are left with a large number, 80% of them are not functioning. So now the question is that, what are the factors that are not making them functioning? Because we expect the primary healthcare center to deliver basic health. Of course, there's the basic health fund provision in the budget. We expect them to deliver the basic health to the people nearest to them in a way that the people will not be going to the secondary center or tertiary center for ordinary malaria or even to check their blood pressure. So that is the purpose. Now, for you to do that, you must be able to equip those primary healthcare centers, make it affordable to the people, put human resources there, put equipment there, and let the place be responsive to the people. But what we're seeing is actually shortage of human resources, shortage of material, and most of those primary healthcare centers, 80% of the primary healthcare centers in Nigeria are not being patronized. The utilization is so low. And for us, we have to figure out how to increase utilization capacity. Now, if you are setting up additional 8,800 primary healthcare centers in Nigeria, what it means is that what is going to be so special about them that is not in those ones that's already in existence? Are we going to resolve the issue of human resources and materials and equipment in those primary healthcare centers separate from the one we have now? And we must understand the fact that once you move away from the city centers, those primary health care centers rarely function. The challenge of conflict, the challenge of insurgencies are there, the challenge of security challenge is also making people not to be able to attend those primary health care centers. I think the first thing is to ensure that the primary health care centers, even in existence, are properly equipped, properly structured, make available for people to to patronize before you then decide that you need to set up more.
So from your perspective, what are the most urgent healthcare gaps those new centers aim to bridge?
Like I said, you see, it's not about infrastructure. It's actually about what is available in those primary healthcare centers and how people patronize those primary healthcare centers. If you build additional primary healthcare centers, where are the health workers you are going to put in those primary healthcare centers? Where is the money to manage those primary healthcare centers? Just note that the funding of the primary healthcare center is not improving. In a way, it's reducing. By the time you now add those ones, the funding will reduce further. So the big question is that what are the means of funding those primary healthcare centers? It's not just about establishing them. You can build, I don't know why you need to build another one, when more than 20,000 of the 30,000 you have on ground are not working. So why don't you make those ones work first? I can tell you that even within Lagos here, once you leave central Lagos and you go into the peripheral area, the primary healthcare centers are not working. They're not working. So let's resolve the challenges facing those primary healthcare centers first before we consider establishing another one. I may agree that maybe in some local government, you may not have sufficient coverage in terms of those primary healthcare centers. Yeah, if you want to add one or two, maybe. But why? What is rationale for that 8,800 new ones you are establishing? So where are the doctors or even where the health workers to mind all those things? Where are the equipment to put on all those places? You know, how do we increase the confidence of the people in those new primary healthcare centers? So what is happening what we're having now that we cannot utilize them fully first? Let us even achieve like 70% utilization of those primary health care that we have on ground. Then we can now start thinking of adding another one. But what we're having now is that the primary health care that operate in Nigeria, they are not responding to the maternal mortality. Of course, we about the second largest in the world. They are not responding to infant mortality. They are not responding to our immunization concerns. They are not preventing sudden catastrophic health occurrences like complication of hypertension or diabetes. So they are not responding to all these things. So why do we need to set over create an 8,800?
So do you think the Nigerian government has the capacity to build and sustain the number of centers they said they will do?
It's not about building. Hospital is not just building. Hospitals is more of human resources, the people you put in that hospital to work. Now you can secure funds to build the hospital. I think what government should be doing, let's even be practical about all these things. What government should be doing more now is actually cutting private sectors, cutting people to adopt primary healthcare centers, especially in those remote areas where those one can help run, manage, and put infrastructure in those primary healthcare centers to make it functional. And I think government need to embrace the community initiative that will allow campaigns of the common diseases and how to identify danger signals in health issues. So I think government should be doing more of that, looking for those that can adopt the primary healthcare center, not building a new set of primary healthcare center. Because I don't know, if you want to build, this is not the time. But of course, you know that politicians always want to build. They want to build things so that okay, we have this, we have that. Then we know what MDGs or build MDGs, how much of those things they build then, you know. But now, what are we seeing?
So many rural communities struggle with poor infrastructure. How do you think this reform will address issues like staffing, electricity, and equipment in remote areas?
It won't address it. Rather, you are multiplying those challenges. You know, it's obvious it will address it because terrains. One of the key factors that could be a challenge to utilization of primary health care could be actually transportation. You know, it's not easy for them to move from one locality to another due to constraints. Now, look at the energy costs. That's another big problem that may hamper their ability to utilize that primary health center. Even within the primary healthcare center, you need to provide energy, you need to provide light. Of course, most of the solar panels I observe around the primary healthcare centers in Nigeria, they are dilapidated, they are broken down. You need to provide water. And then again, that has to be by borehole again. Most of those boreholes are not maintained, and that becomes an issue. You need to be able to encourage the human resources to stay within that locality. Now, how many people really want to go to the rural area and stay there? So, myriads of problems. I think the way to address this is not to start building additional primary healthcare center. It's to find out how we can use the one we have sufficiently.
Do you think the Nigerian government is currently producing enough trained workers to staff this number of new centers they are proposing to build?
Recently, you know that all the hospitals, all the teaching hospitals in Nigeria all the universities can only produce about 3,000 doctors maximum in a year. That's the maximum. I'm talking about doctors now. When you come to lab scientists, they're actually lower. Pharmacists are actually be about the same numbers. Now, recently, the federal government, through the Ministry of Health, gave more allocations to those universities to produce more doctors and produce more health workers. But those ones will require time. There's a gestation. You can't wake up and bring out nurses today. They have to wait for about 4 years before they can become nurses. Doctors must wait for about 8 years before they can become doctors. So, we have a gap to fill. How do we fill this gap? Are you going to bring in doctors? We don't want to talk about the quantity of those ones that are leaving the country. The health sector, addressing the challenges of health sector, is not, I can put my feet down on this. It's not by multiplying primary healthcare center. It's by making those ones available functional. That is the first point. So, because in reality, basically in that primary healthcare center, you need at least a community health worker. You need somebody we need a pharmaceutical technician. You need those basic people. Where are they? Where are those ones that are going to spread around the country? How many are you producing? The rest, a lot of them are leaving the country. Even some of them that have job now, government does not want to employ them. Some of them that don't have job, government does not want to employ them. They have to be on the street looking for where to get a job. I think the government can really look holy. If they want to partner with private people, partner on how to adopt those non-functional primary healthcare centers, wherever they are.
Now, looking back, Nigeria has seen other health reforms in the past. From your experience, what are some lessons from past healthcare projects that the government should keep in mind while rolling out this one?
The greatest obstacle to health reforms or health policy is health politics. We can do reforms, but reforms must be followed through. But what happens is that when a new government comes, they come with their own reform and jettisoning what is ongoing. So we see a lot of gaps, a lot of incomplete in all those things that have been done. That is what we see. So reforms, good ones in the past, but why are we not sustaining it? Because the political person that the new political man think that can bring a new thing into those health reforms. And then when he does that, he has to start from the zero. And then the other aspect of it is that we are not having sufficient money to drive healthcare. Now, if you look at our budget, we're doing 5%. Even this year, we're doing 5% for health. And then we have a recommendation of 15% of our total budget for health. But we're just 5%. Now, the another challenge is that most of those NGOs or multilateral or bilateral institutions that tend to help us and bridge the gap, like USAID, like GFID, like World Bank, all of them are slowing down in their funding of critical support for healthcare. Now, what it means is that we're going to experience more gaps in terms of delivery of money to health. Not only that, they don't just bring money, they bring in some technical skills. For instance, some how to identify diseases and epidemics. They bring human resources on, on surveillances, epidemiology. all those ones will have to be reduced now, and we have to rely on our own people to see what is possible. So I can tell you, it's a lot of gaps, but we have to start somewhere. But I don't think it's about building additional health facilities.
In the area of maternal and child care, how do you think this reform will impact maternal and child care, health care in underserved regions?
Excuse me. Well, we know the factors in our maternal and child health. One, quite a number of people don't even trust the hospital. A lot of those hospitals are not properly equipped. The number of delivery in hospital is still very low. Immunization is reduced. We are not incentivizing patronage of the hospital. Indeed, things like access to family planning is constrained. So we have all these things militating against reduction in maternal and child death. So if we want to address those things, all we need to do, for me, I will do an ambitious program that will know every pregnant woman in this nation and link them to a center where they can have support. I will ensure that is done. So a lot of influences is not allowing the mothers and those children to seek care at appropriate time. So normally, if the 30,000 if the 30,000 existing primary health care centers are working, let's say 60% of them are working, it will have been easier for us to link them, those women and children, to those centers. Working in the sense that if they have the right equipment, if they have the right human resources, if they have the right medications to use for those people, then of course those women will patronize them. In absence of that, when you have a primary health care center where you go there for 3-5 days, you won't see any expert to attend to you. You will resist going there, and you probably patronize the local people. Now, if we make those, let's say, out of that 30,000, if 20,000 are working, of course, we'll have solved a problem. But why are we now setting up more? What would make them better than those ones that we have set up? Why are we not conserving our money and reserving it for the new ones, for the old ones that we have on ground? So I don't understand. Except we have that means of accelerating training for medical doctors and nurses and health workers, which cannot be done. How do you accelerate? You know how many number of times the lecturers go on strike, even the medical people. These are constraining the training of those critical workers. So we need to, it's not by, I repeat, it's not by establishing additional things. Let's make those ones with us work. If it works, we will reduce maternal mortality, we will reduce infant mortality, we will reduce catastrophic health experiences like stroke or severe diabetes. Let those ones on the ground work.
So if you were advising on the rollout, what would be your top 3 priorities for ensuring the center deliver real impact?
Well, you must make your center be people-friendly. Your center must be able to create the necessary assurance for people that, yes, come, patronize us. They must create that assurance. Your center has to be properly equipped. Security must be in your center. Transportation must be easy, okay? Drugs, hospitals must be there. Your center must also be able to reach to the community and educate them in case of any seasonal diseases. So we have function within the community from the center. We have the issues that concern the center itself and the human resources. So all those one have to be top-notch. And of course, we must maximize health information and medical records to help people understand issues concerning health in that area.
Corruption and mismanagement have hindered past reforms. How can transparency and accountability be built into the execution of this particular plan?
Well, it's part and part of it, okay, because what we call governance, what we call clinical governance is an essential part of healthcare. It should be an essential part of the healthcare in that settings. There's a governing board for this small local government within the community who can then supervise how the community works. We must be able to create that kind of assurance at that level where the community groups are part and parcel of the management board of those primary healthcare centers. I think it's important because that means that if they neglect those community centers that is in their domain, they're also neglecting their health. You have to do that. Then the other thing is that at the level of the primary healthcare, National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, at the state equivalent, we must be able to provide supervisory roles on this primary healthcare center and let them get data from them and ensure that they keep to the core duties and reduce needless deaths and sickness.
So would you say this health reform plan aligns with Nigerians' universal health coverage goals?
UCH goal is actually, we have a 2030 target, which we are also looking at. Yes, it is. It's part and parcel of trying to push for universal health coverage. It's not just about access. You are talking about quality also. You are talking about affordability. If you are talking about universal health care, it's not, yes, access is key, affordability is key, quality is key. There must be no discrimination in access to the healthcare by any of these, of any of the members of the society. So, of course, it aligns with that. But if it's going to solve the problem of access, has it solved the problem of affordability? Has it actually add quality to the care? So we still have a lot to achieve under universal health care coverage. And we have just 5 years to get this done. I don't know how it's going to happen.
Looking ahead, how do we measure the success of this reform? What indicators should Nigerians watch for in the coming years?
Well, okay, we have to reduce our infant mortality. That's an indicator. Maternal mortality, that's an indicator. The reduction in catastrophic health occurrences like hypertension and severe diabetes, those are indicators. And then the level of patronage, how people are now confident in assessing your health system is also another indicator. We will always know when these things are happening.
So lastly, how can communities and civil society organizations get involved to ensure accountability and long-term success of this PHCS?
Yeah, because, in reality, there's what we call the stakeholder in the community. It involves the traditional ruler, the market women, the young boys or association in that community. All of them should partner together to run the primary health care centers. Their component must be structured into that so that we can have the requisite result. If that is not done, and you just say it is government thing, a lot of people don't do well when handling government properties. So we need to have that community buy-in. We need to have that stakeholder buy-in. People must have confidence that this health center is going to work and address their issues. So there must be a proper referral, emergency care in those centers that can, address untoward health occurrences. So, stakeholder participation, building trust, and ensuring that the place is affordable and well-equipped will do a lot of things in reducing those factors.
Medical practitioner Dr. Tsiyu Mebawondo, we appreciate your time and insights. And that's all for today's episode. We'll see you again next time. I am Okechukwu Ukekwe. Bye for now.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
My name is Omotoyosi Olarewaju Obulende. I'm an artist. I study art from the Yaba College of Technology, where I did my OND and my HND. And I graduated from the Department of Art. I majored in sculpture. My father used to love art though. He's late now. May his soul rest in peace. And my mom didn't give me any issues about me practicing art or not. So basically, I've got art inside me from while I was a child. I used to draw back then, and my mom used to sell some of my drawings for me in church. So I've had art in me basically. So I'm a born artist. Well, like I said, I started while I was a child. I started drawing from comics, you know. I pick up comics and I draw, and that's how I knew I think I've got some art, you know, art skills in me basically. So art has been inside of me basically. If you're asking for string art, basically I've been doing string art in a very short while now, say like 3-4 years now. Yeah, basically I've been doing string art. I ran into string art. In I think 2016, yes, at an art conference where I went with a brother of mine. I saw this dude he was just stringing on the wall, like on a long stretch, no particular design. He was just from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, like that continuously. And it formed this rays of different colors. And I was so, you know, it caught my attention. And I didn't even ask the guy what's his name. I didn't have any conversation with the guy. I just saw it. I took pictures that I lost some of them. I can't even find them any longer. So I just saw it and I was wondering, I came back to Nigeria and I was wondering, okay, that art that I saw, what's it called? What is it called? And I just went on Google and I was like, is it thread art? Is it nail art? Is it string art? And voila. And I saw different forms of string art, you know, from normal, you know, simple artworks created and into portraiture, and I'm like, wow, this is amazing. And that's how I found myself into it. Following, you know, different artists who are into string art via social media, and it has been a wonderful followership and understanding some string artists in the diaspora. Now, what made me focus on string art? Basically, I saw it as a different form of art. A form of art that you can liken to painting on canvas, you can liken to sculpture, you can liken to watercolor and the likes of it. So that's what I focused it because it wasn't that known, if I should say that, in this part of the world, in Nigeria. It wasn't that known in Nigeria, and it's still not known yet though. Well, achievement basically, Bella Africana had an award sometimes, I think 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I was nominated, and I know there are more achievements to come basically, but personally, it has paid off for me. And like I say, is my found love. That's what I call string art. So I do string art even to the smallest piece. If it's possible for me to string, I will string it. Challenges basically is not a widely accepted, form of art in this part of the world, because trying to push it out there, trying to market it, trying to get people known and all that. It has been challenging in such a way that questions like how durable is it? Does it last long, and what have you? I would say that has been the challenge, and also back to how you charge and all that. So basically, that has been the challenge. So far, so good, basically. For me, the materials are readily available because you have here the armor, threads, and nails. They are all readily available, and the woods that I use, the boards that I use, they're readily available. So they are not too much of materials that are challenging for me to find around. So materials are readily available. It's just what you interpret with the medium, which is the nails and thread. Yes, what you interpret with it perhaps might be, a bit challenging. But so far, so good. God has been wonderful. First and foremost, I would say displaying them at galleries, displaying them at art shows, art fairs, which I had a group exhibition last year, Different Strokes, with four artists, 2 females and 2 male. So I was able to display my works there, and I also leverage on social media, which is my Instagram handle, I also push it on social media, Facebook, which that's for many artists right now, that's our own gallery, So that's basically, how I push it out there. People get to know it. I've got so many commissions via Instagram, and I give them the glory. For me, my greatest achievement so far, because I haven't gotten to it yet, so far my greatest achievement has been impacting my knowledge, impacting my knowledge of the string art, steps, methods, and what have you of string art into children and even adults too. So basically that's been my achievement so far. Future plan basically for me is to be known worldwide as Nigerians' famous string artists, basically. For me, that's my future plan, and I'm hoping to have a series of exhibitions locally and internationally. Say nothing brings money, but how diligent, how good, persistent, and creative you are with that thing you do, it will bring the money. Basically, that's it for me. Because likewise, you too, if you're not good at what you do, you won't be here. If you're not creative at what you do, you won't be here. So for me too, yeah, people say there is no money in art. Now, would we say there is money in banking? Because I sit at the counter and I receive money, it's not my money. Do you understand? So for me, what you do with your hands, diligently, wisely, persistently, will definitely bring that money you want your way and the fame. Indirectly, I won't use the word train, say inspire. Do you understand? Yes. I've been able, I can't say how many people, because not everybody will come out and say, you inspired me, A lady sometimes back on Instagram, she's a cake maker. She just posted it and said my string art inspired her to produce this kind of cake, and I was, wow, oh, amazing. There's a lady too in Brazil that has been chatting me up, she's also a string artist and trying to ask me questions, how she can go about this, how she can go about that. So for me, it goes a long way. So you never can tell how many people you've been able to inspire or touch their lives. So that's why I coined it down to indirectly. I know I've inspired different kinds of people, either in the art sector or in whatever sector you can call it. But somehow, because other people too in other field have also inspired me, to also keep up my craft. So basically for me, I know I've inspired different people in different areas. nothing new, they say, under the heavens, you know. But for me, the material I use, which is the nail and thread, for me makes it unique because it's not a widely found medium of art in this part of the world. So basically, for me, the materials I use and how, well, that's what I've been told, how neat, you know, and firm, you know, my threads are usually on the nails. Basically, for me, makes it stand out. So far, so good. My work has been to the United States, which a private collector bought off me in Nigeria here and took it over there. So basically, for me, that's why I said it's work in progress. You get it. So for now, so far, so good. Yeah, we're working on going globally. For me, I would say it's an achievement being one of the recognized, you know, or the foremost, or the one who pushed string arts out there in Nigeria, which we're still working on, we're still keeping at it. For me, I would say it's not adding to my bank account though, but it's a plus though. Yeah, whether I like it or not, you know, it's a plus. People who know me to be, okay, the string artist and all that, which I gave myself that name, the string one, you know, but it's not yet, so to say, a name that will be, you know, on the lips of everybody. But I know very soon, someday, one day, it will definitely be. I can't say I've arrived, really, because work never ends. Even the topmost recognized artists, the Yusuf Grillo and the likes of them, you know, Baba Oshinowa and Co, you know, they are still working. So for me, I haven't arrived yet. Really, sky is just the starting point for me. So I haven't gotten to that point where I will sit back and say I've arrived. Nah, I'm not God, though I'm a mini God, but then I haven't gotten to that point or peak yet. Any hardworking, diligent, and focused person inspires me. And if I should pick from the world of string artists, there's this lady in UK, Debbie Smith. She inspires me with her works. She's a great string artist, a great artist basically. So she inspires me. And back home here, there are lots of artists. I can't start mentioning names right now, but there are lots of artists back home here that inspires me. As long as, yeah, hardworking, diligent, focused, you know, and at the top of his or her game. Yeah, that's what inspires me basically. won't lie to you. Yes, I do get injured. I even have a scar on my thumb right now, and oftentimes yes, I get injured, and you just stomach it and you forge your head. Basically, when you get injured, that shouldn't be a stumbling block. For you to say I'm not doing this. But I kid you not, it's not an easy medium. It's not, basically.
On the news, President Tinubu to meet service chiefs over renewed violence and rising killings in the country. Prominent Christian leaders raise concerns over continued killings of Christians in northern Nigeria. A Nigerian Bar Association Osogbo branch condemns arson attack on the Osun High Court in Ilesha. Hello and welcome to News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Sinisala Atiku. Amid renewed insecurity in some parts of the country, President Bola Tinubu is due to meet with the service chiefs of the country to review the situation and discuss measures to contain it. The president returned to Nigeria on Monday night from his 18-day working visit to Paris and London. The presidency has blamed state governors for some of the security challenges, especially the recent incidents in Plateau, Benue and Enugu states. It cited the governors' poor funding of security outfits in their states despite receiving humongous security votes. And the Benue state government has linked the recent violence to efforts by the attackers to displace residents and take over ancestral lands. Addressing journalists at the government house in Makurdi, the state governor Hyacinth Alia says the wave of deadly attacks on communities in the states, which have left at least 11 people dead, is part of a coordinated land-grabbing plot by armed groups. According to the governor, while security operatives have been deployed to restore calm in the affected areas, top security officials, including the police commissioner and homeland security personnel, have been sent in for assessment. He added that the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, had assured him the federal government would boost support to the state. Meanwhile, the Christians in Plateau State have on Monday staged a peace walk in protest against the incessant killings ravaging communities in the state. The peace walk, organized by the joint leadership of the Church Denominational Leaders Forum and the Christian Association of Nigeria Plateau State chapter, was also a tribute to the victims and an appeal for justice. According to the organizers, the protest is a direct response to the continuous and bloody assaults on Plateau communities, especially those killed in recent attacks on Rui, Herti and Zike in Bokos and Bassa local government areas. The April 2025 attacks in Bokos and Bassa has claimed over 100 lives, marking one of the deadliest incidents since the Christmas Eve massacre in 2023, which left about 150 people dead in Bokos alone. A former assistant director at the Department of State Services, Dennis Amakri, joins me on the news to discuss the latest violent attacks in the country. Thank you very much for your time. Now, what's your take on these renewed attacks, especially in the north? Do you think that the government is losing ground in the fight against insecurity in the country?
Well, thank you very much for having me. You know, this has been discussed all over last week and this week, of course, where some governors have come out to say, especially the governor of Borno State, that we're losing grounds. And of course, I think maybe it's because of the inadequacy of our military personnel who are more engaged in other duties in the 36 states of the country. But I'm happy that right now the president is back and he has invited the security chiefs to come for a tete-a-tete. It might be a time to re-strategize.
I want to focus attention. These attacks are mainly, especially in Benue and Plateau and even Borno State. What would you say is the connection here? Well, unfortunately, we have lost Mr. Dennis Amakri. We'll go back to his interview later on in the bulletin. Moving on, prominent Christian leaders in the country have raised concerns over the continued killings in northern Nigeria, calling for empathy from their counterparts in the south. Speaking at a concert to raise funds for victims of insurgency in northern Nigeria, organized by the Foundation of Truth Assembly Church in Lagos, the leaders say awareness needs to be created on the plight of victims of insurgency in the northern region. On his part, the former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, who spoke in a video message, urged Christians across Nigeria to increase awareness about the killings and raise funds for the well-being of the children and widows of the deceased.
This cross-charity is more relevant now than ever before, especially as we witness killings in north-central Nigeria, in Plateau, in Benue, a menace that has gone on almost annually for over 30 years. I urge all present today, whether you represent a ministry or not, to become financial partners with the cross charity. This is the kind of religion that God expects us to practice.
So the church in the south just had an handshake with the church in the north, trying to see what we can do as an intervention to support the cause of humanity, not just Christianity. So it's beyond a Christian cause, it's a cause for humanity. We've got to wake up as a people. We don't have guns, we can't fight back with bullets. What we can do is to fight back through our own humanitarian interventions, which is cross-charity, to go out there and especially educate the people that are out of school, the out-of-school children, most importantly the pastors who've lost their lives and they've left behind widows and orphans. And those orphans may just be out there in the cold, no education, no hope, nothing to sustain them. So we as a people, we as a church, we as a group, as an NGO, as you know what to call it, have decided to intervene through pulling resources together, but not to build houses, but to just give hope and provide school fees and empowerment for our widows out there in the north.
If nothing is done to stop this thing, we will just be gathering widows. We'll be paying school fees. So is that what the church will do forever? So the whole church in the north will just be filled with widows.
Well, let's go back to our discussion with the former Assistant Director of the Department of State Services, Dennis Amakri, over renewed attacks in certain parts of the country. Mr. Amakri, now these attacks are, worse. They're worse in Benue, Plateau, and even Borno State. What would you say are factors responsible for the return of these attacks?
Personally, my analysis on this is that we're not giving it enough attention that it requires, and we have not re-strategized to deal with it the way we dealt with. Because what is happening here is that we are having different kinds of attacks in Plateau, and it is actually not herders, farmers. I think there are more to it. More to it in the sense that there are new infusion, like, outsiders that are in there, and their own is not just to kill, but to occupy, because of mineral resources. So I think the meeting that they're having today is going to look at this properly.
The meeting between President Bola Tinubu and the security chiefs in the wake of these attacks, what do you think the government should do? What should be the government approach in tackling this challenge?
Yes, thank you very much for that. I feel that, with all the security chiefs sitting down around the table, should start re-strategizing. We are not going to depend on the old identification. The threats that were identified before as herders, farmers, or wherever should not be the mainstay now. I think we should go beyond at looking at, the infusion of foreigners, the mineral resources that they are looking for, and all the rest of the things that are happening there, and then put them in context, because we cannot continue to allow these things going. The life of Nigerians matter. And if we don't do something about it, we'll continue to lose our citizens.
Our former Assistant Director at the Department of State Services, Mr. Dennis Amakri, thank you very much for talking to us and for sharing your thoughts as always. Moving on, in a bid to restore public confidence in Nigeria's judicial sector, the Human and Environmental Development Agenda header has advocated greater accountability and independence within the judiciary, aiming to prevent political interference in human rights and corruption cases. The organization, in collaboration with the MacArthur Foundation, made the call on Tuesday in Lagos during the 5th edition of its Leadership Approval Rating event. Delivering his address, Header's Executive Secretary Sulaiman Aribabu presented the results of a survey which revealed that widespread allegations of corruption within the judiciary have significantly eroded public confidence in the system.
They challenge us to ask critical questions about judicial independence, the ethical conduct of legal practitioners, and the extent to which the judiciary defends human rights, especially in its interactions with law enforcement agencies. At HEDA, we strongly believe that public accountability must be rooted in public perceptions. Citizens' opinions about the judiciary are not just a measure of institutional performance, They are a call to action. Only by listening to these voices can we begin to chart a realistic path towards meaningful reform. The recommendations outlined in this report are both comprehensive and urgent. They include ensuring full judicial autonomy, reforming the National Judicial Council to enhance its effectiveness, leveraging technology to increase transparency, and fostering ethical professionalism within the judiciary and legal practices. These are not mere suggestions. They are imperative for restoring public trust and safeguarding the integrity of our administration of justice system. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey to a reformed judiciary is not one that will be smooth or swift. It requires unwavering political will, active civic engagement, and sustained commitment from all stakeholders, including you and I. The judiciary can only function effectively when it earns and maintains the trust of the people it serves. Its legitimacy must be built not only on constitutional mandate, but also on public confidence.
Meanwhile, the Nigerian Bar Association Oshogbo branch has strongly condemned the arson attack on the Osun High Court in Ilesha on Monday, destroying the entire building along with sensitive court documents and exhibits. In a statement in Oshogbo, the NBA chairman, Yemi Abiono, described the incident as a heinous attack that threatens justice delivery and the rule of law. He expressed concern over the recurrence of such violence, noting that a similar attack had occurred years earlier in Court 3, where a judge's chambers was burnt down. Abiono commended the Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke for his swift response, including ordering a thorough investigation and enhanced security around the court premises. And over time, non-renewable energy sources have contributed significantly to global pollution, as burning them releases harmful chemicals into the atmosphere, driving climate change and causing respiratory health issues. In commemoration of the 55th World Earth Day celebration themed Our Power, Our Planet, environmentalists in Nigeria are advocating for a transition to clean renewable energy sources for electricity generation. Speaking at the event, environmentalist Desmond Majakudumi highlights that Nigeria has the resources to lead Africa in renewable electricity production.
This year, the emphasis is on trying to persuade people to transit into using clean, renewable sources for producing electricity. However, this can be a problem for those nations that rely very heavily on oil for their economy. But the reality is that oil is a limited resource that will inevitably run out, especially if we're burning it as a fossil fuel. And there are so many other uses for oil in the modern world. So for a great country like Nigeria that has tremendous amounts of natural gas as well, this could be the transition fuel as we head towards clean energy sources, of which we have abundance. Nature has provided us with tremendous amounts of sunlight on a yearly basis. We have areas in our country that have almost constant wind blowing, and we also have water sources that are moving. We have rivers and streams, and we also have the oceans. When these various natural sources are tapped, we can lead the way as the giant of Africa to be the leader in the production of electricity from clean, renewable sources.
A group of protesters under the aegis of Concerned Citizens Against Corruption have on Tuesday stormed the office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice to demand the prosecution of former Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Mele Kyari. while also demanding a thorough investigation into the company's transactions for the past 5 years. The protesters, led by its convener Kabir Matazu, expressed disappointment that despite Kyari's sack, along with the entire NNPCL board on April 2, 2025, no steps have been taken to investigate the alleged corrupt practices under Kyari's leadership. The group highlights the controversy surrounding the rehabilitation and restreaming of government-owned refineries, citing allegations of billions of dollars being spent without transparency.
Nigerians are disenchanted that Mr. President has only removed the former corrupt leadership without taking the necessary steps to investigate how Mele Kyari and his cabal bled this country dry in various ways, which we believe is still hurting the country economically as we speak. In this regard, a sore point of fraud surrounding the rehabilitation and the restreaming of the government-owned refineries, the figures and the facts are simply not adding up. We wish to submit this petition to the Attorney General and Minister of Justice that we are giving the government 2 weeks ultimatum within which to act on this petition. Else, we will march on the street. Yes. We will continue to fight. Yes. We will continue to agitate. Yes. Because the corrupt leadership under Mele Kyari has put this country in an economic quagmire. Yes. And as such, for President Bola Tinubu to assure Nigerians and to get the confidence of Nigerians, and for him to get our support for second term, the corrupt leadership of Mele Kyari must be investigated. Yes.
We'll take a short break. Still to come on News Now, Burkina Faso foils coup plot, blames exiled officers in Ivory Coast. Stay with us for details. Welcome back. Is our stories we took earlier in the news. Amid renewed insecurity in some parts of the country, President Bola Tinubu is due to meet with service chiefs of the country to review the situation and discuss measures to contain it. We also informed you that prominent Christian leaders in the country have raised concerns over the continued killings in northern Nigeria, calling for empathy from their counterparts in the south. In case you missed any of our news bulletins, or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Let's now switch to business news. Tamilore Akinkwoliye has the latest. Over to you, Tamilore.
Thank you, Simi. Hello and welcome to business news. Now, the International Monetary Fund (IMF) has downgraded its economic growth forecast for Nigeria in 2025 to 3.0%, citing a decline in global crude oil prices. The revised projection was contained in the IMF's April 2025 World Economic Outlook report, released on the sidelines of the ongoing spring meetings of the IMF and the World Bank in Washington, D.C. The new forecast represents a 0.2 percentage point reduction from the fund's previous projection of 3.2%. The IMF also has projected the Nigeria headline inflation will average 26.5% in 2025, following a recent rebasing of the Consumer Price Index by the National Bureau of Statistics. We'll go on a short break here and be back with stock market reports. And the Nigerian stock market opened the holiday shortened week on a strong note, with the market gaining 318 billion naira on Tuesday. The all-share price index of Nigerian exchange was by 0.49%, pushing the market capitalization to 65.817 trillion naira when compared to the previous figure of 65.499 trillion naira. Now, driving the rally was strong investors' interest in key stocks, particularly Nigerian bureaus, international bureaus, the initiate Japan Gold and Cornerstone Insurance. Now, international bureaus climbed up from 5 naira 50 kobo to 6 naira 5 kobo, followed by Nigerian bureaus which grew to 39 naira 80 kobo from 36 naira 20 kobo. Now, in total, investors traded over 353 million volumes of shares, worth more than 7.1 billion naira across 13,734 deals. Now, meanwhile, on the global scene, it's a mixed trading day among major indices. Now, Japan's Nikkei posted a slight decline, down by 0.17%. Now, into the foreign exchange market, where the naira continues to depreciate among major international currencies. The dollar now trades at 1,615 naira, the British pound at 2,050 naira, and the euros at 1,710 naira. And that's a quick look at today's market performance. Over to you, Simi, for the rest of the news.
Thank you, Tamilore. And elsewhere, Burkina Faso's military-led government has announced that it successfully thwarted what it described as a major coup plot targeting junta leader Captain Ibrahim Traoré. Burkina Faso Security Minister Mahamadou Sana disclosed this in a televised address on Monday, that both active and retired soldiers allegedly working in coordination with terrorist groups had conspired to storm the presidential palace. Sana claimed that the objective was to plunge the country into chaos and install a regime under the control of an international organization, while attempting to manipulate public sentiment by using religious and traditional leaders to sway military officers into supporting the coup. He further alleged that the masterminds of the plan were operating from Ivory Coast, identifying 2 former army officers believed to be behind the operation. And the Vatican has officially announced that the funeral for Pope Francis will be held on Saturday at 10 a.m. local time in St. Peter's Square. Cardinals met at the Vatican to schedule Pope Francis' funeral and burial plan at the conclave to elect his successor and make other decisions about running the Catholic Church. The solemn mass will be presided over by the Dean of the College Cardinals, Cardinal Giovanni Battista Re. Pope Francis, who passed away on Monday at the age of 88 following a stroke and cardiac arrest, will lie in state beginning Wednesday in St. Peter's Basilica, allowing the faithful to pay their final respects. And on sports, no fewer than 44 players have been removed by the nationwide League One after a comprehensive medical checkup conducted by authorized doctors to ascertain their medical conditions and fitness levels found them wanting. The lower division body made this known in a statement posted on its official X handle on Tuesday. According to a statement from the media department for Africa's largest grassroots league, the affected players come from 31 teams registered for the 2025 season, with Ofa Football Club having the highest number of 6 players, and also certified 4 players of Camp Pro of FCT Abuja unfit for the season on medical grounds. The NLO emphasized the importance of regular medical examinations to prevent potential sudden deaths among players. And a former technical director of the Athletics Federation of Nigeria, Sunday Adeleye, has declared his intention to contest for the presidency of the federation as the race for the top position intensifies ahead of the AFN elections next month. In his address, Adeleye assured stakeholders that his administration will be transparent and responsible in the management of resources, particularly those from World Athletics and other sponsors. He highlighted plans to boost the capacity of Nigerian coaches, emphasizing local expertise over foreign reliance. And that's all on news now. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you again next time.
Located just 18 degrees north of the equator, Sanya is China's tropical paradise. Agricultural experts are busy creating something with world-changing potential: high-yield hybrid rice. On Madagascar, a new harvest season is about to begin. Just the right time to showcase a new player on the Madagascan agriculture stage: hybrid rice. To date, this high-yielding rice developed in China has taken root in over 20 African countries. So far, it's been a story of unparalleled success, yielding fruitful results in the most important battle of them all: the fight against hunger. In fact, the China-Africa friendship resembles these crops. Everywhere you look here, as numberless as grains of rice, there are heartwarming stories of people striving to build better lives and succeeding. Zanzibar, situated off the east coast of Africa, world famous for its extensive coastline and stunning scenery, it's a renowned vacation destination. At Mnazi Mmoja Hospital in Zanzibar, Chinese Dr. Jiang Guoqing is overseeing the preparations for a minimally invasive surgery. Dr. Jiang Guoqing has performed hundreds of surgeries just like this here. But today's procedure is different. It marks the first time his student, Dr. Baya Abdullah Rashid, will be in charge of a minimally invasive surgery. Baya Abdullah Rashid, 53, has been working at the hospital for nearly 30 years. He has trained with 18 Chinese medical teams and recently completed 10 months of intensive training in minimally invasive surgery. Under the guidance of his Chinese mentor, he performed his first minimally invasive cholecystectomy in 90 minutes. Baya Abdullah Rashid is also the second doctor in Zanzibar, Tanzania, to perform this surgery independently after training with Zhang Guoqing, the leader of the Chinese medical team.
So by this method of surgery, the patient will get better soon. So maybe by tomorrow the patient will go back home, and after 2 weeks the patient will go back to their normal routine work. China medical team, it has been here since I was born. So we are so happy to have a Chinese team here. It helps us, it teaches us, it trains us to be good doctors to help our people here.
About 6,000 kilometers away, on the west coast of Africa, Guinea is home to a modern hospital that represents the hope of generations of Chinese and Guinean people. This is the China-Guinea Friendship Hospital. A Chinese engineer has suffered a sudden stroke. Treatment is needed with utmost urgency. Fortunately, Dr. Ibrahima Sori Soareze is on hand to perform a cerebral digital subtraction angiography on the patient right away. Dr. Ibrahima Sori Soareze received 4 years of neurosurgery training at Huashan Hospital in China. This is the first time he's done an angiography since returning to his home country. A successful surgical procedure. Ibrahima Sori Soareze is overjoyed, and there's one person in particular he wants to share the good news with, his mentor in China. Good morning, Professor. I'm so glad today. This week I performed the first angiogram to diagnose a Chinese patient in my country. Now the patient is fine and awake. And that's not the only life saved by Chinese-Guinean medical collaboration. Generations of Chinese